All right, well, good morning, everyone.
We're expecting to Steve and then Tara after.
Right. So good morning, everyone. It's great to see you. Driving down from the city of Encinitas, I was just seeing how beautiful it is outside and how we could be doing so many other things, but you guys have chosen to come here and do some creative thinking with us. And this has been almost a year in the making. So I'm so excited to see everyone here. Thankful that you guys are taking your Saturday to be here and to dedicate it to something that I think is incredibly important. And that is to really think about who we are as San Diego Community Power, where we're at in our history, and where we want to go as an organization. I think it's important for us to do that. I think it's important for us to do that on an annual basis. And so today we're going to start that. And hopefully this is also going to be a framework for the future for our next meeting that we're going to have, strategic planning session coming up in June that we'll also have to kind of just finish this process. But it will also be a framework for the future so that we can continue having these conversations every year, because obviously planning doesn't stop. If we're going to have goals and we want to reach those goals, we have to plan on how we're going to do that. And so happy to be here today. And we're not going to be voting on anything today. We're simply having conversation and hopefully reaching some consensus. And then we'll carry this on to our June meeting, strategic planning meeting. And then eventually this entire document will be put on our regular board meeting agenda where people can comment on it and we'll be able to vote on it at that time. And so the community advisory committee, and all of our staff are going to participate in our next meeting, the June 11th meeting. And that's going to be an opportunity for them to really help us with our goals and our focus areas for the future. So that's it. Let's call this meeting to order. So this is the special meeting of the San Diego Community Power Board of Directors. And we're meeting to do a strategic planning workshop today. And we're going to be meeting downtown here at the BB&K, our general counsel's office, for the next 8 hours or so. And let's do a roll call.
City of San Diego representative.
La Cava, present.
County of San Diego representative. Imperial Beach representative.
Present.
La Mesa representative.
Present.
National City representative.
Sotelo Solis here.
Chula Vista representative. Encinitas representative.
Present, Joe Mosca.
We have a quorum.
All right, so we now have an opportunity for the public to comment on our schedule. It's not really an agenda, but it's a schedule of items that we'll be discussing today. So this will be the only opportunity for the public to comment today. Of course, there are going to be multiple opportunities for people to comment throughout this process because, again, we're not voting on this today. And we're going to have another strategic planning session where we're going to complete this process. And then eventually the entire plan will be put on our agenda and people will be able to discuss it at that time as well. But today, right now, this is going to be the only opportunity for the public to comment throughout this entire schedule. And so, Kimberly, do we have anybody with written comments or with their hands raised?
There are no written comments and there are no hands raised.
All right, so let's move on then to our facilitator. And I am happy to see in person our facilitator, Lisa Gordon, who we've been working with for just about a year and have had pleasure of working with Lisa for about a year. It's been just a really fun time kind of thinking about this strategic planning session and thinking about what we want to get out of this planning session. Lisa comes really highly recommended to us. And again, it's been a pleasure to work with her. She is a professional facilitator, and she's going to help us through this process. So, Lisa Gordon.
Yes. Yay. Thank you so much, everyone. It is my honor to be with you and my honor to be your facilitator. I'm very excited about what is about to happen today, and I really appreciate the recommendation that was provided to me in introducing me to San Diego Community Power, your board, your staff, your community advisory committee, and beyond. So a quick little introduction about me. Yes, I am the CEO of Lisa Inspires, a training, facilitation, and consulting firm based here in San Diego. would also like to share a little bit behind the scenes and let you know that one of my things that I think I'm most proud of as a San Diegan is that I am a fourth generation native San Diegan, and my ancestors came to San Diego and actually La Jolla in 1889.
Oh,
And we have a history of entrepreneurship, actually. And my great-great-grandfather was a horse trainer and had trained horses and actually owned property back in the day when land was dirt cheap. So I only wish we still had that property today. So just know that I am deeply rooted in this community. I care. And it is so wonderful to see an organization such as San Diego Community Power come into existence. Because I care about the quality of life, our region, and our ability to create these options for people when it comes to clean energy, renewable energy. So thank you for your existence and for all you've done so far. I'd like to share one last thing about me, and that is my philosophy behind facilitation, training, and consulting, etc. And that is, my philosophy comes from, or is related to, a line from a movie. And the movie is called Jerry Maguire. Have any of you seen Jerry Maguire? Okay. There's a very popular phrase from that movie. Can you think of what that popular phrase is?
Not show me the money,
It's not showing you the money. I'm not going to be showing you the money.
You had
today.
me at hello.
I would like to show you the money, but can't do that.
You had me at hello.
Mission statement, it's about mission statement, right?
You had me at hello or something. You
You
had me
had
at
me.
hello.
Hello, that's what Bill said too.
Ah.
That's not my philosophy. My training, there's one more, really popular. It's between Cuba Gooding Jr. and Tom Cruise, and they're in the locker room, and he is saying this to him. Help me, help you. Help
Okay, that's
you.
even more obscure.
Very popular scene, Bill, but that really is my philosophy behind training, facilitating, educating others. Help me help you. Help me understand. Help me identify your challenges. Help me. You help me help you reach your goals and your objectives. So I just want to let you know that that is predominantly my role in this discussion, to have a open dialogue, to help to support and facilitate your dialogue today. And of course, everyone is still going to maintain their roles as Joe as chair and helping us to. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning.
Apologies for running late. It's been a wonderful week for me.
So we will now move forward, and I'd like to just express to you my gratitude for you being here in this room. We'll come back to that in just a minute. We'll go ahead and do that now. I'd like for you to, and this is for the board members and also the CEO, if you could get out your cell phones real quick. We're going to take a quick poll. And if you cannot use your cell phone, you can go to that site. So Bill, whichever works best for you, we'll see if your response comes through. Since you're, where are you? Where are you?
Sorry to jump in here, but we might need to publicly report what the
I can.
individual members' votes are in the poll.
Okay.
We can't do secret ballot.
Okay. I will be able to capture that data and email it to you at the conclusion. Is that okay? We're just gonna do a word.
Okay.
It's just a word.
2, 3.
Yeah. and
Okay, what was the question?
We haven't given you the question yet. All you're doing is setting yourself up for polling. You're going to send a text to that number. And then in the body of the text, you're gonna put that information.
Okay.
And then you're gonna press send.
Then you get a message back.
and you'll get a response. So when you get a response, you need to say, I'm in.
The body pizza cheese.
This is the response, right?
Yes, we got, as long as you got a response. Everyone got a response?
Yeah.
Got a response.
Okay, here is your question. And you're gonna text your response. I want you to think of one word that expresses how you feel right now about today's strategic planning session. Give me one word
Without thinking about
about how you feel about today's strategic planning
it.
session.
I feel like it's public. Don't worry, attorney.
I think they can see the screen.
Okay.
I think they can see.
Okay, great.
But I can also capture this email.
Thank you. Attorneys aren't used to technology. I'm joking.
Did everyone get their word? Sometimes it's hard to encapsulate it into one word.
Wow. You have to relax. I'm joking.
I'm trying to be a diplomat.
Okay, so we see the,
Planning sessions.
our concluding words here, we have hopeful, which is large. That means someone else has that same word, or several of you have that same word. So I'm glad to see that you are hopeful.
Bill, can you see it?
Maybe.
Here. He's got it.
He's concentrating.
Okay, so we have hopeful, we have relaxed, we have excited, we have foundation, foundational, right? Grateful, and what is maybe? Can someone express what maybe means?
Tentative. We're tentative about today.
Maybe that was Bill.
Maybe it's too early to tell how this thing is going.
There we go.
All right, Bill.
I'm with you, Bill.
And I bet you it's relaxed and excited at the same time.
No, I was not
All right.
excited.
All right.
Are you
Yeah.
excited?
Well, thank you
I
for
put
sharing
foundation.
You're
your
always
word
excited.
for
I'm
right now. And maybe it will change by the end of today. So I want to express my gratitude for you being here on a Saturday morning when you could possibly be here instead. This is actually the beach on Makaha in Oahu, one of my favorite places on earth. And here is, that's the view from sitting actually on this beach. And so you have chosen, or maybe you were required, right, to be here today. And of course, it's because of such an important effort, and that is to set the foundational elements of your strategic plan, your mission statement, your vision statement, your key focus areas. So I'd like to just share a little bit about why you're gathering today and help us align with our goals and objectives and why, the why of why we're gathering. The way we gather matters. Gatherings consume our days and help determine the kind of world we live in both our intimate and public realms. Gathering, the conscious bringing together of people for a reason, shapes the way we think, feel, and make sense of our world. Lawgivers have understood, perhaps as well as anyone, the power inherent in gatherings. In democracies, the freedom to assemble is one of the foundational rights granted to every individual. In countries descending into authoritarianism, one of the first things to go is the right to assemble. Why? Because of what can happen when people come together, exchange information, inspire one another, test our new ways of being together. So I want you to challenge you today in the power of us gathering together and working together and being in the moment. one of our quotes about being together is from Larry Jessup, and that is, when people are invited to come together to share ideas, concerns, and needs, they become engaged. They move from being passive recipients of instructions to committed champions of decisions. This is the power of deciding together. And that is one of our themes, as you can see, for the day. Does anyone know what this is or where this is? I bet Serge.
That's the rep from my beach.
This is
Scripps Pier.
Scripps Pier. It's also called Scripps Hinge. And the reason why it's called Scripps Hinge is because in the ancient British site Stonehenge, right, where the sun lines up among ancient stones on the solstice. Here at Scripps, or Scripps Hinge, the sun lines up with the gap in La Jolla's Scripps Institution of Oceanography Pier on certain days of the year. The natural phenomenon makes for spectacular photos and reflection. Today we are seeking reflection and alignment. Alignment of your views, perspectives, thoughts, ideas to create foundational elements of your strategic plan and create two of the most important statements San Diego Community Power will create. We don't expect everything to be perfect today. We don't expect perfect alignment, but we are striving for a productive, collaborative, effective discussion that will bring together your collective wisdom in support of fulfilling your session objectives. Now, just as Scripps Hinge has special requirements in order for it to align and create that magical sunset, that perfect view, today's session is going to require you to actively participate, reflect, share your views, and honor the views of others. To honor the views of and perspectives of others, it is going to require great listening, active listening. What do I mean when I say active listening? I mean listening to understand, not to reply. Most of the time we think we are listening. And what we're actually doing is thinking about our response, right? We're thinking about how we're going to respond to what someone just said or shared, and we miss out on what is truly being said. So I'm inviting you today to actively listen. Listening that requires you to be in the moment. This quote sums it up quite nicely. This is a quote about listening, active listening, and what can happen as a result of active listening. If you consider this, you may, I think, grow a lot more in how you understand others. And it says that every person in this life has something to teach you. And as soon as I accept that, I open myself to truly listen. So again, I invite you to actively participate and to actively listen. I'd like to now cover what is in your session workbook, and we will refer to it accordingly throughout the day. Some of these documents are in there for backup. If we need them, they are there. And some of these we are going to be interacting with very vigorously. So let's do a quick overview of your workbook.
There's literally 15 tabs, and each one of them has.
All right, thank you for that count. I didn't have that.
And just for the record, for those viewing from home, a copy of it is posted on the website.
Okay, so obviously your first tab is, and also, thank you, Kimberly, for also printing on the tab, all of the table of contents, but it's also in tab 1, where everything is. Tab 2 is your session objectives, which we are going to talk about in just a few minutes and have you agree and adopt those for our day. Tab 3 is your schedule. And I also want to call your attention to what is posted over here. On the side, it's just approximate times for each of the things that we're going to do on the schedule. Please note that they are approximate and they are subject to change. And we're going to do the best we can to keep us on time and on schedule. Tab number 4 is our levels of consensus and the 4 basic beliefs guiding consensus. I will be talking to you about this when I share the facilitation guidelines and then we agree to the ground rules for the day. Tab 5 is giving you the general definitions, and we will also be doing an overview of that as we ensure that we are all on the same page when we are talking about what is mission, what is vision, what are goals, strategies, and these are the elements that can be included in your strategic plan. Tab 6 are verbs. We have a wonderful glossary of verbs. If we get to a point where we are ready to wordsmith, then we have this as a resource. You may also want to use this for your key words when we get to your key focus areas discussion. Tab number 7 is just a worksheet. Now, if we get really stuck and we need to just kind of start from scratch, right? We need to just have a moment. Then we will use this worksheet. I don't anticipate that we're going to need to, but it's there if we need it. Tab number 8, you have 2 purpose or about statements that we're just going to reflect on as part of our discussion in your mission statement. Tab number 5 is your fact sheet to share with you how San Diego Community Power is currently being represented. And also may give you input or support the dialogue in thinking about who San Diego Community Power is and who you are to become. Then we have the results. And I'm asking you not to read any of that until we get there, because we want to have that discussion together. So you have your survey results for mission. You have your vision survey results. And then you have the next tab is your key focus area results from the survey. The last couple documents are a draft table of contents for what we will be creating as a board handbook. And your bylaws, copy of your bylaws, as well as a glossary of terms for those who need a dictionary. Of your jargon is what I call it. And so maybe some of your newer board members might also appreciate that, but I'm going to ask you to speak in really plain, simple words today. Spell it out is what I say, so that we can all be clear on what we're saying, so we don't have alphabets and confusion. And also, if we have people tuning in, that they also are clear in what it is we mean by RA and CCA and PCIA and everything else, right? Okay, so that is your workbook. I'd like for you to now call your attention to your session objectives. Tab number 2. This is what helped us think about this day and what we needed to do and what we were hoping to accomplish. So here are your the objectives for this session. To create San Diego Community Power's organizational mission and vision statements. Preliminary or working. and to identify priorities, key focus areas that support the mission and drive the vision, and any potential big picture priority issues and challenges for 2023 to 2027, which is I'll refer to as your planning window. Number 3 is to celebrate San Diego Community Power's accomplishments, reflect on the board's role and responsibilities, and identify essential content for the board handbook to support onboarding and stewardship. Your number 4 objective is to continue to establish a foundation for effective teamwork as board members. And number 5, to conduct this session in an open, collaborative, collegial manner that ensures full participation of the board and fosters dialogue that honors the views, values, and perspectives of participants, and B, facilitates energy, enthusiasm, and momentum for fulfilling the objectives of this strategic planning session. So I would like to just hear your agreement and however you want to do this. If we're doing informal, thumbs up, right? Thumbs down. Is everyone in agreement? And however Joe would like to do it.
Anybody opposed to the session objectives?
I am unqualified, yes.
I love it. Thank you, Joe.
Bill, do you have any issues with the session objectives? All right.
Nope. Everything good.
Yeah. So we have comfortable consensus.
Awesome.
Or what were the terms? Sorry.
Unqualified.
We have a yes.
Unqualified.
Unqualified, yes.
Basically, I'm
Joe's a fast,
asking-
Joe, look how he's a fast
You
learner.
are satisfied that the
We are
decision.
adopting and agreeing
What
to
tab was it?
Oh,
our session objective.
We have a number 1.
Yes.
All right. I would now also like to kind of create our space for how we're going to dialogue together by asking you to adopt our facilitation guidelines. And so I'm going to share with you what they are and then post them as well in the room. I'll be posting them over here. What is my role? My role as facilitator is to help us stay on time, stay on track, help you really have an effective, productive discussion. And to guide us through so that we are successful in meeting our objectives. So here are your facilitation guidelines. And that is number 1, everyone participates, no one dominates. All are at the table with equal value. We have 1 speaker at a time to facilitate note-taking. I will be taking notes up here, and also we have Kimberly taking notes. So please support us in our note-taking. I'm also going to ask you to watch your butts, B-U-T-S. And what does that mean? Why am I asking you to watch your butts? What happens when someone says, gosh, you really look great, Serge, but, or this is what I think, or I hear that you're saying this, but what does that do? Or what has just been said before it?
Deflates it.
It deflates it, it discounts it, it devalues it. So I'm going to ask you to watch your butts. So as we honor our perspectives today. We also want to avoid right or wrong or either or debates. This is not a debate. This is all about dialogue, right? And all of you already know you work really well together and really honor and respect each other. So I really don't think we're going to have an issue, but these are my general facilitation guidelines that I do with everyone that I facilitate for. And finally, everyone's perspective is valued. I want us all to remember that as we share and also look at what your staff said, what your CAC said, and their views and perspectives in the survey. So the next thing I wanted to do as part of our discussion about ground rules is to call your attention to your levels of consensus, which some of you are already working on. Now, I know you know what consensus means, so we're not gonna go all the way through this document. But I want to just tell you that if we get to a situation where we need to have a consensus, right? Maybe we're having a hard time getting to agreement on something, we may follow this. So your 4 basic beliefs guiding consensus is obviously a cooperative search for solutions. We're going to use disagreement as a positive force. We're going to always remember that every voice matters. And finally, that this whole thing is everything we're doing today, all these decisions that you are going to make, whether preliminary or working, right, agreeing to something, that they're always decided in the best interest of the group. Your levels of consensus are 1 through 6. And basically 1, 2, 3, and 4. If all of you are at a level of 1, 2, 3, or 4, then we are considering that consensus. So 1 is, like Joe was already practicing, and I'm qualified, yes, right? 2 is, I find the decision perfectly acceptable, but I don't think I'm on there. Number 3, I can live with the decision. However, I'm not especially enthusiastic about it. Okay. Who said the maybe? Who was the maybe person? No, I'm not sure yet. Okay. Number 4, I do not fully agree. However, I do not choose to block the decision. We'll stay aside. Okay. So if you are at a 1, 2, 3, 4 today, that's considered consensus. Now, if you're at a 5 or 6, we have to keep talking. We need to figure out what's going on here. We need that voice to be heard and expressed. So I do not agree with the decision and feel the need to block the decision being accepted as consensus. Okay, you're not ready. And number 6 is you're really not ready. I feel that we have no clear sense of unity in the group. We need to do more work before consensus can be achieved. Consensus is achieved again if all participants indicate that they are at levels 4 through 4. So that is your other part of our ground rules, the facilitation guideline and the ground rules. Lastly, I may interrupt you today, and so I'm apologizing in advance. I'm also going to ask Joe to help monitor our discussion. And if I feel like things are going off track and you need to come on back, I'm in advance. If you seem to be going on too long with your comment, and we are maybe need to give people the opportunity to speak, I call this going on and on to the break of dawn. Now, if you're going on and on to the break of dawn, I might interrupt you and ask you to come on back. Okay, so just know, again, and I apologize in advance for interrupting, but again, my job is to keep this train on track. All right, so those are just, all of that just now was our ground rules. And so I'm going to ask all of you to adopt the ground rules and the facilitation guidelines by saying yes.
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 Thank you, Bill. All right, housekeeping. We are going to have a morning break and an afternoon break. We also have a lunch break. We are all grown adults, so the restrooms are just down the hall and to your left. Is the men's room also opposite side? Oh, okay. Could you explain where they need to go?
Down this hall and the left.
You're going to turn left immediately.
Yeah, left.
Okay. I'm also going to ask you to silence your cell phones or turn them off because we need your attention. And again, we are asking you to actively participate and to truly listen, right, for this discussion today. That's your housekeeping items. How are we doing? We're doing great on time. So we are ready to move on to your reflection period. And what I want to say here, and then I'm also going to let Joe get us through this discussion, is this day is going to be like part or foundational for what you're going to do as part of your annual process. Okay, they used to call them retreats. We don't call them retreats anymore. So your annual reflection process, where you're going to be thinking about, what are we doing? What happened with our strategic plan? Where are we with our strategic plan? What has happened with our goals and our objectives? What are our milestones? Where are our key performance indicators? Where are we, right? So that's part of your annual process in reviewing them, right? And then any other tasks or things that you need to do as part of your annual process. So this is to help to set that foundation. And maybe next time we'll be in a much bigger room and we'll be right by the ocean. I'm thinking the National City has a really great facility right by the waterfront. Where we could potentially have our your annual reflection process next year, and in consideration of the strategic plan. So I'm going to ask you right now to reflect. We're going to look back and look forward. Insights and observations. Insights and observations. I'm also going to ask you to celebrate. Celebrate the success of San Diego Community Power. As you look back at where San Diego Community Power was just a few years ago, what it is today, as you look forward, what are some insights or observations? And then we will get to what you're celebrating. So reflecting on San Diego Community Power, not the board, just San Diego Community Power itself. One moment, I just need to get your facilitation guidelines on the wall first. And then we walk out. Reflection exercise. Okay. Insights and observations. Joe, can you lead?
Sure. Be happy
About
to
San
talk
Diego
about.
Community Power.
Sure. Be happy to reflect on our organization. It feels like it's only like a few years ago I started really learning about community choice energy programs and getting up to speed on it, and then seeing how it could help us in the city of Encinitas achieve our goal of reducing greenhouse gases and moving to 100% renewable energy. And it just it moved pretty quickly. We formed a alliance with Chula Vista, San Diego, La Mesa, and Imperial Beach, and it just seemed like, early on, we were a small but mighty organization, and it just now we've come so far. We've launched our municipal accounts, our commercial and industrial accounts, and many of our residential accounts. And so we are now no longer a startup organization, but we are a operational community choice energy program. And so just reflecting upon how far we've come in only 2.5, 3 years, it's just amazing to me. We now are serving energy to a whole lot of folks in San Diego. We employ 15, 16 folks that are working hard on our behalf in a very creative way. And we've come together through so many different challenges, and certainly there are a lot of challenges in the future. So I think it's really important to be here today to kind of think about those challenges and to really think about planning for the future, because there are a lot of challenges that we have on the horizon. And do you want to talk about celebration as well?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, there's a lot to celebrate. I mean, I would say that the coming together of the alliance in the beginning, to form San Diego Community Power, the celebration would be of launching our municipal accounts, launching our commercial industrial accounts, and then individually this year launching our residential accounts, which has been really a source of pride for me and for the entire organization. And then just really kind of getting the message out there and building the brand of San Diego Community Power, and then really getting a great response and having partners out in the wider community that are seeing the value of San Diego Community Power. And I think think it was a testament to what we've done that National City and the County of San Diego decided that this is a really good deal for us, and we want to jump on board. And so now kind of welcoming 2 new members to our fold and to our team, I think is a real big celebration as well, to kind of be really proud of. I think we've done an amazing job at hiring folks, especially a lot of employees that are mission driven and that really link up with our values, including our brand new CEO who's sitting here with us, who I'm inspired by, and I know brings a tremendous amount of experience and energy to this job. And so lots to celebrate. And so I'm really excited.
I think you may have taken a lot of what other people are probably going to say, but that was wonderful. Thank you.
You said but.
Go ahead.
You said but.
Oh, thank you, Steve.
Just saying.
Excuse me, let me take that back. However. There we go. All right, however's okay. All right, thank you. Anyone else like to share? We could go around and have each board member speak, or just speak as you like. What are your insights and observations about San Diego Community Power, and or who or what you are celebrating?
I think the reflections for myself on maybe observations and challenges would be for me primarily internal, and that is organizational readiness, desire, the drive to make sure that the organization internally is ready for adaptability, that it's internally mature, and that it's focused on the mission, because all of us were driven by our belief in the mission, which is, I think I speak for myself, but I don't want to speak for my colleagues, but no doubt we all believe in the mission, which is why we encouraged our jurisdictions to participate in this endeavor in the first place. So it's all about that mission. Celebrations for me, I would characterize progress. I think we made progress in a very complex environment, because undertaking this mission operates in a complex environment on the regulatory side. Anybody that's ever dealt with a CPSD, that is a language unto itself. And I think despite key factors that impact our mission that are largely outside of our control, we've managed to achieve progress in that environment as well. So those are my thoughts on celebration. Can I have permission to use the restroom, please? Some more coffee. Well, I'll wait till everyone's done. I feel like I'm back in grade school, but
Since this is our first strategic planning session, I'm gonna go a little bit further back and celebrate people. People that had the vision to pivot the conversation towards climate action and to establish the long-range goals of what we had to do as municipalities. And then the people that saw CCAs as an important step towards that. And the people that said we can put aside our individual differences as municipalities with their own issues and goals, and said we can work together and collaborate and form San Diego Community Power. And then, as Joe said, the people that hired, mission-driven, that understood. And because you'll hear me say this in a different way as other parts of the day go by, but understood the difference between our ambitious long-range goals in fighting climate change and the very practical requirements of having power in the bank to be able to roll out to such a wide customer base at the get-go. Now, there was a moment there, I suspect, where you kind of talked about it before I got on board, and doing such a great job that y'all did that National City and the county joined in, and how seamless this was. And I'll end with how seamless it was for three of us as brand new board members. We're just able to come right in and be part of the conversation. And everybody was so receptive and warm. We were so warmly received. That says a lot about the organization, is those little moments, those little things you look at. So there is so much to celebrate. And what you'll hear me say is one last thing, is now I'm going to forget where I was going to go with this, was how I'm going to stop there because I totally lost my train of thought. But it's just really, really fantastic. So much to celebrate. It was a short amount of time. How quickly this all was. It's really amazing. And I'll argue that we were still in startup. We're still in that magic moment there. So
Yes.
So I'll go as one of the newer members. I remember having a couple conversations with Mr. Baber, who is, yes, and saying, oh, this is the golden ticket. You have an opportunity to take this golden ticket. Remember, Bill? And it was and it was like, at that point in time, I wasn't ready to do that. It was my first year in office as mayor. And then again, as we take various leadership roles, just really seeing that intersectionality and the regional components of things, seeing that, again, it was very organized. There was a lot of very uniform messaging, but also too just the cohesiveness, I think, of who was on the board existing really helped give me confidence that joining the organization was the right thing to do. And coming from a working class community, environmental justice and just energy procurement, as I've shared before, it's in our DNA, but we may not have that as the number one priority, for the residents. It's roof overhead, food and belly, making sure people are healthy. And this is part of that. And so how we're building it in as a team, I think, is essential. And I would agree with Mr. LaCava that I think, as one of the newer folks, being able to say, hey, you know what? Well, I mean, I jumped right in with the CEO search. So, with me just being able, I'm about that. Let's get goal oriented and let's have those deliverables, but also too, it's process. And being part of this, it's a team. And so I'm very, very proud of that. Still in its infancy, I would agree, because we're still working on those building blocks. We have the people that are motivated and ready to roll, but I think we're still able to really shape that. And again, that golden ticket, I took it. It's now a silver ticket, I think. I didn't take it as golden, but
Congratulations.
yeah, right. But I'm really proud to be part of this team.
All right.
Bill Baber or Serge, any?
So, first of all, I thought what Joe said and Steve said, I number one agree with, so I won't repeat that. Thinking back, when we started this, it was like I'll use an analogy. We were one of those tech geniuses who developed this great app in our garages. And it was brilliant. And then we sold a bunch of VC people and they gave us some money initially. And then we got our little office and we're like, whoa, this is so cool. And we're getting it going, but we're not in that phase anymore. Now we're in we have a full board. Look at all this money that has come in, through, and we're about to go into the second phase. We finally have our first permanent executive director. So we're not in the garage anymore, but we are in a transition phase because we have all these customers online. Whoa, look at this app we have. It has all of these users, and it's a interesting, and I'm excited about it, but there's a whole bunch of new challenges. So what am I happy about? We made it through stage one. We did it from idea to the building it in the garage to getting the VC funding, and now here we are, we're off and running. But I'm pretty sure there's going to be a whole bunch of new challenges ahead of us, but we've got it through the first phase, and that's what I'm excited about.
I'm active listening. So this process, we're used to working at warp speed, at least I am, kind of reflects, I guess, it provides, encapsulates my experience and our city's experience on this board, this organization, is that it has been mission driven. And from the get-go, I found that it was collaborative and consensus driven. I found this very leaderful in the sense that people have been comfortable stepping forth. And we've been in situations behind the scenes where I've been really impressed and inspired by different board members and staff taking the lead on addressing these challenges and bringing people together around it. It's actually very unusual in government to see that. And because it's been mission-driven, collaborative, consensus, and thoughtful, and reflective, the individual interests of cities and the agencies different agencies didn't get in the way. It was actually, it's very, very high impact and high level, right? But also thinking about the short term, the needs of our ratepayers, our constituents, as well as sort of long-term goals. So that's sort of reflective and something that I celebrate because I'm really grateful that our city's part of that process, right? Because I also think it serves as a role model for other processes that we're engaged with. Two, second part of that is the celebration that despite all this whole trajectory that we've outlined, because it's mission-driven, collaborative consensus, we've met these challenges, right, at the highest level, and then met our goals. And that's now hiring an executive director and having this process. So, and more importantly, serving the needs of our ratepayers, which is to have clean energy at a rate that's just a little bit under San Gas Electric. So it's really remarkable. And I think that this process that we're engaged in now sets the tone for I hope we can continue working together because it's really important, really, really important. So that's it. And I just want to thank Joe also. I think Joe really also on the board for getting a facilitator and agreeing to this type of process. Again, it's investment in ourselves and our cities in the process, right? Not just what we do today, but how we manage for the future. So that's it.
Thank you.
Okay, now go pee, or no? Now go back.
All right, are we ready to move on?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that. And for all of you actively listening to each other as you reflect, and so much to celebrate. And you're going to see that in the survey results as well. So much to celebrate. So I want to talk to you now about purpose, your roles, your responsibilities as board members. Obviously, you know what your roles and responsibilities are, but just reflecting now on your position of leadership, your position of stewardship, your position of governance. How are you working today? And it appears that everyone is in agreement of how well we're working together today, how cohesive we are. So this is an opportunity just to reflect on what is it maybe you need to change or improve. Looking back at your bylaws and why you came into existence and what those words mean to you, how you are carrying out your role, your responsibilities as a board. So does anyone have any comments that they'd like to share?
Ultimately, I think it's our role to think strategically and to really kind of to ensure that we're clear about what our mission is, what our vision is, and have a plan for getting to where we want to go.
I would say also to being visionary, taking calculated risks, because we're so new, we can't, risk it, but maybe set the next board up. Really think big, 5 years, 10 years, 25 years. What does this mean? Because we want the organization to have that foundation. I can't just think 2 years from now. It needs to be big.
Okay, I need to pause for a minute. because unfortunately I wasn't actively listening to Joe because I was doing this piece of paper over here. I apologize. Can you summarize real quickly what your comments were? Did I?
Strategic planning.
Just, all I had was that plan.
Yeah.
What about it?
Planning, that it's our role as a board to be planning for the future.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
And especially as we say that there are challenges on the horizon. I mean, to be thinking about where we are as an organization and how we're going to tackle those challenges.
Okay, and then I have summarized Alejandra's comments here, taking calculated risk and setting up the next board to think big. Thank you. Yes, sir.
To ensure continued organizational health. And that, I think I've said this, maybe others, that we can do things in the future only if the organization is strong, right? But, so it really depends on, that's the foundation, and then the board is strong as well.
That's a good point. I mean, when we're thinking about what our goals are, where we want to go, I mean, at the same time, we need to be thinking about that positive culture within our organization, and where are we at with that the organization, and how can we ensure that, as Steve said, that it's adaptable, it's nimble, it's able to kind of to reach those goals that we've set for ourselves.
I would say to that, we can't be so nimble that we get out of our lane. That has to stay focused. Yeah, so yes, flexibility, but it's just also too, we're not gonna get them water. Or are we? I mean, I don't know. Because we talked about even, when we were talking about CEO search, yes, it's the enrollment right now and getting everybody on board, but then it's that visionary and the actual battery, the capturing of the energy. So how do we get there?
I think it raises an interesting question about how hands-on the board is. Now that we have a permanent CEO, are we simply providing oversight of what the CEO is doing, bringing forward, or how much do we as a board drive that conversation? I think my sense is, and I'm still kind of new to this, is that we are more hands-on, more driven, given the smallness and the intimacy of this organization. And see the work with the CEO as kind of a partnership. You're driving, the CEO driving the day-to-day operations, and we're providing the oversight and the vision and the direction for the organization. So
I think that's a critically important point, because I do think that as Steve was saying earlier, like or Bill, our cities kind of really, our member agencies really form SDCP, and really truly believe in it and invested so much in it. And so I'm, as a board member, wanting to be very involved and making sure that we're doing everything we can do to ensure success and added value for our customers and for our residents above and beyond what they currently have. At no time are we mimicking what already exists, that we're adding value to the marketplace.
Sort of legacy building always, right? I mean, you're thinking about, particularly when you are a board that's part of a launch or a stand-up, right? There's both the demand and appropriateness to helping to set expectations for the participating members around the development of the organization in terms of its culture, frankly. Setting that culture up early, that framework early, and on the right track. Making sure that mission and constantly evolving and reevaluating how we deliver on that mission in a better and better way is always growth in the organization. There's accountability and clarity. So I think typically you see boards a little more hands-on in the early years of an organization because you're birthing it. And that leadership is expected and is necessary. And when you get the basic instruments in the organization that are all functioning and executing in a healthy and productive way, then it's set up to evolve around those key principles and cultural expectations about what is the focus and how we roll, as they say, right? And so I think it's kind of it's an honor to be part of an organization and be a member of the board in the inception phases, as opposed to coming in years later. It's almost a different role. So I'm very mindful of that.
Connected to what Steve is saying, and also the strategic planning for the future, should we say that on an annual basis that it's one of our responsibilities to have this kind of reflective moment? Yeah.
Because you will also be monitoring that strategic plan. Your CEO is going to be reporting to you of the progress. And then as part of that, your reflection.
Mr. Baber, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
First of all, everything said before me was great, so I'll figure out something to add that hasn't been said. Just to remind us all the duty we owe to our cities, and there's nothing but cities here, so I'll use that word. Because if you go back and think, why are we here? It's because our cities were obligated under California law to do a climate action plan. And when you dug into those climate action plans, you realize this is virtually unachievable without moving to a clean energy, renewable energy. So, if we fail, our city's climate action plans are going to fail, and that's going to cause all sorts of problems. We owe a duty to, we're unlike any other elected body I can think of, because we all owe a duty to our voters. We're all elected, but we also owe a duty to ratepayers in our cities. So they can complain about me in two ways. They can complain about me as an elected official, and they complain about me as the guy who's raising the rates. Who else has that burden on them? And so when you think about our duties, it's like we represent the cities in such a unique way. The climate action plans are counting on us. The ratepayers are counting on us. It's a heavier burden. I don't feel this burden at Sandag or at the other places, but this is unique, and I don't think we should ever lose that essence of the sort of the pressure that's on us to deliver back home.
Bill, I feel that at Sandag, just so you know.
I really like what Bill said, because I think there is this unique thing about this isn't just a separate organization that we all happen to be a part of, that we all volunteer our time, or I guess we're not volunteering our time anymore, right? But it actually is an extension of our individual cities, our individual roles as elected officials. And Bill points well taken. So about the role that we fit and why being hands-on really is, I think, unique to this board, perhaps more than some of the other roles and other outside appointments. So it really is a responsibility to help our individual cities meet their climate action goals, in addition to putting this hat on and being responsible to the customers and the ratepayers. So, and I was going to get sentimental and talk about the children, their future, and what this planet looks like. So, not straying too far from that, as I helped a bunch of high schoolers adopt a resolution to stop oil drilling in the state of California. You really get moved when you hear about those younger voices. So I'm going off point here a little bit, but I think it gets back to this why this board should be more hands-on and a partnership with the CEO. So.
And just for clarification, you're saying hands-on right now until things are in place where you can become more of your oversight, stewardship, governance role as your new CEO comes on board as well. You're not saying hands-on throughout and continue hands-on.
I will say the definition of hands-on will evolve
Yes,
from very hands-on to softly hands-on.
yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Just wanted to make sure I was clear.
But yeah, you
Thank
got it.
Sir.
Actually, I'd like to add on to that point, because you're right, I think the hands-on is startup mode, and then, development mode. Right now, we're in, phase 2, really, maybe phase 3. But definitely think the governance and oversight role. I think the hands-on role reflected the strong sort of backgrounds in clean energy, sustainability of the original board members. I don't include myself, but my colleague Mark was, owned that domain as I think the kind of founding board members did. So again, I think if you add new people on, they may not have that sort of background, right? That hands-on nature may change, but anyway.
That's one point too, which is when new board members come on, our responsibility is to orient them and get them as part of the team as quickly as possible.
Yes. This actually is a great time to move on to our next part of the discussion, unless we have other comments. We're revisiting your purpose as your board, anything you want to improve on, change. I think this is a really great discussion on just reflection and how we be hands-on and how that will be evolving over time, especially once you get that strategic plan in place. You get your mission established, you get your vision established, your goals, etc. So what we have next for you is we've been right now, we've just spent the last couple minutes reflecting on your insights, your observation. We want to talk about your needs right now. And so we are going to talk to you about a board handbook. And as the new board members may have a little bit more, maybe some more ideas of what we can add to this proposed draft of the new board handbook. This is kind of like the orientation handbook that new board members will receive. It's also going to be your one-stop shop for everything you need as a board member. So I'd like to call your attention to tab number 13 for your draft table of contents. Your draft table of contents. Draft board handbook table of contents, tab 13. Can you please turn to that? There we have some ideas on what should be included. Some of them obvious, and some of them not. Maybe just some good ideas to have. So we just wanted a review of that, and then ask you if there's anything in addition that you would like to see as part of your board handbook.
Steve.
I think it would be helpful, and it may already be somewhere within some of these other enumerated elements, but a history of CCA, generally not a treatise, but, or some prospectus about the whole theory behind the origins of this model, right? And how a little bit of the history and what the operating theory, but I think as part of the handbook, that should be part of that, some kind of background.
Story.
Yeah.
That's cool. And then even like the narrative of like, not only the narrative, like the history of CCAs, but of SDCB.
Yeah.
And Steve and I as yeah. Beginning members.
Give it to Mikey the
So
cereal.
yeah, eventually you're gonna have a timeline, right?
Right.
Yeah. We actually have some of this stuff already on our website. That's pretty good.
Joe,
Oh, Bill, sorry.
One of the important things that we go through in multiple ways, I'll describe it as the relative weight of our cities. It affects, City of San Diego is huge compared to La Mesa. It also affects some, if we ever get into the weighted voting model, it's really important, I think, to always be reminded that how big each city is, what their load is, what the percentage of their vote is, because those affect us in decisions in there. And we'll get into these meetings, Joe, where I go, where's that list of how big Encinitas is versus La Mesa and how big San Diego is? I'd love to have that in that book, the relative sizes of our members, how it affects the weighted vote, how it affects the load, how it affects the income of how much money is moving in and out. It's important to remember because we're all, we're 7 different sizes.
All right, I think it's
What are we calling that for? Is that something that?
voting shares. I think it may be in the bylaws. We actually said, we
But-
may set on an annual basis.
Voting shares is one of them, but it's helpful to remember the load differences between the 3 cities too.
All right.
Yeah.
Load difference?
Yeah, it's
I
the
think
collective relative weight of the 7 members in a variety of ways.
And I think to the point of the story, just what our contribution is for our individual climate action plans, but what are we doing for the greater good? I mean, that's the more qualitative, analysis, but I would say, to the kids that we're helping, the people that are engaging, I think that's important too. Again, how you put that in here, it's not Robert's rules, it's not a Brown Act, it's not a formal, but I think those little stories do make a difference, but also to how legitimately we are able to perform and show deliverables to our constituencies. So I don't know if there's a snapshot of each of our specific neighborhoods, this is what happened here. And so as part of it, it would have just a generic, but maybe there's a dashboard of each city's, enrollment, kind of what we got the last board meeting for each of the cities. And so that way it's comprehensive, so they can go in, okay, this is what this means.
I actually had snapshot before you even said it, so
See,
we're on the
think
same,
that-
we're on the
think
same
I-
page.
right,
But
right.
we were thinking about that before, having that, Lisa, I
We
think
have.
we actually were debating that before, putting it in there. And so maybe we'll put it in there, have like kind of
Dashboard?
a dashboard, which would give you information on each of the individual cities, kind of their power consumption, their load, their percentage for voting purposes. Although in the bylaws, from a practical standpoint, the bylaws would also from, how do you get an item on the agenda, how, voting and all of that stuff should be contained within the bylaws. But the snapshot could just give people that information again, okay, the city of San Diego, has 1.4 million people and 600 to 700,000 customers, and it has, such and such, gigawatt of energy per year, and this is what their profile looks like, and they have 58% or voting privilege or whatever it is, 55. It doesn't change.
62, I think, is it?
It's capped. It's actually, their voting privilege is actually within the JPA, because that was actually agreed to ahead of time, so it never ever changes. It only goes down.
I call these up 1 second. Energy, how would you classify that? You're talking about.
I said energy load or profile. Profile would be cool.
Hey, Joe,
Yeah.
as an add-on to that, it's very helpful to remember, for me to note, our different climate action plans have different goals. I think, whether it's we're going to meet this, the city has to meet this goal in 2035, 2040, 2045. It's helpful to know what the other 7 members' goals are, because sometimes I'll hear people arguing for things and I'm going, why are they doing that? And I realize they've got to hit their goal faster than we have to hit their goal. It's just, you don't have to put the entire climate action plan in, but those common goals of when you have to hit your clean energy target is really helpful to know about the 7 cities.
Yeah, I think we're all, is it San Diego, that's 2030?
No, 2035.
All right, we're Encinitas is 2030, I think.
Yeah,
We're at 35 too. So right there, you can see that we have some variations.
And this will come up too when, as staff is coming back, at some point we'll have a goal, and as we get past launch, a goal of how do we reach that 2030? I mean, in the instance of Encinitas, we're already at 100%, but like, how do we reach one, as an organization, 2030? What are the benchmarks? What are the steps moving toward 2035 to reach all that?
Something that I'm just thinking very generically, I think what we're describing here is collectively speaking for myself, my own understanding of what I hear the group saying is we're talking about a handbook that really should be a comprehensive living document that gives not just the brass tacks, but gives context and history. And Ali triggered something on the dashboard conversation. One of the things I really like, I think maybe it might be helpful when we get into program, is to be able to include in the handbook as part of the dashboard, a glimpse at the status of program and all the members, where we are with community benefit program, what's being invested where, and so that a new board member understands who's doing what, where as a result of the return on that investment. And I think that gives some really good perspective for a new member who's now going to have to think beyond just their own jurisdiction.
See, if I could build on that, one of the things we've been thinking about, it's not a handbook, it's a video, presentation and a video, because as you mentioned, the founding members had a lot of energy background and new board members may not. And so one thing we thought would be helpful for both for the board and the CAC could be a video where Byron's talking, and with the help of civilian, Byron's talking about power, how we buy power, what it means, that the challenges we have about how much we need versus where we can get it, just thinking about the balance. And then what's SDG&E's role? How do they fit in? What's been, the activity there? And then on the program side, where are we thinking about programs? What types of programs? What was the result of the community power plan? There's a way we could do this, perhaps with a video with our experts speaking to the pieces. And then every time you have a new board member, it comes with a handbook
Right.
and a PowerPoint video. And there's so much we can convey much more quickly and effectively through presentation with a video that might be really helpful for the board members.
And it may have the dual benefit of also modules for staff members, new staff members that come in. So we could have a link to the board handbook, and then maybe as you kind of go in with the kind of different subtopics, there could be a link to like Byron or somebody else talking about, like, if you want to know more about this. Yeah, this will also fit into, because one of the things that we have been talking about in terms of how agendas flow, from the program perspective with Colin or Eric with finances or any number of these things, that we would have a dashboard. So instead of like big old kind of presentations, we would have a dashboard that would say kind of really quickly, this is where we're at in terms of opt-ins, opt-outs, opt-downs or whatever. And this is what our successes with our programs, or this is where we're at in our budget. So it would be kind of more dashboards. So that could also, the synergy of the kind of introducing the dashboards here, and then also the real-time information on a monthly basis.
Also too, it's good if we're able to use that data, because we're still formulating our CAP 2.0 right now. We're still in our infancy. So if I can use, I'm not about necessarily recreating the wheel. Let's maximize what's already out there. Let's leverage it. And if those data points I can use, in a very succinct, easy way, then why not? It's kind of mutual. If I don't have to recreate it, then I'm going to follow the lead of our overachiever and Encinitas partners who are already 100%. Oh my gosh.
No, I agree. We should also be adding value to each of the member agencies, so that as they're basically having to update their caps or doing whatever they're doing, we're also a resource to them and we're sharing information with them.
Yep.
It goes both ways, yeah.
Okay, so I just want to pause for a moment to talk to you about the challenge of the dashboard items. And this is why we had some on here as ideas, but then we decided to take them off just because of the whether or not these documents are changing too quickly to include in your handbook. Okay? Because you would probably receive these updates at your board meetings or as they change. So I think that you would, once you get to what would be fruitful or beneficial, that would be a dashboard appropriate for the board handbook versus things that are going to be changing on a more regular basis.
But I think what Alejandro was talking about was more kind of like a snapshot in time in terms of like, this is what, for an orientation, this is what the city of San Diego's energy profile is today.
Yeah.
And so it wouldn't change.
Right. And so I had that the dashboard of the city, but this is the dashboard of the other things like the finance.
Oh, so that wouldn't be on the handbook. I'm sorry,
Opt-outs.
I apologize for confusing. I think that dashboard on a real-time basis of opt-ins and all that stuff wouldn't be within the handbook, but it would be when staff, instead of giving really large presentations at our board meetings, Eric Washington, who's our CFO, could just simply have a dashboard of where we're at in terms of our financials, or Colin, who's our director of programs, could say, okay, this is the dashboard in terms of our programs, or whatever, whomever. But the dashboard would be real-time information, would be on a monthly basis, and it would save us for meeting for.
So not an handbook, it's a monthly basis.
Okay, Lisa, what I'm hearing the group say is an orientation package. And the package includes a handbook. It might include a presentation with a video link. It might include some snapshots of from the last board meeting. Often it'll include, we did this in my prior roles, you'd have your last package from your last board meeting that would be part of an orientation package for a new board member. That's what I think.
If I can just clarify, I think what I associate myself with what you just said. I think at the end of the day, for a new board member onboarding, whether that's all in one document or whether it's through a handbook combined with a video, combined with access to a dashboard that's updated in real time. For me, my thinking is a new board member should be able to look at the basics, and that should include the current status of program throughout the whole service territory. And that's something that isn't changing every day or every month. It's something that's settled on, approved, and implemented within several periods of time. And so they should be able to act, whether that's the same document or it was part of the dashboard, digital document or whatever, but they should have portals to all that information that gives them that broader picture. So they're well informed. And they don't have to rely on trying to piece it together through attending different board meetings and reading staff reports over a period of time. So they've got one place to go.
Exactly.
And they can get all that information.
That's the intent of this whole
It's
discussion.
important even like that each board member is fully they're out in the community letting people know and celebrating STCP. And so we're adding value to the space. We're not just the utility, but we're adding value. And so how are we adding value? And how are we ensuring that affordability is top of mind, and any other program that we want to have that's going to help all of our customers kind of come with us as we're going on this journey of 100% renewable energy.
So the other thing I want to add to this great conversation is, for a small organization, we have JPA agreement, we have bylaws, now we're going to have handbook, getting a little bit complex in my mind. Remembering who board members are, they're all elected officials. So we don't need a section on the Brown Act. We don't need Robert's rules, except to say this board operates under the Brown Act, period. And all of us will know that automatically. And the same thing with the Robert's rules. I think I really like what Steve was kind of referring to is, I think actually a couple of folks, is snapshots about our different cities, because that would be hard for somebody coming from city X to then understand what the other board member cities are doing. That I think would be helpful. And I think, and maybe I'm mistaken, but some of the things that Joe, you're referring to, I think, shouldn't that be on our website? I mean, shouldn't that stuff be accessible to the public, or do you think some of that is not quite ready for prime time?
In terms of dashboards?
The dashboard kind of thing.
Well, I think that we should share as much information on programs and successes that we have. So I would leave it to staff to kind of upload it and ensure that the website can carry as much capacity as possible, or to the greatest extent possible. But I think that for the monthly board meetings, so that they're kind of smooth and that we're not kind of diving into finances like too deep, like you have like kind of dashboards.
Yeah.
And I think that the Brown Act and the Robert rules, I mean, hopefully we're not reinventing anything. We're just kind of downloading something that already exists and you're putting in there. So it's almost like filler. But I agree that like in some ways, like it's redundant.
Should,
not,
so
it's
are
surplusage.
we all, are you in agreement that you don't need
I think it, oh, sorry for saying, but,
that? However.
but I would say that like if you have a handbook for an elected official, it doesn't have Robert's rules or Brown Act, it just seems like it has to be in there. It is
It's like your
surplusage.
bylaws, man, it definitely has to be in there.
It's surplusage, but it's like, it has to be there. I don't know.
No, parking lot, purpose of board meetings, because I'm teasing that out and, sort of like hands-on versus sort of like governance oversight, sort of where we've been with board meetings, just information overload, micro detailing everything, versus, what are the issues the board has to sort of do oversight and governance on, reflective, sort of like, I think we've all struggled with that. I think those are some things, hopefully now with obviously from the CEO, ED, that we really think about, because I think that's been part of the issue, right? It's like we're just evaluating micro details for the whole organization for every aspect of the organization, every meeting. We're not doing the work that anybody else, that's a parking lot issue.
So board meetings, the efficiency maybe is what you're talking about?
Efficiency, but it's also really the purpose of the board and the purpose of board meetings.
I agree. I mean, it's something that we've kind of, we've been going through growth with. I think it was also used as an opportunity for some new board members who are very creative to want to have FaceTime with the board. And so to kind of really share with us everything they know. So I think we've kind of gotten back to where, okay, what's the board's role and what's the decision for the board? And so that we're not spending as much time. And that's even kind of why I'm talking about dashboards. So that we would have information that we need readily accessible. We don't have to spend too much time on it.
Well, and just to piggyback on that, all of us are running cities, and the city council meetings aren't an annual summary from every department head on what they're doing every month. Otherwise, we'd be there for. And so I think that, to me, that's a good segue into really the purpose of the board in this sort of, phase 3 or phase 4 process. Really, what is the board, the planning part, right? What are the issues we're addressing? So anyway.
I think to Joe's point about what we're already in here, kind of explaining the Brown Act, Robert's rules. The other is as part of the joint powers authority, just the reporting processes. Again, I know we do get reminders from Kimberly and our attorney and everybody else, but I think just letting people know that it's the same filing period. So just an FYI filing for any FPPC reporting should be in there. I don't know where, but just a heads up, because just like any other of our boards, we do have to report, especially if there's any work with SDG&E or any power authorities.
Good. So annual compliance. We have to do other compliance stuff too, right? Not only Form 700.
Yeah.
Sexual harassment, ethics.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, are we adding to something here?
Yeah.
Annual
Ethics,
yes.
sexual harassment, and
We had that on there before. Ethics.
But if
Annual
you do it separately,
compliance.
you don't have to do it again.
exactly.
If you do it
So it's one
If you do it
time.
with your home agency or something,
It
that's
complies.
But
But you
you have
still
to
have to
know.
renew certificates to Kimberly.
So ethics, annual compliance, are you also HR? Or no, just leave those.
Not
Ethics,
yet, but
sexual
I would
harassment.
imagine that when we build out that team, that Karen and her staff may wanna have some modules or compliance. We're talking about HR in the future, like there's no HR compliance right now, but like in the future, are there things that would apply to the board? I don't know. Probably, maybe not.
No, everything,
There'd be staff.
we're abided by the state of California regulations on,
Right.
sexual harassment or whatever, and then the sort of other issue, but the other trainings were part of the direct.
Supervisor training,
Sorry,
sometimes you have to do
you're
supervisor.
right.
Yeah.
So that, it probably is important to have that in there, so.
So that was what, if you see, look at the list, this has future documents, information number 3, that was what we were thinking about and including there.
Perfect.
conflict of interest, confidentiality, that would also then be your ethics.
I don't think we should call that best practices, it's the law.
Right.
Compliance.
Well, some of that was,
Some of that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
so yeah, so let's call, what do we wanna call that then? Just
Legal
compliance,
Compliance.
legal, compliance? That's the compliance section. Okay. So.
You're gonna get like 5 emails about from Kimberly.
Okay. Unless we, Bill, did you have anything you'd like to contribute? Oh, your microphone's off?
We can read lips too.
I think we're moving in the right direction.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, so we are at a point where I had planned for us to take a break in about 10 minutes. So what I think we'll do now though is go ahead and take our break and then come back to start our next section. Are there any questions or
No.
any comments before we go to break?
No.
10 minutes. Great. Come on, Steve. Come on, Steve.
We can do it, right?
We can do it.
Should be our first test.
Who's gonna do the facilitation and send out?
Yes.
Yes. Something important.
Good point.
Sorry?
Good point.
Well,
I mean, your critique on our evolving board process and bring it back to focus.
actually, I realized my last board meeting was wild, it's like, I told my board president, board chair, it's like, you know, I felt, had our staff spend all the time talking about sort of like, you know, giving a report, you know,
What, the 10-minute?
10 minutes?
I know you want to. I'll let you go on a little bit.
Yeah,
But we're on time. We're on.
that's right. We were here.
We were here.
Yeah. I love Alejandro, I overheard you say, is the bell ring?
The bell rang.
Yeah.
I do have a bell.
I think you
Every
oughta
good facilitator has one.
not be shy.
If you don't act right, I'm gonna have to use it.
Oh, snaps.
Oh my God, we're late.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all your fault, sir.
Thanks, sir.
So who do we? Guess we need our legal counsel. All
There he is.
right, you wanna get started? Are we recording?
Yep.
All right, so we're back in the record after our short break.
And Bill's back with us? All right.
Bill? Hi, Bill.
So we are gathered here today. Remember, we started this morning with me talking about gathering and the importance of gathering, and the purpose of gathering. So it's so funny every time I say that thing about us being at a wedding or something. We are gathered here today to, before I think about Princess song, we are gathered here today to get through this thing called life. But we are gathered here today for a really important purpose. And we are gathered here today to begin this journey of creating San Diego Community Power's first strategic plan. So this is not going to be a simple task, as you can imagine, or a simple endeavor, but it will be one of the most important roles that you play in setting the strategic direction of the organization. According to Board Source, they say that strategic planning is a disciplined approach to deciding what an organization is, what it does, and why it does it, with a focus on the future. Ultimately, this strategic plan and this process is going to help SDCP get clear on where to focus its energy and plan for the future. It's going to bring clarity and agreement on your priorities and goals. It's going to create that shared vision and plan so that you'll be able to plan for that desired outcome. It's going to help you anticipate and manage change and also guide your decision making. It is also going to yield great unity, teamwork, improved communication, the spirit of collaboration, and a renewed commitment to your organization. And finally, create the alignment. Again, one of the themes of our day, creating the alignment for your organization itself, your board, your staff, your CAC, your stakeholders, and your community. So I would like to now provide an overview of what we have embarked upon together as part of the strategic planning process, and then where we're headed. So, as you all recall, we started off with a survey, right? And many of you had the opportunity to meet you virtually via briefings on the survey launch. So we started with the survey, and the purpose of that survey was obviously to give me, your facilitator, insight into what everyone is thinking. What are your perspectives and views, your things you're challenged by, strengths, right? Your opportunities. So it was also an opportunity to gather data for the creation of your mission and your vision statement, your key priorities, and then also for session 2, working on the organizational culture, organizational health aspects, also the core values, your goals, right? And then some teamwork and relationship building, right? So this is initially what we had planned for, and why we have our session 1 and our session 2. As mentioned, you had the board, staff, and your CAC participate in the survey, and it was open-ended 14-question survey. We launched and we relaunched so that we could give everyone at least an opportunity to participate in the survey. Okay, so everyone, and we really worked hard to try to make sure everyone was at least given that one opportunity to participate. And so what had happened, I think you're going to be, excited about what you're going to see as a part of these results. But it was an incredible range of perspectives, and there was alignment, and there was a lot of being all over the map too. And I'll share with you my own insights and observations in a few minutes. But I wanted to share with you how fantastic your response rate was. 85%. That's pretty amazing. For most surveys out there, you usually don't even get to 80, right? So I just want to say it was really great to see that people really wanted, right, to participate and did so passionately. All right, so let's get into kind of just the process and how this rolls into the actual design of the strategic plan, what's going to happen after today. And so after today's session, what you're coming out at, what our outcomes are, our expected outcomes, we're going to be asking staff to walk away with this mission and vision statement draft and also these key focus areas and ask them to come up with some recommended goals based upon those key focus areas and priorities. And they're going to bring that back to your June session. Okay, so our June strategic planning session, we're going to present the recommended goals. Okay. Then at the June board meeting, this is going to be the opportunity for review, public comment consideration. You're going to then formally adopt and vote on your mission and vision statements. So we're making sure we're incorporating your public process into this as well. And also finalize your priorities and key focus areas. What happens after that? Karen, take the torch and pick up the torch and lead her staff, right, in designing and creating that strategic plan. And they will also make the determination on the additional elements of what that strategic plan is going to look like, of course, for your consideration. We will need to make sure that we include the CAC also, because they can be great contributors in terms of what you need to get from the community to support the design of the strategic plan. And then this whole process could be 3 to 5 months, just going to depend upon the speed, the efficiency of getting all this information together for the design of the plan. So it could be 3 to 5 months. 5 months from now, it's at the board meeting and you're adopting your final strategic plan. So that is the overview of the process. Any questions?
And remember, it's a 5-year plan.
Yes. And that changed, by the way. It was like 2-year plan, 3-year, 5-year. And it was, that evolved because in the context of what's going on in the world and trying to plan in the middle of a pandemic, all of those different challenges, I'm sure may have been market challenges as well, right? So that's why we were kind of at different stages of trying to figure out what is the planning, and we came to agreement that we would do the 5-year plan. Okay. Any other questions or comments before we move on? All right, let's get into some survey data. This question is, what do you think about the current strengths or successes of San Diego Community College? Did we lose Phil? No, he's there. He just turned the video off. Okay, just make sure. First of all, I just want to say there were a zillion compliments about the staff and about your board. So I just wanted to just cull out some of these multitude of adjectives used to describe your staff: experienced, dedicated, knowledgeable, talented, committed, passionate, diversity of skills and strengths, collaborative. In general, people speaking of this team, which can be related to all of you and or specifically the staff, dedicated to mission, collaborating and communicating, awesome leadership, and overall strong team. Then there would be specific comments about the board and the cohesiveness of the board of directors, engaged, knowledgeable, respected board that is invested in SDCP success. The board, the staff, and the CAC are committed, hardworking, and motivated. The community board staff have environmental justice awareness and want to create an equitable system. Then we had a lot of comments with regard to just the community itself. What are our strengths? What are our successes, right? So that that SDCP is a community organization, that you have the community support, that you have this number of communities signed up, and that you're building trust in the community. You're staying true to your commitments. Overall, people were feeling that you were unified on these key areas here: cost competitiveness, renewable energy targets, civic engagement, worker protections, creating an equitable system. But wait, there's more. Additionally, your strengths and successes include so much about what you shared earlier about the things that you are so celebrating today, right? You have accomplished so much in so little time. You are a startup, yet you are a startup, right? And look at the progress that's been made, right? Your success in your startup phase, your startup phases, right? That you are the second largest CCA. I don't know if that's changed since the survey, but second largest CCA, yet you are a startup, right? That you've had the success rolling out commercial, industrial, municipal, residential, accounts during these very challenging times. That you had this excellent startup phase, but specifically focused on execution of power agreements and launching service. But wait, there's one more slide about your successes. And this is where we talk about some of the energy successes that you've had. I'll just start sharing here. Potential to substantially reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The early procurement of renewable power, the number of solar installs already existing, right? That you are a solution to climate change, that you're giving people a choice, an alternative option. You had a lot of people talk about how proud they are of the image of the organization, that you are credible and that you're continuing to build that credibility, that trust, that your brand name is on point and representing you well in San Diego region, and that you're becoming known in the CCA space. So that is an overview of the many, many successes and strengths of SDCP as expressed by all of you. Now we have to talk about the flip side. But I always think about challenges as opportunities versus challenges as weakness or threats, right? So let's talk about it. Well, you had a challenge of finding that permanent CEO. And now everybody, you can check the box. You did it. And here we have your new CEO on board. Energy prices and managing risks related to price volatility. Keeping cost of electricity down, load forecasting, building sufficient reserves, financial stability and liquidity, maintaining affordable rates, that market volatility and price volatility, but we have market volatility and uncertainty. And then we have the regulatory, right, arena, regulatory uncertainty, and then the California regulatory framework in which you have to operate. We do have some additional challenges as well. On our next slide, we had less challenges than we had strengths, right? But there were some comments about needing to improve in the area of alignment, all of you being on the same page as you move forward. So that's a challenge, but it's also an opportunity, right? And that falls within the area of your organizational development, your organizational health, your culture, right? And the concern of that and ensuring that that really becomes who everyone wants and hopes it to be. And because you're a startup, it's difficult, you know, there's growing pains within any organization as a startup, right? So you're gonna have that, right? Until you decide the strategic direction and then everyone gets on the same page with all that, right? The goals as well. So that was a challenge. Customer lack of understanding of CCA. Growth at the speed needed to support customers. So I was talking about staffing challenges and having to hire up, ramp up quickly with the staffing. Community support. So it's interesting because community support was a strength, right? But also it's a challenge because, right, you're thinking about going forward in all the other cities, right, that you would like to bring on board and or, you know, make the potential of opt-outs, yes, if you will, right? So community support, opt-outs, looking to have more communities on board or east and or north counties.
Really quick, what do you call them, Chair? Instead of opt-outs, what do you call them?
Yeah, I've seen a couple different things. I've heard opt-outs was in the survey, opt-ups,
Well, I think
opt-ins.
Opt-outs would be people that are customers that are moving from STCP back to the unbundled customer with SDG. Then you have people that are opting up or down because they may, like in the instance of Encinitas, they may be at 100 and maybe they want 50%, or you know, you may be at 50% and you want 100. So it's just kind of opting up. Or I don't know if there's any other definition.
Yeah, just since we are talking about what, you know, how we're defining things. I know this is part of the survey, but just being able to also to break that out for us, because opting out, I would just think, hell no, I'm not joining. But if there's that, you know, up, over, down, it's important to know.
Okay, and we have this last two. There's one more. A challenge, though, was interesting because the brand recognition and the image of the organization was a strength, but also a challenge. So brand recognition and trust, and you're just continuing to grow that. Messaging, you know, making sure you're consistent in your messaging and what is the right message, right? And outreach, of course. And then finally, public perception. This was considered a challenge. So that is a summary of the responses to that question of what is or are the biggest challenges at CCP in 2021 and 2027. Okay. You're gonna see the results of the 3 survey questions. I've just shown you the results of 2, the strengths, the challenges. You're also going to see 1 more, and then you're gonna see the rest of the survey results at your session 2. But I want to just give you an overall summary from my own insights and observations, and there are 6 things that there was a lot of alignment around, and I've kind of already said this, that your success as a startup, right, through different phases, people particularly spoke about phase 2 and phase 3 and those being successful in the survey, that you were aligned a lot on your strengths and your successes, that you have the right people, you have the right team, you have the right people, and that you're all very devoted, committed, and passionate about what you're doing and who you are. Your obstacles, your challenges or obstacles. You're a startup, right? And so ramping up and trying to keep pace with meeting the needs of customers in your residential, right? Your phase 3, what a challenge that has been, having the staff to support that. Navigating uncertainties, and that came in a lot of different areas, but with your rates, your fees, opt-outs, market volatility, and then with the pandemic. And then finally, I think that, sorry, there's 2 more. You really have competing interests and needs. You're not on the same page, right? And hence why we are doing this process and trying to create the alignment and the strategic direction of the organization. And that we really need clarity around a couple different things. And this speaks to the organizational health and development component, right? And that is clarity, right? Not only for the direction of the organization, but your clarity of roles and responsibilities, right? And you've already talked about, your role as a board and how that's going to be evolving and how you're hands-on, right? It's going to eventually change over time, especially with the addition of your new CEO. Okay, so that is kind of my insights and observations. I would like to now kind of get us on track to start discussing your strategic plan elements of your strategic plan. And so we were getting ready to start the discussion on your mission statement. But I want to remind you of a couple things, and that is the definitions on tab 5 of your workbook. We're going to be going deeper into the first 2 today. The vision and mission. Values will be at, and goals will be at your session 2. So vision, what does the organization should look like, feel like, in doing it, and be like it a point in the future. Mission, societal need the organization meets, and it answers the question of why. So we're going to go into a lot more detail. But again, I'm providing this page so that we're all on the same page in defining what we mean by mission and vision, and then other elements later on in our process. So I'm going to start our discussion on mission statement. But let me get to I got your strategic planning terms. And this is basically along the same lines as the way it was asked in the survey. So it would give us certain data points to work with, okay? So if you recall, there were 4 questions that answer the question of what a mission statement is. They are statements of purpose, but they're different than the purpose statement in your bylaws, in your JPA, in your integrated resource plan. That's what it's called, right? In your IR integrated resource plan. Right. So it's a statement of purpose in a different way. A statement of purpose that expresses a societal need an organization fills. It answers these 4 questions. Who are we? What do we do? Who do we do it for? And why? Who do we do it? Now, if you were going to go out and do a survey of all the different mission statements out there in the world, you would be shocked by shock and awe, because not every mission statement follows this, okay? But that is what we're doing to help us get clear on the key elements of a mission statement. And then we can, massage the language from there is what I call it, okay? But these are the key questions that we're going to answer. And so I do have a couple examples for you to take a look at that are relatively good, great, or good examples to just consider. Microsoft's mission statement is it's a technology company whose mission is to empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. Awesome. Isn't that interesting?
Have to update and upgrade every 6 months.
That's part of.
Let's take a look at the water authority. Joe, you knew I had to throw the water authority in there. By the way, disclaimer, I worked at the water authority. Already did my disclaimer. I worked at the city of San Diego. But I don't have to. The water authority's mission is to provide a safe and reliable supply of water to its member agencies serving the San Diego region. I love how the
only thing we've added
simplicity.
is affordability.
Okay. And this is what was current on the website.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. And also in their business plan, et cetera, all the other documents that I saw. But look at the simplicity, people. And I want to make sure you're not thinking this needs to be some extravagant, right? What do you call it? 50-pound words. This speaks to the simplicity of what a mission statement can be. You want clarity. You want people to get it, right? You shouldn't have to explain the mission statement.
And the beauty of that too is because water authority exists in a similar way to STCP in that that really, like for me, San Diego Water District is what people see all the time. They don't see water authority. And so what is the water authority?
Exactly.
It delivers safe and reliable water in
To the member agencies, right? It doesn't actually bring you the water, right? The member agencies deliver, right? They take it, they siphon it off the canals. No, the water authority siphons it off the canal. Okay, let's take a look at the port. Now, this is a little bit lengthier, but what I question here is, why did they include this list, right? It's important that they did, okay? So the Port of San Diego will protect the Tidelands Trust resources by providing economic vitality and community benefit. That's the who, right? It's the what and the who, right? And the why. So kind of all of that is encapsulated there, right? Through, right, a balanced approach to the maritime industry, tourism, water and land, recreation, environmental stewardship, and public safety. Now, you might say that's a laundry list, but these are the essential, right? These are the essential components of the port of San Diego, the tidelands, like all the industry, right? And the interests, right? So there's an example where you do have a kind of a longer list of things. A couple others. Disney. To entertain, inform, and inspire people around the globe through the power of unparalleled storytelling, reflecting the iconic brands, creative minds, and innovative technologies that make ours the world's premier entertainment. And I had to, of course, include one of your actually I have two of your CCAs here, just to give you an idea what others are.
Just one comment. I like 4. It's an aspirational goal, world's premier entertainment.
Exactly.
They really set the bar high.
That's
I think it's really important.
Yeah, and that's why I included that one. It's just because that language is something you might want to consider.
And it hones in on like what they actually like the one strong thing they do, which is the storytelling.
Absolutely. What do they do? Well, we entertain, inform, and inspire through unparalleled storytelling. What do we do? Right? Okay, let's go to Silicon Valley. I don't remember what the C is. Silicon Valley something. Anyway, Theirs is to reduce the dependence on fossil fuels by providing carbon-free, affordable, and reliable electricity and innovative programs for the SBC. And then this one is nice, short and succinct, and that is with PCE, Peninsula.
Yes.
To reduce greenhouse gas emissions by expanding access to sustainable and affordable energy solutions. A lot of that's really clear, right? Succinct. People get it. All right. What we're going to do together is go through a process of looking at your the results of the survey, and we're going to think about and identify the statements that meet that criteria. Who are we? What do we do? Or who are we? What do we do? Who do we do it for? And why do we do it? Right? So we're looking for, if that already exists, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. Maybe 3 of the questions are answered in one of these statements, and then we add in the 4th, right? We have a lot of options. Identify statements that resonate, that are meaningful, powerful, connect. You may just read through this and go, I love this. I really think this is the essence of who SDCP is. We're then going to try to narrow in, and hopefully there's going to be a lot of alignment and agreement on some of these you like that you really would like to work with, right? Modify language if needed if we have time, and then we're going to come to agreement that this is what you'd like to move forward with as your preliminary working mission statement. Before we go into looking at the survey data, I want to call your attention to tab number 8 and just remind you how what is being currently communicated about SDCP right now. This is your purpose statement in your bylaws. It's long. It's not meant to be a mission statement. It's a purpose statement, and it's a long list. It's great, but it's doesn't really meet the needs or the criteria of what a mission statement is.
Can we read it out loud? Do you mind if we read it
Oh,
out?
would you like for me?
I'll do it.
Why don't you do that?
Yeah. SCCP was established to procure and or develop electrical energy for customers and participating jurisdictions, address climate change by reducing energy-related greenhouse gas emissions, promote electrical rate price stability, and foster local economic benefits such as job creation, local energy programs, and local power development, and to exercise all other powers common to its member agencies that are necessary or appropriate to the accomplishment of these and other purposes as specified in the JPA.
Okay, so this has a lot of great language in it, but it's wordy, and it's not really conducive to what a mission statement is. But I just want to make sure you are aware you have that language in front of you. Additionally, I want to call out the about SBCP statement that's currently exists in your marketing materials on your fact sheets. And it's a good, solid statement as well. So let's have, Steve, can you read that out loud? Tab number 9.
8 or 9?
Tab number 8, sorry. Tab number 8. And can you read that out loud?
Steve will read out 9.
What?
There you go. There we go.
About.
The about statement?
Yes, please.
You're all over the different tabs. San Diego Community Power is a community choice aggregator. That's $1 million word. Committed to providing clean, renewable energy choices, competitive rates, and investing in innovative programs that benefit residents, businesses, the environment, and the economy in our communities.
And the reason why I wanted to point this out, because this does include who you are, what you do, who you do it for, but it needs a little bit more maybe on the why.
And it's kind of like it's kind of like it's again looking at all the different interests and balancing everything. And it's not like some of the strong statements like Disney statement or some of the some of the other CCs, reducing greenhouse gases, something like, which is like the primary focus. Here we're saying all of this is the focus.
Yes, exactly. So I just want you to just have reviewed that and look at the language, keep it in mind, okay? Now, I would like for you to go to your mission statement tab 10. And I'd like for you to take some time to read through all of those responses. And if there's anything in particular that resonates with you, and or gosh, you see that this really captures the what, the who, the why, right? Answers those 4 questions. And I'll put the slide down.
Yeah, those were helpful. The wrote those down.
Yes. Just right here. So take some time and just maybe star or make notes, anything that really resonates with you and or just really satisfies the criteria of what a mission statement is. Yeah, thank you.
Mission statements. I'll go over the statements. Are there any statements that you think really work for you or any questions?
Search that answer those 4 questions.
Okay.
Second page.
If you are done, can you say done, please? Done. Okay.
Somebody.
Can we just have general comments or specifications on any statements that resonated with you and why? Then we're gonna go through these in a different way, so. Would like to start.
What I did was I went through and maybe just as the attorney, just circled on the buzzwords.
And
But
yes, and we're gonna get to those,
but-
but yes.
But I think there are a number of them that really kind of spoke to me. 13 was one of them. I'm not necessarily, I like part of 13 where it talks about climate change, communities, greener, equitable, sustainable local economy and stuff. I'm not, the economy and the competitive prices, I think that affordability, we could talk about it in terms of affordability, but I'm not sure that like the competitiveness needs to be in a statement, but and the local economy, I think more kind of the higher level stuff, the competitiveness and the economy seem to be more strategies, if you will. Anyways,
Okay,
but yeah, so it's
all right, number 13, thank you. Steve?
Yeah, there were some pieces of, I like Joe, I pulled out key pieces and I looked at, so there were elements of 38, 19.
Pardon?
Yeah, so that
There
again.
were elements of number 3,
Yeah.
elements of number 8.
Yeah.
Number 19 and even number 32 that popped out to me.
Yeah.
And then I just went back and I sort of broke them out into the what
Mhm.
and the how piece, right?
We're gonna get to that, yeah.
So for me, those are, as I start thinking about moving towards a statement, I'm thinking about, what do these statements appeal to me based on how they describe that? So we obviously provide choice, we give back to community, we reinvest, we offer alternative energy solutions, we empower kept coming back in a bunch of these statements, empower, and we deliver renewables. And then the how, the through that popped out to me were innovation, choice, and offering specific solutions. So those are the kind of things that I focused on.
Anyone else have search what
Oh,
resonated
well,
with you? Or what did you-
yeah. One thing I thought, the who, I thought was, it wasn't in all of them, so whether it's the who in 11, which I don't think is sufficient, but I just thought to address that. And then number 20, I thought just, again, it's just the who, I think that's important, but it doesn't have to be, with all the cities maybe, but I think that was important. I think you guys highlighted pretty much the same ones that I did, right?
That's good, we're seeking alignment.
So,
Okay, go ahead.
go ahead.
Oh, well,
So, I actually liked the much, simplistic ones.
Okay.
I like a local organization, that was number 11, formed by and for the communities we serve to bring clean and renewable energies to families and businesses. That to me, I thought it was, because again, to the simplicity of what our mission is, so I think it's good. And then, the other one that I that I really liked was 9. The only thing is that 5 and 9 actually, to provide a 100% renewable electricity by 2035 or before in our now 7 member agencies in order to meet our greenhouse gas emission. It was, I like the healthier, resilient, and sustainable future for all community members. I thought that was nostalgic and like, oh, hey, the fluffy part of our mission statement, but it's true.
That's the why, right? Sustainable future. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And then the improving the environment by transitioning, number 5, by transitioning to non-polluting resources and improving energy efficiency. There's a lot of words that are jargony. So, but I like improving the environment. That those are things that resonate with people. But to me, 11 really, it says what it is.
so I'll jump in. I appreciate the comments of my colleagues here. It's funny, Joe started out with 13. I was gonna start out with 13 as well. Oh, I don't like the word premier partner, I like a trusted partner. Premier, it's not,
Remember that.
it's not necessarily a competition. I like the ones that used energy instead of electricity, because I think that's the long-term goal. But I think where I was a little bit looking towards the ones that really resonated with me, that recognized a couple of the challenges that we have and that we're sensitive to those. So the things that enabling everyone to participate in the clean energy transition was 26, 30, work with our customers, and 30, and I apologize, I'm bouncing around. That number 1 that talked about local job production and equity. Going back to 13, promoting a greener, equitable, and sustainable local economy. In terms of, I guess, the question that was rattling around in my brain was, is it more, we're just an organization, we're just delivering clean, renewable energy, or are we being sensitive to the transition of how this affects people? Not just, I'm delivering clean energy to you, you don't really care because you turn the switch on, your lights come on, and you don't care where it comes from, as opposed to the workers in the energy industry, and are you protecting me and you're creating a just transition for jobs, and are you doing something that has noble environmental goals, but you recognize the impact it could have on the economy, kind of thing. So that's where I was kind of rattling around in between those spaces.
Right, but like the community benefits, that we're getting to the why.
Right.
How important it is to incorporate the state.
Yeah, how much we should be upfront with that
Provide
in terms of our
jobs.
mission. And I think about that, especially in the context when you were talking about whether we were talking about 2 or 3 or 5 year, there is going to be a point where those won't be conversations, because either we will have succeeded or failed in helping folks at every income level being able to move to electrification for a just transition for workers and stuff. So, but I think we're still in that kind of that transition zone, that at least my thinking is a little bit of sensitivity that maybe should be built into the mission statement, so people know that we're aware of it. So if that makes sense.
Okay.
It's giving you a little pause there.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about time, and how people mentioned the 2035.
Yeah.
We're trying to do X, Y, Z by 2035. Is that important in saying that, or is it, a clean energy future? Does that cover it? Yeah. So thank you for those thoughts.
Yeah.
Bill, what are you thinking?
I would focus on 13, 14, and 16. And the one I want to the element I wanted to highlight is we are in a competitive environment on this board. It's unlike any other government agency we deal with. It's not like, oh, if you don't like the way the city of La Mesa is running things, you could go be governed by the county. Nope. We have a monopoly in the city of La Mesa. We do not have a monopoly here. We are in a market competition with SDG&E. People can choose not to be with us. So I was looking for something that described our market competition. Number 16, an alternative to the investor-owned utility. Well, that's correct. That might be a little on the nose for what we're going for, but that's literally what we're saying. SDCP delivers renewable energy to meet the electric demand of its customers. Okay, that's close. To be the premier partner in 13, to be the premier partner. Well, maybe that's not the best way of saying it, but maybe the first choice. I just want something that describes the choice, the option, the competition for our customers, because they don't have to be with us. They have to choose to be with us.
Better benefits.
Right, I mean, I do think it's the added value, it's the benefits, it's the, I mean, this is probably something that I know over time that we've kind of like, there's some folks that talk about the real benefits, the cost competitiveness. I've never necessarily, I remember going to press conferences and the mayor of San Diego then would talk about the cost competitive, and other people would talk about it too. I always thought the strongest argument was the mission of renewable energy, climate change, because like, if I can save you 50 cents, like, is that why a city of San Diego is going to move to a clean energy program? Really? Like, it's not just I think affordability is important from what Joe was saying, which is like, we don't want to leave anybody behind. And so the programs are aimed at that affordability. But the cost competitiveness, I think that certainly, like, we have to stay affordable, and certainly we have a competitor in the marketplace, but people are going to come with us because we are a trusted agency that's delivering more renewable energy and is a solution in terms of the existential threat of climate change.
I'm just gonna respectfully disagree with that statement. I know that in our city, one of our council members, who may be the next mayor, or running for mayor, but framed it as sort of like, and I mentioned this to somebody, it's a competitor, it's an alternative. They provide us choice. It's giving us a better value than saying gas electric. What's wrong with that? Like, and it's green or something. But the affordability, the fact that it's cheaper than saying gas electric, is the only thing that matters to our residents. It's a working class community, and they're gonna cite climate change, et cetera, and they like that. But if it costs them more, they're not going to go with it. So I think in that issue, not equity, but sort of like the different paradigms our certain residents face in certain cities versus others, I think is a crucial element we have to all acknowledge, right? That, so that's why all of it, I think, is important.
I want to just tag on to that a little bit of that. I think it's merging a lot of these multiple but legitimate objectives. The path there is what we accentuate up front, and how we describe the environmental benefits. Important to balance that in all our communities. For a lot of the North County communities or areas of my community that are more affluent, they're going to focus on the renewable focus and the sustainability long time. The areas of my community that are struggling to make ends meet because they're working full-time at 3 jobs, but they still can't do it, they're going to think it's a nice byproduct, but their number one sort of metric is going to be, is this competitive or even better? And I think the trap we fall into on the environmental side, and I'm going to just put on my coastal commission hat for a second. One of the things the environmental movement, the surge on the coast of California statewide is really struggling with, is really legitimately understanding environmental justice, not using it as a way to blunt things, but to really believe it. And different types of communities look at these issues very, very differently. So I think we have to find a way to emphasize that we are empowering people. The insinuation being they weren't empowered before, they were captive audience. That we are giving them choice. Let's not lose the main descriptive of this whole thing in the first place was about choice, to then have better benefits in the community, whether those benefits are, I have a competitive alternative on cost, and at the same time, I can achieve something for the environment. That's how I'm thinking about this, and that's, you know, what are those three big deliverables that we're giving to people, and capturing all of that. Because Serge is right, like with some communities, it's, they, you know, the environmental stuff is great, but to use that word, right?
However,
How much am I paying?
or you end the sentence and then you say, I think that. That's not what you do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's been an issue in the setting of contributing candidates, and the ones who are great say that, you know, it's a false choice to say either or. And so I want to make sure that, you know, just respectfully to say that I agree with, I think framing it so it's all together is exactly the way to go, because that gives us all a choice, right? So.
And thank you for adhering to the number 4 guideline, avoid right or wrong and use forward.
Exactly.
Right.
All right. You got it. Okay. What I'd like for us to do is work on answering these 4 questions based upon either what you see there or what you think, right, the words would be in a mission statement. So not just making a list of everything, right? But what you think should be in the mission statement. Okay, and so you maybe use as a highlighter right now and go through and just answer the question of who. What answers the question of who right now? And then I'm gonna make some notes.
Preferably one word.
Could be 2 words. Could, for example, let's.
Could the
Joe,
name, could be
let's
the
say
name
what
of our
Joe
organization.
Joe said a
Word.
trusted partner. Okay, so that maybe is one. I'm just using that as an example.
And we're gonna
right
say it
now.
out loud right now. I like trusted partner.
Okay, you wanna do that? Okay,
Yes.
so trusted partner.
And another one is local organization.
I like what Joe was kind of alluding to as well, which was leaving no one behind. I mean, in some ways,
That's
that's what
who we
we're
are.
saying with equity.
Yeah.
That's what we're saying with equity, and just kind of like, instead of just saying equity, leaving no one behind in this transition.
Wait, but is that
Yeah.
who we are?
That's
Wait, sorry, I think that's the next question, sir.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh, what are we?
Who are we?
I'm just doing that.
Yeah.
Okay.
God.
Sorry,
Chair.
sorry. I thought it was all together. Sorry.
Stay with the question.
Stay in the class.
I have one word and it may be silly. I mean, who are we essentially? And there's a lot, we're community.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was one that said that, community partner.
Yeah.
What is
Trusted partner.
community
Yeah.
partner?
Or just community. I mean, that's the distinction, right? I mean, we're not a community of investors or shareholders who have distributions every quarter. We are a
Community run,
public.
nonprofit.
No, he is saying community.
But does that say who we are?
Oh, number 8, that's it. A community focus.
What a community focused clean energy provider.
But we are a community. I mean, the organization itself is made up of community. It's public.
Right.
It's governed by elected represented community.
And when you look back at this example statements, they would say what they are, meaning we are a public agency. We are, if you're gonna say community choice aggregator, if you're going to say a nonprofit, those are the types of things. But you can, you know.
Community entity, I don't know.
But you're on the right track here with a trusted partner. That's what you wanna say. Local organization, that you know, that also could be simply what you are. Okay, let's go to who else was going to contribute for who you are or what you'd like to see in your mission statement? Do you want to see CCA?
No, because I think it begs the question, like, what is the CCA?
Well,
Any thoughts on this? Go ahead.
I guess I thought we were missing the point. I don't. I think in a mission statement, you should say who you are. So, you know, it could be a community-owned CCA, or maybe right out there, energy provider. I don't know, but you know, it may be important to say that so it's clear. There's no doubt about what it is. You know,
Right.
Anyway, so.
I mean, I think like community energy provider is more.
Oh, that's a good one. I like
Is
that.
more self-explanatory than CCA. 'Cause
Right.
Like, what is a CCA? Here's a link to CCA.
Trusted, community-owned energy provider.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh,
There we
wow.
go.
I just said what.
Stop.
Stop it. That's
why
what
you're the CEO.
that's what I put
Talk
for
about-
11
Yeah.
with Joe's there.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
A trusted local organization. But then organizations like what?
Trusted,
Right, yeah.
community-owned
Yeah.
energy provider.
Good work.
There we go.
Community,
Oh, here's the.
Yeah.
That's Jerry Maguire, that's Jerry Maguire.
energy provider.
And then you can put 11 formed by the communities.
Okay. I'm hearing a lot of agreement around that.
What is it?
Trusted, community-owned energy provider.
I like the own because like initially I didn't like it, but then I'm like it's owned. We own that. That's ours. Like ownership. Yeah, that's
And I'm
cool.
speaking to what you were saying.
Yeah.
We still have
Started
trusted
formed
here.
space.
Cause it's not city.
Oh, we own it.
We don't
Yeah,
like
and then
it.
there's like this sense of,
It's community owned.
oh, this is us.
This is
So
us.
Alejandro, we were getting a lot of alignment out of this.
Separate.
Trusted.
I disagree. Yeah.
Are you at 6?
I'm not just a community,
I'm at 6.
energy provider.
And maybe this is trusted, community-owned energy partner.
Maybe we want to say clean in there, clean energy.
Okay, clean energy.
But we might find that the clean can come in what we do. So we don't have too many.
Yeah, but I think
Community
clean- I think clean is so important that I would put.
even
I mean,
have
I
twice.
personally would put clean energy in somewhere in there. I mean, if we're gonna say to procure, if we're gonna say something about getting clean energy, then
What we do.
All right.
Yeah, so it's gonna be, this is all gonna string together, is
Right.
my.
You know what, we're doing this tweet. It's like, we're saying that.
The characters, yeah.
Yeah.
No, because you're fitting a certain amount, you have, like, economizing words, right?
Right,
yeah.
We're doing that all the time.
Well, it is your elevator speech, like when somebody asks you. what is-
Exactly, that's what
what
we're
is this?
creating, we're creating the.
I-
word,
Do you have a
Another question.
one-liner that says
I like
that
the
captures
trust-
it all?
Exactly. I like the trusted. The only thing is that we're talking about energy. And
Right.
our energy partner is really trusted. I just wanna toss that out because what I heard was we are the chosen, we are the selected. They opt in to come with us. So, you know, if there was a way to, I like the word trusted because I trust. However, I don't know if the lay person would be like, oh, I'm gonna trust an energy. But the chosen, we are a chosen community, or I don't want it to be like the
Maybe
chosen one,
you
but
go community-owned
Right.
clean energy provider.
So we're doing a tweet, so we have to compromise words, right? That's all.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're not really wordsmithing right now, we're just trying to get to the essence of who
Yeah.
are we? Who is SDC?
and my point is, yes, we are trusted, but we are the chosen.
We may
But
not,
even the word trust, though, I know we're not wordsmithing, but
right. But
we are
we're-
talking about energy, and SDG has screwed people so often that I don't think it, just energy as a whole is necessarily a trusted venture.
No.
But I like it, but
Yeah, but the only thing I would build on is the idea, that's the mission, is to be the trusted, right? So they trust us that we opted everybody in,
Mhm.
that we really are, that the energy that they're buying really is clean, renewable
Mhm.
energy,
yes,
that we really can, be sustainable in meeting their energy needs.
stewards,
Um,
stewards.
Yeah,
I like that too, because we went from, I think it was like, you had borrowed that from some other stuff where it was like preeminent and stuff like that, and then you felt like it was a competition with other CCAs, and so I like because it was like, what are we aiming for? Which is to be a trusted community-owned clean energy provider. Yeah.
But I guess I would just go as I would. The mission isn't to be trusted, the mission is to be a community on clean energy provider first. The dependent variable
Right.
here is a clean energy provider. At the end of the day, if we're not doing that, we're not meeting our mission. Whether or not you're trusted, whether they don't trust us or not, we still have to provide clean energy. That's all.
Right.
So it just because it gets to who we are, the
Right.
why, or then what's the other one? Sort of what, who, or why.
I would argue that the energy landscape in California is so complex that I think we heard before some of the data, like consumers spend maybe like 5 minutes a year on understanding their energy bills. And so like trusted, at some point you have to basically become a trusted, entity, an organization that's allowed to.
Can I just ask that you maybe table the word trusted to consider it for your vision statement, so that that is who you are becoming, the trusted. Okay, so but I think that you're in agreement that you would like this community-owned clean energy provider. Is that correct? All right, let's move on to the next question.
Yeah.
What do we do? What does SDCP do? Some of you saw some really good language specifying the essence of what you do in some of those survey responses. So each one of you give me what you may like to see, the language. Thank you. In a mission statement. So if you were going to say, San Diego Community Power is a community-owned clean energy partner or provider. The word provider kind of messed me up because I was going to say providing blah, 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 right? This is the what, right? You're providing this, you're creating this, you're doing something, right?
Well, the primary role is to purchase clean energy.
So
Just
mission
deliver
statement,
clean
Deliver.
it would be deliver clean
Well,
energy.
Purchase clean energy.
For-
SDG delivers it. but we
That's right,
purchase
that's
it.
true. You're not necessarily the provider,
We're not delivering,
right?
we just put it on
So
the
we gotta
grid.
be careful with
Yeah.
that. And you're not necessarily the deliverer.
We don't deliver,
Well, I
it, we
would
just, we
suggest
purchase
this.
it.
I would think about what is it that we actually do provide in quotes
Exactly.
in this business model. And I would say that
Get to the
we empower
Yeah,
the community,
all right,
and that is a true statement. That is something we do by existing. We empower them in a way they're not empowered before.
Right.
Because we give them a legitimate beneficial choice. And on the question of benefit, we give direct community benefit in a way that IOU doesn't. So I'm trying to think about things like, what the hell do we give these people that they don't get if we don't exist? They are empowered to have a choice. They don't have that if we don't exist. They have direct benefits given to them because that reinvestment in community benefit is the distinction from this model instead of dividends going to investors. So for me, it's always these may be the wrong words. I may be inarticulate about it, but what I'm trying to convey is the concept that I think in the mission statement, we're talking about what we do. It has to be the distinctive things we do because we are trying to gain community understanding and trust and buy-in, right? Because if they don't know that we give them something distinct, then who cares, right? Where their power is bought.
Right.
So I think my vote is we do empower them in a way they don't get if we don't exist, and we do provide direct benefits to them. That may be an environmental benefit, it may be cogen, it may be storage, it may be program.
Right.
But they get stuff if they go with us.
Agreed.
They don't get if we don't exist. And so my vote is teasing that out and finding the words around that when we talk about what is it we do. That's my vote.
Okay. All right, now think about that. Yes, point taken, your thoughts considered. But if someone was going, you're on the elevator and you gotta tell someone what SDCP is and what you do, what is it?
I like statement 4 and 7 as we're kind of tackling the words, and it's to reduce greenhouse gas emissions through sustainable and affordable energy while promoting a healthier, more sustainable San Diego, but I would say San Diego region, because it talks about what it is. My only thing is greenhouse gas emissions kind of like wonky.
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't know, you don't, you know. And then just the second one, literally, we are getting to this item, line 7. A trusted provider of clean energy, transforming the San Diego region into a leader tackling climate change. It doesn't talk about yeah, I mean, those are simple.
So that could have, yeah, so that's kind of, I like 7 too, but it doesn't, I like what Steve is saying too.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't really respond to what Steve is saying. It responds to the higher level stuff that I was talking about originally. The clean energy transforming San Diego region, tackling climate change, which is, so this could have been written by me. This is exactly what I'm saying. But how, what does it mean on the ground?
I have a question. If we're in an elevator with someone and they ask us that question and we were to say to them, they say, what do you do?
Right.
And I said, we buy affordable, clean or green energy.
You
And
need
so
to say
we buy,
that,
we
yes.
buy and sell affordable, clean or affordable green energy.
Yes.
We buy and sell energy so you can choose which one you want and we do it competitively. Something like that. That's what I would say in the elevator.
Yeah, but your empowerment of the community isn't in that.
That may be in the
But
why,
that's-
that may be in the why.
I think it's in the what, we just haven't gotten there yet, it's
Yeah.
coming, it's the
Coming,
programs
right.
piece. So I kind of broke it up into two, so somewhere either deliver or purchase clean, affordable energy. I think that's a really important piece to that.
Purchase, clean, affordable.
It could be
energy.
purchased, could be delivered, however, one of those words, clean, affordable energy.
Provide for it, yeah.
I would say to provide, like, well, that's the thing, do you actually provide it?
We provide it, right?
Something.
Provide it doesn't necessarily mean how.
We're transmitting it, we're providing it.
Yeah, we're providing it. I guess deliver means like, deliver, I almost feel like the milkman coming to your house.
Yeah.
Right.
So purchase or provide then,
Something like that.
okay.
And then I think it should be that and something around equitable, like, empowering programs or equitable tailored programs, or I'm still struggling with the word to go with programs, but it's like impactful programs, innovate, you could use lots of words, innovative, impactful, empowering, tailored. But that is a really unique differentiator that we can do that in IOU cannot, which is we can tailor our programs to our specific communities and meet them where they're at and help with their needs that are unique to them.
So provide tailored programs.
I don't quite have that, the right verbiage there isn't there, but it could be tailored, equitable, it could be enabling, it could be empowering.
A community-focused clean energy provider. I'm sorry, Ron, what do we do? That's kind of the who and the what together. Is there any other what we do? We lost page.
Address environmental justice. I think with those tailored programs, we were helping to address, why National City, yes, to achieve our climate action goals, but we see as a partnership that investment. Are we going to hold some more solar farms? Are we able to do anything of that nature? Well, then we're contributing on it as well.
I like that. Is saying we reinvest in communities too wonky?
Reinvest?
That we reinvest in communities?
No, I think that's perfect.
We just
It's kind of
invest.
wide.
It could be invest.
I would say
Reinvest.
invest.
It could be invest.
Reinvest.
Or invest, straight up invest.
Because it will be new money coming in, so we invest.
Okay, for my notes purposes, you're going to say invest what?
Invest in,
Or reinvest? Is it just invest in the community?
I would say invest.
Mhm.
Although reinvest is, I guess, technically correct.
Yeah, we're taking their dollars.
Yeah.
We're just giving.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
say invest back into, just to keep it less wonky.
Yeah, reinvest sounds like you're a government.
Yeah, invest.
Well, it's what we do differently, right? I mean, residuals go to a great extent in the IOU to the shareholder, right? That's part of the margins, part of the calculation of the rate base. In our case, we're, for lack of a less wonky word, reinvesting that element back in the community in a way the IOU doesn't or isn't required to. I don't know how the hell we explain that in a simple word to people, but I do think it's an important piece of distinguishing ourselves about what it is we do.
Great.
Just a couple of thoughts.
The word,
Yes.
but-
No, I appreciate the struggle because I'm kind of having that where it gets
Session.
so lofty that
Yeah,
it means nothing anymore.
you're gonna go, you could be aspirational in your vision statement. Okay, just a
Yeah,
reminder,
so-
that's where we're going with vision.
Very good.
And I remember what Bill said. I don't like the word affordable anymore because I think it's been so abused in so many spaces that it doesn't mean anything to anybody. It's part of your marketing pitch. Everything is affordable. $1 million house for sale is affordable because it's not the $1.2 million house. So I like the idea of actually cost competitive because I think Bill does make a point in the space that we're in now. as opposed to, I wouldn't maybe argue for that 5 years from now, hopefully, kind of thing, so.
I might argue the opposite in the sense that all our residents are saying that nothing is affordable right now.
Yeah.
Probably number one issue on their minds is that nothing is affordable, but maybe, or nothing is, so anyway, it's something to think about. Because I think that word is still does have value, but I could be wrong. Yeah, it's good.
It's an interesting time for it.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the way Steve phrased it and couched it in terms of like the duality, like where there's like the cost competitive and how that's important, but then also just when I talk about affordability, it's much larger than just kind of saying that I'm, you know, my goal or aspiration is to be 50 cents lower than SDG. Like, I mean, it's just not. I mean, it's just, you know, Encinitas did not form a CCE to be 50 cents lower. We formed it because climate change is an existential threat that we need to address. And we want it to be affordable because we recognize that people don't have the resources, that not everybody has resources, and we want to make sure that nobody's left behind.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Well, my constituents are, okay? See, Abuelita grocery outlet,
Yeah.
it's the bro dude or muscle tank who's like born again Christian, ex rock and roll, like that dude, like muscle lifter who's telling me about his like life story, right? It's the opening of our weed dispensary at 420 and my people, right, are there. Like, if I don't have it, it better be short and sweet.
Exactly.
It sounds good for. Yeah, abuelita, and then, because then, you know, it's in Spanish and English too, right?
Yeah.
It's half our conversation, so, anyway, I just wanna make sure that mission statement, you'll be like, what?
But I think we're also
Anyway.
coming up with all of this discussion, and hopefully we'll kind of boil down to something that's.
Yeah.
I'm
But
thinking,
I think Serge's point is well taken.
Right.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
get
well,
very,
Anyway, I know.
right, we're trying to
I
keep
know my
it
people.
simple, and again, elevator speech and people get it.
And I would just wanna to say that it's not just, the goal of a mission statement is to be short and sweet. It's not just a certain type of person, just because
No.
they can't, there are people that are very, that understand very complex issues, just, you know what I mean, I think it's,
Just,
the goal of a mission statement is to be short and sweet.
Right.
And I think that we need to just keep that in mind, because we are getting a little too wonky. But I know it's part of the exercise, and we haven't even got to the other parts of the
Yeah, we need to
questions,
do-
so
and we
I
need to
know
do
we're
lunch
getting there.
too.
I know.
That's
Okay.
why I like 7.
Just anything, as we start to wrap up, because we need to be getting you ready for lunch. I wanted to do who do we do it for and why do we do it before lunch, but,
Well, let's just do it, push it.
Let's add one more word.
and, yeah, I'm gonna ask you to also, did you want to say purchase clean, affordable energy, or does it purchase renewable energy? Is that?
I mean, I think so. Whatever
Just
you guys
people
think.
are
I think
clean,
clean.
what
And
is
I
clean?
think
I
clean.
think the average Joe knows what clean energy means. They don't know what renewable means.
Right. And I think that
Oh,
like
okay.
within the renewable, there's gonna be some folks that are gonna, it's gonna like be a debate about Joe's buying some, you know,
That's
we're
good.
buying some stuff that's not
words matter.
clean.
I'm
It's
not
clean.
simple, it's better.
All right. Do you wanna, we're gonna go, anything else? I need to push you on to the next, we need to answer the next 2 questions, then we'll go to lunch. Are we okay with that?
What do you think about the programs? Did we get, like,
Provide tailored programs, that's all I have there.
about, let's throw up some words that we can bat around later. Inclusive, I'm looking at the stuff from my staff, and we all did. Let's put inclusive up there, inclusive programs, equity-based, something that speaks to, we're not leaving folks behind.
Yeah.
And I know there's a
So, but like
who
the
in
more, like, so do we have to in our mission statement, like, could we have like as simple as equity or leave no one behind, or then do we have to kind of explain how we're not gonna leave anybody behind? We're gonna have
Okay,
programs
is
for
that what you're doing every day? Mission statement is more every day, not leaving some people behind, maybe goes into the vision statement.
All right.
Okay.
So if you go with 30, it's provide cleaner energy at competitive rates, develop meaningful programs, and work with our customers to meet our region's sustainability goals.
And you know, we haven't said anything about local energy too. I think that local energy is an emphasis and focus for us as well, that we should have something on local energy. And I think this is gonna be a challenge for us in the future. So I think we should cement it in our early documents that local energy is preferable over things that are not within the region, and local jobs.
That's a focus area.
1330.
Oh, I was just saying, she just referenced 30.
Oh, I was thinking.
And I also was saying that 13, which is one that you all, or many of you, where's it now? Many of you thought was relevant, or that it resonated, there we are. It really resonated with you in terms of kind of overall.
Yeah.
Right? That, and that has your what
I like that
in it too.
Yeah.
It has a lot of your what,
13
to be
does.
a premier partner in addressing climate
Or
change
trusted
by
partner.
serving our communities while offering choice of cleaner energy at competitive, you can argue whether that's affordable or competitive prices. And then it also gets into the why.
Done.
Okay, so that-
13.
So referencing that, number 13 and number 30. Captures, I think, the what. Oh, I read one of you like.
The seven is good too. I just think like from the just transforming the San Diego region.
As we get higher, we'll get taller.
That's all too. Who are we, what do we do? Okay, who did we do it for? Who?
It's gonna have to put them upstairs.
It sounds like a cheerleading squad now. Who are we? Who do we do it for?
That's right. Okay, what's the language that you would say
We're
to
gonna
someone?
do the mission statement and a cheer for the staff.
I expect a cheer at the end of this. By the way.
If we're sending a tweet, we have too many words.
We do. Okay, who do we do it for? Who do we do it for?
Community.
Our communities.
Our communities, yeah. Yeah, like, yeah, our community rather than our customers. I don't like customers, yeah. I know
Yeah.
several of them use
Transactional.
customers, yeah. I agree.
Do we want to say that it's because like what we do, I mean, we're the second largest in the United States, second largest in California, and clearly the second largest then in the United States. So what we do has implications for how people deal with strategies in other areas as well. So like it's certainly the community, but it also has implications for the region and for the state and for broader. So like all local things matter. So who do we do it for? Yeah, specifically for our communities, but also for the larger region, for the larger society.
So
planet.
San Diego region.
Well, or the, maybe Joe, we talked about the greener future, right, or, you know, for our kids, something. We had those words in there somewhere, right?
Yeah, 13.
Right, cleaner.
I know, I'm not suggesting it, but I noticed several of them kind of focused on the member communities and whether it's important to highlight. The 7-member community we're doing it for our members, our 7 communities. I don't know if that's important. I just kind of wanted to open that up.
Unless we
So
recognize
community
both.
still encompasses all of that.
Yeah,
You know, like number 20, just name the cities, you know, one by one.
I think you have.
I'm monitoring a case.
The local and regional community?
Our local, our regional, and our global community. And this really is ultimately about the existential threat in terms of the why, right?
It's the think
Right,
global.
and ultimately,
why,
that's
certainly,
that's the big why, right?
For the
Hello, there's, this is happening,
Is SDCP affecting
but
a
it's also
global,
food. I mean, it's the global community is food.
Yes.
the global, so the global,
Correct.
maybe
I
that.
mean, I was being wordy saying local, regional,
Yeah.
but I was suggesting local, regional, global community.
Okay.
But certainly the global community is also part of who we're doing this for.
We do it for ourselves. We do it, and again, the,
for our children.
yeah, for our children, and I agree. If we wanna be straight up, encompassing all of it, we should say that. It's for, yes, our region, but we're really, with the climate action, addressing or combating, or maybe some language that says we are part of the tools in the toolbox to make that happen. To, yes, lowering greenhouse gas emissions, that's part of it, but we see ourselves as part of the solution. So, who do we do it for? People. Do we do it now? So.
Yeah, that's good. That.
Okay, so that's still to be encapsulated in the community.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And did you want to say something, Karen?
Well, I was having an internal struggle with going global and regional in the who versus really wanting to think about, and I'm thinking about the meeting we had with our staff, just all of our communities. And because that's like even our 7 communities, even staying tight there. And I'm thinking maybe the why comes, like the why. I feel like you're speaking to the why to be a showcase for the nation or the world, to be part of that toolkit. Why are we doing this? For our future generations, for those that will come, to leave the world, all those pieces. That might be in the why, but I just want to make sure that our communities understand that this is also for them, and that piece that's coming is going to be really tailored and about addressing their needs. That's just, I'm trying to balance that, I guess.
Okay, I are we done with this?
I think we're in agreement.
Okay, let's go. Thank you, Maya.
You're welcome.
All right,
Here
we go. Here's the why. Why do we do it? Why do we do it?
Why do we do it?
Now, it might be in language in there, or it might come from the head as a result of you thinking through this, what your colleagues are saying as well. But you said number 13, I think, kind of referenced the why. You also said, I think 13 was strong. Alejandra was talking about number 30. The focus is on the why.
But 13 says it's kind of like one of the other things that it talks about, which I'm not opposed to, but it says, a greener, equitable, sustainable local economy, which is a means to the end, which is the addressing climate change. But it's not really, I guess for me, it's not.
I thought 17 could be worded differently, but I thought for the betterment of our communities and our climate, you can even say different. I got what you guys are talking about. It kind of combined those two elements.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Yeah.
For the betterment, and we'll reference number 17. For the betterment of our community, or sorry, for the community. That might be redundant, but we can fix that wordsmith it later. You said number 17, I just want to make sure, work collectively for the betterment of our communities and our climate. So that brings in communities.
Climate or environment, I don't know.
Communities and climate.
To enable a sustainable future, something like that. Something that speaks to children, grandchildren, generations to come. That was
generations to come. I love
Right.
water for use that a lot.
I think that's
Generation.
exactly the word. Instead of economy, because I like
Right.
economy,
Yeah.
future is
Yeah, I like
what
sustainable.
you encompass.
Right, because
We
it's,
want
it's
a
sustainable future.
everything,
Right.
sustainable, global future.
To enable a sustainable future.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
and that's broader than just when we get to 100%, what else, what are we doing, or creating sustainable future.
Mm-hmm.
Should we have anything in there in just or equitable future? I'm just starting, a sustainable, equitable future.
Promoting a greener, equitable, and sustainable future. If we go with 13, it actually has it in there.
Number 13, you said
No.
greener,
No,
equitable, and sustainable local, or in future, right? Greener, equitable, sustainable. That's good because that encapsulates both of those, greener, equitable, and sustainable future.
Is greener and sustainable.
Yeah.
redundant?
Good job, greener.
Yeah,
Good job,
And,
greener.
and maybe take out
Greener?
greener.
greener and more equitable future, I don't know.
Sustainable and more equitable.
Right.
I like sustainable local economy because that's really, to me, is also about jobs.
Mm.
So I look at sustainable two different ways. Because I think there is a segment that we want the support of, which is the unions. Yeah, we do this transition. So
I think local power and local jobs are important to have somewhere.
In the mission statement.
I don't know, like, it doesn't, I mean, I think it's part of our DNA and like, I mean,
Is that the primary?
Right.
well, to me, it all boils down to climate change. So that's the primary to me. And in getting there, it's important to have local jobs because who's gonna, you know, if we want local projects, local energy, who's gonna build those jobs if we're not focused on building local jobs?
But we're not a job.
Right.
creation
Because
But we
that's
have
the-
to-
the-
but we
the
have-
what is you provide, right?
Right.
This is the primary.
But to some extent, we have to be in the business of promoting local, good paying local jobs and helping the growth, whatever barriers there exist, we have to be in the business of ameliorating those barriers and encouraging it. Because if we're not, then how do we actually get our projects done? I mean, like I'm on the city level, the costs of delivering our projects are going up and up and up. And, you know, Sandag's doing their projects, water authorities doing their projects. But then, you know, and then we're becoming a more, an older, more affluent county. And so where are we getting our workers from? And are we basically are we creating the jobs that are necessary to kind of carry some of these projects?
But you're not gonna measure Karen's performance based on how many jobs she created.
No.
Okay, just getting something to think back, you know, and the staff and the CEO and all of us, sort of like mission is like, what's your mission? You know, it's
Yeah.
clean energy provider,
Exactly.
to do this, but
Right.
if you're hung up, that's all I'm saying. I agree.
Right.
That may be the vision statement, that's all.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. Local energy is critically important.
That we have to do.
And if you're thinking local energy is critically important, then local jobs are incredibly important. How we do that is probably, maybe it's not
So-
sufficient.
Maybe it's a vision, you're creating jobs and something else, and an equitable and sustainable future, no.
I just think, I'm
Depends on
thinking of
how
a
you,
tagline, I'm being a marketing person, but if somebody said, why do you do this? I would say, because community choice is community benefit. That's why. And under that benefit, you can put a lot of stuff. You can put competitiveness, you can put reinvestment in the community, you can put sustainability, greener energy.
To Serge's point with 17, betterment of our communities and our climate.
Well, I was just saying, trying to say that to me encapsulated what you, not either or.
Right.
But anyway.
But that could mean anything in terms of.
for the betterment, finish the language here, number 17. Work collectively for the betterment of our communities and our climate. And then it looks like you are supporting this, creating an equitable and sustainable future. Is there anything else on the why?
I had one other thought.
Yes.
Just in thinking about the conversation around jobs and job creation. When I hear that, I also think transition, clean energy transition.
Right.
And some of this stuff when I was doing meetings, catalyzing our clean energy future, catalyzing the clean energy transition. So maybe something in here, it's like to create an equitable and sustainable clean energy transition. Future is easier and shorter and understandable, but what we're trying to speak to here is that transition piece. Like there's going to be a just and equitable and sustainable transition as we go from our current energy mix to our future energy, clean energy mix.
Okay, let's think about that. Does people get that? I get
People trying to over-describe. I mean, I keep remembering, you always remember your audience, right? And your audience is your Joe Blow is saying, who are you and what and why? And to me, why do I care that I have a choice? Even choice is nice, but why? And I come back to what I said a few minutes ago, is we have to equate in the mind of the consumer having a choice with a benefit to them.
Right.
And so choice equals benefit. And so why do we do this, right? Why do we do it? That's what we're asking, right?
Right.
We do it because having a choice means you get a benefit. Because community choice equals community benefit for you, the consumer. That's what you're getting. You're getting a whole suite of benefits here because you have a choice.
Right.
And you
And
have a
benefit's
choice
gonna-
because we exist.
And benefit, and what's a benefit to me is gonna be different depending on where
But
I'm
that's
at.
fine, because if
Right.
you include all of them,
Right.
right, we don't have, it's not an either or, it's
Right.
not mutually exclusive, it's, you can have them all, it can be and.
Right.
One
To
thing,
create community benefits.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's
why
what
we do
I'm
it, to create
yeah.
community benefits, just simple fact, could
Right.
be what you're trying to say.
I mean,
Okay, but do people get what community benefit is?
well,
Well,
at the risk of being a little bit circular and responding to kind of what Steve said, is who's actually gonna read this mission statement? What consumer actually understands what the Disney mission statement is?
It's
I mean-
all over
Well,
their
actually-
marketing materials and their website and everything.
I didn't know what their mission statement was, I just know who Disney is, and
Right, so
so,
you would read it if you were going to their
Right.
website, read their business plan, their strategic plan, or all their documents, marketing materials.
I mean, it's all there, but I, as a consumer, I don't
Yeah.
bother with that. Either I like their product or I don't. And so I kind of think about the elevator speech, and this is where I think Steve really nails it, is the elevator speech is, who am I talking to? You know, and if I'm talking to a fellow elected official, it's one elevator speech. If I'm talking to my neighbor who thinks this is a scam because the electrons actually can't be directed to my house.
I do get that.
Yeah.
Joe and I have similar districts.
You know,
those
so,
are our people, man.
so
You're
I
like,
think,
oh,
Like you, all the people
Oh,
you're
yeah,
talking
yeah.
about, the people in the grocery store.
Yeah.
so I think about the mission statement of who's going to read it, and it does get down to the stakeholders, and I think that's what we're kind of responding to, is we know who those stakeholders that are gonna read that mission statement and either like what we're doing or fight what we're doing, because we didn't mention, you know, environmental justice, or we didn't mention, you know, just transition for workers or affordability for our, you know, for our communities.
Right.
And I think that's kind of a little bit of a struggle that we're kind of in.
So I think that that's just a, a conversation, that's a conversation you're having. We're just trying, what we meant by the elevator speech reference is to be sure that this is short, concise, and on point.
Yeah.
Right? And that it makes sense and people can get it quickly versus,
But I think
what do you
to
mean
Joe-
by,
I don't mean to.
what is it, community benefit? That may not resonate with people. Or what do you mean by climate transition? That's not gonna really resonate either. Yes.
Look, I just gonna throw this out here. This is freaking brilliant. No, I mean, I'm gonna just walk, because it's not either or, and it's who we are. San Diego Community Power is a really good name. No, it could have been anything. And don't laugh, it's simple and right to the point.
Right.
The
No.
logo is really good. It should have been green maybe, because it's like green and then blue, the ocean and whatever. The Wonderbolt, Lightning Bolt, it's really good. So you have a great name and logo, and then it's like, the mission is, Sanctuary Power is whatever, it's gotta align with this. The mission and the name, and then what you do. Like, because some organizations never get it right. I could throw out a name of a very big environmental organization and I didn't say it's all wrong. It's like disjointed. Good name, and then all of a sudden the mission's wrong, and then what they do is not aligned, right? And they all have to be in alignment. So that's all.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Just bring it back to the
But again, I think this also speaks to keeping it simple.
right.
Yeah, one of the, going back to what some of the samples were, we serve to bring clean and renewable energies literally, and I'm putting that literally, to families and businesses. Like it speaks
Right.
to, and when people hear families, they can envision their own. When you start using alliteration, just really being able to say, this is who it is. I would really want to see families and businesses, because then it makes that connection, it really shows. So why do we do it? Because we want to bring, and I would even say if we wanted to toss in jobs there, renewable energy and jobs to families and businesses, or greener jobs to families and businesses. Yeah.
So instead of communities, it would be families and businesses.
To bring green jobs, did you say green jobs?
Yeah, I said bring clean, I said green jobs. And renewable energy to families and businesses.
This is the why.
Yeah.
So families and businesses to me is what? I'm sorry, who?
The who?
Bring green jobs. Is there anything you wanted to add there? I'll add
I
things.
guess I get concerned with mission alignment and name, and so again, metrics is is the dashboard gonna be how many jobs you created? You know, I don't know if that's, well, it could be, but, you know,
No, I mean, again, that's part of it, it's just up there, our brainstorm.
And I'm thinking like, are family and businesses inclusive enough? Because like, we actually have,
You say residents.
we also have
Encompasses
a lot of like, the accounts with the city of San Diego alone are millions of dollars. So we have a lot of municipal and quasi-municipal accounts that are not families and businesses.
Quasi-governmental.
Right, so you don't wanna be that specific.
The schools,
You
the-
wanna
Oh,
be,
the
say,
school, the
community and be more all
No, community is better than,
Community.
all right, fine, fine.
All
we'll
right.
do that.
This is good. We are honoring all the voices and perspectives.
We've moved her from a 6 to a 1
Yeah.
or a
Totally
3.
like a nine.
And I think that you earned a lunch break. I think though, we're gonna have to shorten it up because we're a little bit behind now. We did
Oh my
get
gosh.
extra time. So can we do, how long? We planned for a half hour, but can we do it 15 or 20 max?
Can we,
So give us 10, and we'll take 20.
I was
15.
gonna say we could do a working lunch, don't we? Does that mean we're gonna be out
Well, I
earlier?
prefer you to not eat in this room with all this material stuff. So your lunch over there.
Really?
I
I
think
mean,
that's
we
our
could do a
decision.
working
All right,
lunch.
let's break for lunch. I'm serious, let's break for lunch.
Let's go break for lunch.
Let's do it.
All right, so we're saying 15.
Favors and back.
Yeah.
Great.
15 or 20, we'll be back.
20 minutes.
I think people just went through the most complicated, data-driven
Yes.
buzzword
I think he's gonna,
Oh, and then,
So he'll be back.
Tara's,
Okay, we're gonna unmute.
Tara's gonna join us at some point,
Okay.
or?
when is Tara?
She said
She
1:30.
said one. Oh, okay, I'm muting. Okay, we're gonna bring us back to where we left off. And we answered the question of who we are, what we do, who do we do it for, why do we do it? So we're going to take what we captured there and try to insert it into a sentence. And then we'll discuss from there. So generally, we're thinking about filling in the blank, right? So San Diego Community Power is, and whatever you said here, who we are. And then some kind of verb providing, what you do. 2, who you do it for, who you serve. 2, or for the reasons of this, right? So why you do it, okay? So I was playing around, so this is just a very early preliminary kind of gathering of all of your thoughts into a statement. And so here's what I've come up with so far.
This is what I love, real time, right?
Yeah. Maybe I should make it bigger, or is that okay?
Oh my God, I like that.
That's it, boom, done, sold.
San Diego Community Power is a community-owned clean energy provider that addresses climate change, reduces greenhouse emissions, and invests in the community to create an equitable and sustainable future for the San Diego region.
Nailed it.
Those are your words.
So greenhouse gases.
Greenhouse gas.
Sorry, yeah, thank you.
So, but do
I
people
typed this
know what
quickly.
so do you put that in a mission statement? Like, again, I guess that gets back to what Joe was saying, like who is the audience, or who
Pretty good.
all right, greenhouse gas, because I always, like, when I read over these, I was thinking the greenhouse gases, like,
To me, that connects people to, I'm sorry to interrupt.
There we go.
It connects people to what you're talking about, this climate change thing. What does that mean? Oh, greenhouse gas emissions contribute to this climate change. Oh, what you're gonna do is gonna help us reduce that. So I'm just saying, from a public perspective or understanding, it might help to include that. You don't have to. I'm sorry, greenhouse should be one word, right?
Yeah.
There we go.
You could always do it.
We don't have to include that. It's just there because that was one of the things.
And I think too, like green, like, all right. See, what do you think about this?
It reflects the conversation we had.
What about
the pieces?
greenhouse gases?
So addresses climate change, reduces greenhouse gas emissions, and invests in the community.
I think the phrase greenhouse gas emissions sounds a little inside ball wonky.
About what reduces emissions,
Or we take it out.
Electricity.
I would say term emissions, I would say, if you want to talk to John Q, it reduces greenhouse gases. I mean, what is the typical, term, vernacular, right?
Decarbonization.
I say we go either full nerd or we just
Plain
go.
simple English or nerd.
Yeah, plain simple, we go with full nerd or we go not.
Yeah, and invest in the community to create an equitable, just get rid of greenhouse gas emissions. I think if you do that.
So get rid of let's see what that looks like without it.
Yeah.
Makes it a little tighter too.
We're ready to go now. Thank you. San Diego Community Power is a community-owned clean energy provider that addresses climate change and invests in the community to create an equitable and sustainable future for the San Diego.
Is community redundant?
Good.
Is community redundant? Because you have it twice. I don't know.
3 times. Or in our
Well,
neighborhoods,
we need to say invested.
in our neighborhoods,
Or our communities?
You can't just say cities, because you have a county.
Why not neighborhoods?
Our communities?
not what we're doing.
I don't think you should worry about that, because you're saying you're
Okay, right.
investing in the community.
Right.
You wanna say that based upon what, all the things that Steve has really been talking about today, so you gotta tie it back, right, to what people are getting out of it. Well, guess what? You guys are gonna invest in the community, and which is thereby gonna create local jobs and blah, 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 and blah, 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 right? To create an equitable and sustainable future.
I like the first piece, I like the last piece, I'm struggling with addresses climate change.
Okay?
Cause it sounds like it doesn't say powerful enough,
It
It's-
doesn't feel like,
cause this is
it's
one.
specific enough either. There's a billion company, there's thousands of companies addressing climate change, like what is it we're specifically doing? So, that would be my request, would be
So
something
you
more.
want greenhouse gas emissions back?
No, I want something more,
Specific to us, to the
Or-
energy portfolio, or to the, or, I just wanna get away from wonky words.
Let's
that's
just
all.
affordable, and
Yeah.
something like, that, like, we're delivering affordable energy, or
I
we're
know.
purchasing, or however we wanna say, delivering could be purchasing.
But does address sound like when you say address, does it mean like,
Yeah.
it just seems like,
Foster a climate resilient, affordable and local clean energy system is what it says in.
I don't know,
At 12.
the nonprofit I run, we have addressed climate change through natural solutions. We use address, so I don't know, tackle.
Those three words.
I mean, you could, let's say you took it all the way out, that too. Well, you could have clean energy provider that invests in the community to create an equitable and sustainable future.
but like Serge was saying, like there's a dot after it addresses climate change by, through, reducing.
Well, you said by reducing greenhouse gas emissions. I think reducing greenhouse gas emissions is okay, but you guys don't like it, so, or you have that.
So you could go back here that addresses climate change by reducing greenhouse gas emissions.
I think that's too wonky.
That's is that it's been in all of our documents, all of our marketing materials since I've certainly before, which is this notion of 100% clean renewable energy by 2035. I think that's like embedded in our foundational documents.
Is that gonna be in the vision statement?
Could be.
So okay, let me bring it back. Mission statement, what we're doing every single day to drive toward, what we're doing every single day to drive toward our vision, right? So 100% renewable energy right now, no. Yes, in the future.
How
And
about
by
seeks to
2035.
provide? How about
We have
So you would-
guides,
the clean energy provider that seeks to provide 100% renewable
Renewable
energy?
energy.
And they're investing in the community.
And
That would be the
that's-
other option.
okay, there we go, let's try that.
And maybe there's that some
100%
providers in there twice, so
affordable
maybe get rid
clean
of provider
energy.
and find a.
Right,
Yeah, I would,
addresses climate change by,
I would strike addresses climate change or add by seeking to achieve or something, but I mean, that's what we're really going for, right?
Okay, help me out here, we're changing, that addresses climate change by reducing greenhouse, we're keeping that, right? And then what do we,
I would put it, I would strike it, go right to, so.
I like the last version you had up for brevity.
yeah, for brevity
I
there.
would work off that. And get to the 100% portfolio.
Okay, so we were
somehow.
saying maybe change this. Okay, well, now we're at this one, using this one as a working,
Change it, that's what it's here.
but we're changing to a community-owned clean energy provider. Do you want something else there, or we're just going that invest in the community to create?
I think we need climate change. You know,
How about
Or-
that strives for or toward 100% renewable energy or something,
That,
and invest in the community, or you can add it to addresses climate change through or by. But I would just keep it simple.
See, I think you
provider
put it
that
at the
provides 100%, that seeks to provide 100% to address climate change.
No, I think we need to explain what when we're saying that addresses climate change, what is that? So.
How about
People-
addresses climate change and seeks to provide 100%? Is that what you're?
I'm just gonna put the 100% by 2030 and at the end, so and sustainable future for San
Should we
Diego
have
region.
that, like,
I don't know what that is. Years. I don't know if any other organization has a date.
Yeah, I don't know, we have a year in a mission statement.
plus our years are different.
And again, we can do
We
that,
don't, like,
Oh, yeah.
ours is
we can do
20.
that in the vision.
We have two that.
100% renewable energy for all by 2035, right? That could be
A vision.
vision, right? I don't say that as, again, what are we doing right now, every day? That's our mission statement, right? That's that, and we're moving toward, obviously, toward doing these things. But when you say the 100% renewable energy, yes, you're seeking to provide that. And that is the vision.
Yeah.
Right?
So I know we talked about the greenhouse gas emissions being too wonky, but the way, one of the statements, I keep going back to this, because this is already kind of wordsmith here, folks. It's by transitioning to non-polluting resources. I mean, it spells it out, it's not greenhouse gas emissions. We go back up to the first one. And you just scroll up real quick. By, instead of, that addresses climate change by transitioning to non-polluting resources and invest in the community to create an equitable and sustainable future for
But
San Diego.
non-polluting resources, does that say clean energy, renewable energy?
It spells it out, yeah.
Non-polluting resources?
Maybe.
I don't know, I would say greenhouse gas emissions may be more understandable to people than
Yeah.
non-polluting
You think so?
resources.
Like I said.
SDCP, the
Non-polluting
community-owned
resource sounds like an EPA
nonprofit
term.
that provides affordable, clean energy and invests in the community to create an equitable and sustainable future for
I
San Diego.
like it.
That's a great
Okay, so let me
suggestion.
get that.
Just have to reword. it.
Exactly, it's wordsmithing.
Yeah, it's a
Wait, I don't want, okay, so we'll take this one. Is a community owned
nonprofit.
nonprofit. That helps because provider was getting.
Yep, there's too many providers and get rid of clean energy. I even got rid of that there.
Nonprofit,
I even got rid of it there. So power is a community-owned
there we
nonprofit
go.
that provides,
We
so
need
that
clean
can,
energy, are we gonna have clean
yeah,
energy?
that provides affordable, clean energy,
Mhm. Provides.
affordable, clean energy. And we could say 100%, but we don't have to. And then the rest of it, and invest in the community. Why? To create an equitable and sustainable future for the San Diego region.
That's a good.
There we go.
Do we wanna have climate change in there?
I think so.
I
Provides affordable clean energy, addresses
Why? I
climate
mean,
change,
why-
and
biggest- the
invests in
biggest
the
thing is-
community.
thought we just took it out, we were trying to.
I know, but if you put it after clean energy, provides affordable clean energy, addressing climate change, and invests in the community to create an equitable and sustainable future for San Diego.
One reason why
It's a little wordy, like it starts getting wordy.
The other reason
I
why I
think it
took
has
it
to be
out
in.
was, why I would encourage us to take out climate change here is just because that it's a very loaded phrase
Right.
politically. And I think what we wanna try to do is appeal to everyone, regardless of the political spectrum that you're on. So that I was trying to,
Well, it's very direct and to the point, it's very clean.
I think, yeah.
It just
But not-
says what it is without sort of qualifying it too much, into too much words.
I guess my concern is the word nonprofit, it's just, a lot of people are trying to shy away from that because it doesn't really describe, it's an organization, enterprise, I mean,
It's
it's
an agency.
maybe agency, community-owned
Organization.
agency, that's all.
yeah,
Or organization.
Organization.
community-owned agency,
Let's change that language.
Or it could be agency.
Agency?
does everyone know what an agency is?
Community
A
owned.
power purchaser or power buyer
Agency,
or.
public
something like
agency.
that.
Public agency.
I would, public,
Power
I would-
source.
Public agency.
That's not.
It's wonky, no, organization,
I agree, I agree.
organization.
There you go.
I love you, but I'm.
Community-owned organization. You are an organization. Public agency is right, is one.
I really like community element.
Cause then people go, public agency, oh, no, no.
Yeah.
Hey.
No, you're right.
How do you know?
That's
Oh, you're public agency, I just checked out.
Yeah.
This gives it more
That's
homegrown,
same
sense of, there's a more of a connection there.
See, that to me is a mission statement, the guy or gal or they in an elevator.
Well, but it's also about
Could
holding
understand.
the CEO accountable, like, at the end of the day, your job is to provide clean energy and invest in, you know what I'm saying? What-
in the community.
If the community advisory committee is gonna be like, oh, it's not really your fault, but
Oh,
or the
it'll be-
board, we're not doing our job because they're not providing affordable clean energy or investing in the community.
Straight up.
There we go. I love
Which would be
it.
true.
Alright, so I'm gonna still argue that the highest thing is climate change.
Okay, so.
And I just feel like how do you have a mission statement that doesn't say anything about climate? Like, this is,
Our vision.
I mean,
Well, then you add it in there.
So to your point,
Addresses climate change, like Alejandro was saying.
so to split the difference, one of the things that I saw is helping us meet our climate action goals as opposed to saying climate change.
Yeah,
Because that's really what we reason to form this, is we have our climate action goals, and this is one of the vehicles that we're using, so.
But again, I go back, Joe, I always go back to Joe Blow and
Right.
they don't know what the heck
To
a
reach
climate
climate
action
action
goal is.
goals.
That's an organizational
Right.
term. Like, this is for the consumer. That's not an activist, a government person,
Right.
doesn't know anything
you don't
about
think
it.
that the average consumer understands climate change?
Not,
No.
maybe not, maybe not.
I think,
Again,
I think if we did
All the
polling,
third climate change
I bet you if we did polling in the San Diego region, I think one of the highest values or goals would be addressing climate change.
I have recent
and-
polling to share with you. And it cost me 40 grand. And it's a
I
good
said
poll.
San Diego region.
I don't mean North County.
Well, I mean, I get back to what is, at the end of the day, and this is, it's important that when Karen's are working with staff, and the staff come back and say, oh, well, our mission is to provide climate change, so we've got all these other projects where we run, do blue carbon, wetland restoration and coastal state trip stuff. Because that addresses climate change, and all of a sudden Karen's gonna be like, wait a minute, we're supposed to be delivering clean energy and investing in our communities. Is this about that? Because I do the same thing with our mission statement. It's like, oh, you're 20 miles up the watershed, we do coastal conservation. It's like, let's get back to our mission, right? So that's
Yes,
all.
that's right, always tie that, this is what you're gonna keep going back to, what are we doing? Does it go there? What is our decision about X, does it go to there? Does it align with the mission?
so part of the conversation though was how each one of us has our climate action goals.
Right.
So in our mission, and again, I keep going back to this document here. I'm 30, it says our region sustainability goals. I know sustainability is wonky too, but I think and I get it, Karen, where you're not wanting to put in a climate change because it is loaded. But I think we're an organization that is taking a stand, and I think climate change does resonate. So I would say yes, because the climate change programs is what we're investing back into the community. We're going back to those polluted communities that, that need that TLC from the CCAs, but
Well, the climate action goals are our goals.
Yes,
exactly.
No, but they're city goals. To reach those, we have objective to create this organization that does that helps us, whether or not the job of Karen and her staff isn't to help us meet our climate action goals, it's to provide affordable clean energy and invest in the community. How we report back to our climate action goals for the state of California that's our business.
yeah, but I get that, but we did have a conversation that it's a mutual partnership. So how can we leave that out of our mission? I mean, and I get what you're saying, but I think that,
So what we could do is take this one and put that addresses climate change, provides affordable clean energy, and invest in the community, blah, blah, blah. So we could put that back in there, or it could be that provides affordable clean energy, addresses climate change, and invest in the community, blah, 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 blah. Because it sounds like you are hung up on it's about half and half, are you about half and half now about whether or not to have that language in your vision?
Add it, go ahead.
If, and, or alternatively,
Because it's hard.
one idea could be to somehow the last part, tie it to the climate action plans or something less wonky that ties what we're doing to the climate action plans of our member cities. Something along that lines, which is again, very, very specific, but again, climate action plan, who knows what that is? It's a 100-page document somewhere on the website. So is there a way to sort of?
I agree with that because like you don't want to put comma, because then it
Well,
separates
it's
like,
not,
but it
exactly.
also separates it as if this is not, all of this is not about climate, this is all about climate. And so like, it's not like this affordable clean energy, comma, climate, it's all one, it's all like.
Provides
And
affordable-
realize the goals.
Couldn't we address the global, no pun intended, sort of articulation of the climate crisis and global climate change, adaptation, and all those, the existential threat, basically? Can't we really see that in the vision statement?
Yeah.
We envision ourselves as a model, tool and agency in addressing the global climate crisis, climate change, empowering communities, acting globally, thinking globally, all that good stuff. Can't we really address that in how we envision ourselves in the broader context instead of trying to engineer it into the mission, which really gets down to the nitty gritty of what are we really doing for the account holder, right? We're community owned as opposed to IOU. We're giving affordable clean energy options that they don't have. 100% renewable portfolio, opt up 100%. And we're investing in community. IOU's not doing that. So that's what we do. That's it in a nutshell. That's what we do.
Yeah, this is.
So that would be my 2 cents about, I think that the commenting, the expounding on the bigger fight,
Right.
to me, I think more properly belongs in a vision, like how do we see ourselves in the fight?
Right.
Where's our place? That's where I would put it. I mean, I'm open to building any consensus y'all want on this, but that's what I think.
What I'm gonna recommend is that we,
make-
take the rest of your comments, but that we might table this.
Right.
Okay.
For when the other Encinitas are in the room. Because I'm sure she's gonna say climate.
So another alternative, since my other alternative didn't go there. But something, because part of it
We
is
liked your
what I keep hearing
Are you bitter?
is,
Are you bitter?
what is driving your action every day, right? And it's not just about providing affordable clean energy, because there's a universe of stuff that you could be working on towards affordable clean energy. But there's something about our climate goals. So something like meet our climate goals. That kind of gets climate in there, leaves action, gets change out of there.
At the very end,
Yeah.
and meet our climate goals.
Meet our climate goals.
So, blah, 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 sustainable
For a
future for
future
San Diego
of
region
meeting our
and meeting our climate goals.
Creating equitable and sustainable future for the San Diego region, meeting our climate goals.
Okay.
Somewhere.
So somewhere in.
And meet our climate, was that the suggestion?
Yeah.
And meet our comments.
Well, meet our climate goals and wherever
To
it
meet our
fits in.
climate goals and create an equitable and sustainable future for us.
I think you got the addresses climate. Okay, so you're saying provide affordable clean energy to meet our
No.
climate goals.
Provides affordable clean energy and invest in the community
To
to meet our climate goals and create an equitable and sustainable future for San Diego.
Yes, yes.
For San Diego and Strike Region.
Yeah, strike region, strike the other thing, just get as many of those
Oh,
little
well,
words out.
is that politically sensitive?
Just, just San Diego?
Can we say just San Diego?
I think.
I think
both.
I think you have to
Just San
say-
Diego?
Yeah.
I think we should for region.
I think region.
That's-
So according to your strategic planning terms and
Okay, say this,
process,
tell me again.
the vision is what the organization should look like, feel like, be doing, and be like at the point in the future. Our mission is the societal need the organization meets, answers the question, why?
Mhm.
So by adding that component, we're talking about why we're here.
But which component?
Okay, so
Meet our
where-
climate
when I
goals.
Meet our
ask-
climate
Oh, yeah,
goals.
yeah.
Karen,
Oh, I
what you
think we're-
say?
Yeah, I think we're all
we're
set.
good.
I think we all-
We're
we're
good.
good.
I'm just
Okay.
reiterating.
Oh, I thought we were on to the San Diego region or San Diego.
To
From the
meet
Midwest.
our
It should be
climate
San Diego
goals.
Yeah.
Cause I'm San Diego.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry.
Can we rename our county?
Sorry.
We should rename our county because it's so
Yeah.
confusing.
There we go.
An
Nice.
equitable and sustainable future for the San Diego region.
I think San Diego region.
keep-
we
we'll put
gotta
it back
keep
in.
it.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
there would be people that
Nice.
feel not part of it.
Not
part of it if they, right. Okay.
So I want to suggest one other change. Karen pointed this out. We say community 3 different times. So
Okay.
I just want to float out the idea of invest in our neighborhoods
Thank you, that's
instead
what
of
I
the
said.
community, which is what you were saying. It kind of makes it a little more personal
Where's the one you changed?
And our hoods.
because it relates to people more.
That's a great
It
idea.
is.
Would you like to change this to neighborhood?
What about our people?
Yeah, because if we say
I like
neighborhoods, are we
people.
getting rid of businesses? Is that shutting out?
Neighborhoods is residential.
You know what,
But
I mean, one way-
Residents,
I don't think I see the point, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure that
I don't
using
think,
community.
I'm fine with it.
Problem,
Yeah, I
but
agree.
that's just me, but
I'm fine with that twice.
part of it was,
It's 3 times, right? Community power, community owned. and
But
then
it
community.
drives home it
Where-
puts emphasis on community.
Community
Yeah.
owned, community, I see it twice.
Neighborhood.
The name, community power.
The name.
That one.
I mean, one or another option would be a community organization that addresses climate change by providing affordable clean energy to create an equitable, sustainable future for the San Diego region. So you just cut out the other stuff and make it simpler.
But investing in the community is key.
Yeah.
That's a key part of it.
yeah, that's really makes us distinct.
So and also you're gonna be using excerpts here too, so you might say the mission is to provide affordable, see how you're saying there, what is our mission? Our mission is to, and you start there, you don't say that, so I'm just saying you might not be using this exact statement when you're saying. So community may always still be twice. The mission of San Diego Community Power is to provide an affordable clean energy and invest in the community to meet our climate action goals and create an equitable and sustainable future for the San Diego region. That's your mission.
What about our shared climate goals?
I think that's excellent.
Climate goals.
What about if somebody has, like, are we really about meeting San Diego's climate goals or?
Yes,
Collective.
San
you keep
Diego?
saying it's about the global,
But-
so if
but-
I help
Well,
them, they
no, only
help me.
because then when we talk about goals, we talk about like there's specific goals that Chula Vista is gonna have that maybe Encinitas doesn't share, or maybe San Diego has something that Chula Vista doesn't. So are we really about meeting our individual, our goals or our shared goals? Or, because now we're getting more specific instead of climate change is climate goals. And so just throw it out there, like what are the climate goals? Like, to meet our climate goals.
I think if you're throwing that in there, that means now I gotta look at what are our shared climate goals. I think it's just extra.
Alright.
I prefer the prior version, but.
This one here.
Yeah.
I think this is simpler and easier to communicate. This is really satisfying your passion for including the climate goals. So I guess you're gonna have to decide between these.
Can we come back to that and do the others
Okay.
first and then
We
see?
need to go-
Have
we need to
the
move on with
staff
mission
and the
statement.
community
So
vote.
I'm at 1 through 4 on either one of those now.
The only thing,
Yeah.
the only other wordsmithing I'm gonna throw out there
Second
Right.
one, 4 on the second one, on the third one.
Okay,
is in our communities instead of in the community.
Invest in
Yeah.
our.
we have
Low-
our,
We need to take
Communities
ownership
plural.
of
It
it.
makes it a little more personal.
Us,
Yeah,
our.
invest in our community to meet
Yeah.
our.
Communities.
I know, that's a problem, but our,
Invest in.
but it makes it a little more personal, because what is the, so I know where Steve was coming from when he brought that in, and I'm glad he did. But that is something that I would change, is make it more personal, but I'll just float that out there, let the group, and we can move on.
And after wordsmithing maybe.
Yeah.
We invest in our community to meet climate action goals, or to meet climate goals.
Yeah.
To
We
meet
can- we can
climate
wordsmith,
goals.
like-
Yeah, I think that's wordsmith. All right, we need to move on to
Yeah.
vision. And
Keep
you're already
focusing.
excited, I can tell.
Can we highlight that one,
Yeah.
because those are the two that we're gonna be.
You know this is gonna be
I
10
know, it's
paragraphs
really
long, right?
Yeah.
So the good thing
This
is,
is only a beginning.
15 minutes, but I'm- That's pretty good.
That's it, right?
We're pretty good.
Okay.
Maybe
Right,
it won't take as much time.
So now
Well, I don't think
look at
that-
all the students. Never mind. Nope.
Yes, we are.
As long as you got that Word document open, it's something to change.
We're an hour and a half over the schedule. So we'll see what we can do.
We know how to work on a deadline.
No legal interpretation of any.
Actually, I think we're being fairly productive.
Yeah, I was just telling Karen, we are only 15 minutes behind.
Because they're so caring and thoughtful.
Thoughtful, yeah.
Yeah. You're not bad, everybody, just keep it going. Let me get back to my PowerPoint. Your participation is great.
I just check and see
By
if
the
Tara's
process.
coming.
Making the sausage.
Exactly.
I've got this source right there.
So what I was gonna
The reason
do.
my cup was heating up is because I'm in front of the heat lamp right here, so.
Wow.
That's exactly.
Water, can you heat up my cookie for me?
All right, people, this is what we were gonna do if I felt like, we're not ready to move on, right?
Nice.
But I think you are.
We are.
Work together very
I'm
well.
standing aside.
So, and as Joe said, he was a 1 through 4, for all of it, right? With those two statements in particular. Vision statement. Okay, let me fix this. So that's not in purview.
What if she needs help?
Oops. There's still some, someone else?
What do you need?
Oh, the chair.
Ta-da, that's it. Thank you, Joe. How are we? Okay, good. All right, to be here.
There's still coffee.
Vision statement.
Okay, yeah.
Vision statements are just like you experienced in the survey. And I'm gonna just give you some little bit more background information to support this discussion. So what are they? This is what San Diego Community Power is in the future, what you expect to be, what you hope to be. Okay, as an organization or as an entity within the space, right, of San Diego, and what you're doing. Vision statement should also be clear, concise, brief, succinct, whatever word you want to use here, right? One sentence statement. Here's the recommendation.
Oh my gosh.
Have you seen some of those? I've seen some vision statements that were like paragraphs. So again, representing your organization in a way that connects, resonates, and is clear when someone reads your vision statement. It's the essence of who the organization strives to become. So you're not necessarily it, but this is your goal of how you want to be, right, at some point in the future, whether that's 10 years from now, 20 years from now. It's an aspirational statement of who or what organization. So, I have some examples for you. Let's start with Amazon. Their vision is to be the Earth's most customer-centric company where people can find and discover anything they might want to buy online. I think that captures it pretty clearly. And they're doing it.
To make people addicted to
And I am one of those people. All right. Disney, here we go with Disney. Now, Joe, you did your whole history of Disney.
Yeah.
Here's the vision. And I love how succinct and clear it is, right? They want to be one of the world's leading producers and providers of entertainment and information.
So the information portion is interesting to me.
Yeah, that is.
Okay, I guess they do own
They do all
BBC.
kinds of, they do all kinds of other kind of things other than Disneyland and Disney movies, right? Okay. The port. We are this is them looking ahead in the future. We are this innovative global seaport, courageously supporting commerce, community, and the environment. I think it's really clear.
Courageously. Oh my God.
Courageously. All right, this is where we get to maybe throw in those big, bold
Yeah.
issues, however you would call them, adverbs, adjectives, right? A couple others. I thought this was interesting in the way that they represent. To establish Starbucks as the premier, there's your premier word, purveyor of the finest coffee in the world while maintaining our uncompromising principles of while we grow. What are they?
It does not seem aligned. It does, like, they're
Well,
not
they
the
lost-
finest coffee in the
They
world.
lost the finest part, yeah.
Finest coffee,
I
I'm
just
drinking
changed
it, but it's not the
it.
finest. It's the Mickey D's of coffee. Right? Like, it's,
Yeah, but it's about their mission statement, so they're trying to.
Don't be not coming.
But
for
there's
coffee.
See the coffee shops in Las Vegas, they have the long tube, you know, the ones with like.
He's gonna bring us back.
Yeah.
All right, yes, we have the lobbies and.
Reading diagram. Okay, let's keep it.
He brings
So,
it back.
so really quick in the vision statement, you had mentioned earlier when we were talking about our climate goals and then having to describe them. Here, when I see this,
Blue bottle.
where it says our uncompromising principles, I wanna know what their principles are.
You know, and so is our vision, should we be listing things that people will then want to look up in our bylaws? Or-
Again, this is just an example. It doesn't mean
Yeah.
you have to do it.
May not be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, exactly. You don't want people though asking questions. So I would say,
Yeah,
hey,
you should just
Starbucks,
know.
what is your, we
What's
don't
the
want.
vision, I mean, that gets back to, San Diego Community Power is the premier provider of community power or affordable clean energy in the world. I don't know, whatever, that's, like it's, the, you can throw all the buzzwords in them you want, right? Like,
Yeah.
all right.
Same bit.
But the adjective, I have one.
Okay,
We're ready to go.
moving on. I think we have-
Chevron, this is a good one for us.
Oh,
Chevron.
I threw in some.
Lisa, you're throwing in some
Yeah,
companies.
I had
Exactly.
You might want to just throw that one
I
out.
did on purpose, not some of these, okay?
Okay.
So just so you know, to be the global energy.
Now, I'm the one that gets mad about it.
Which is most admired for its people, partnerships and performance.
Yeah, okay.
Wow.
Interesting that it
was
doesn't
interesting.
necessarily say, I want to be known for energy or anything about like the use of energy, but it's like about people, partnerships and performance.
That's right.
We want to get away from the fact that we deliver fossil fuels.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Very well.
There you go. The to be the premier, there we go, premier global defense, aerospace and security council. I like that one. I like that because it's the simplicity of this, right? And then lastly, Boeing. People working together. I think that was interesting how they just were talking about people, right, and working together, right, as a global enterprise for aerospace, showing themselves as leaders, right? So those are your examples.
So can we throw out like buzzwords and adjectives and?
We're gonna do a little experiment right now.
Fantastic.
And actually, you're gonna see the responses to the survey. I wanted to turn the lights off, but we can't do that because we are recording. You're gonna see, hopefully my poll is working, what people answered the question. Pretend that you are, we can go back. Pretend that you are years ahead in the future. What would you like to hear someone say about San Diego Community Power 5 years from now, 10 years from now? So this is supposed to be.
I'll be there in just a minute.
Okay, apparently. It looks like I may not be connected. This is supposed to scroll through all of your results. Let me see what happened. I'll be bummed if this doesn't show. I can just scroll. It's gonna scroll. Let me see if mine's connected. It should be connected. Yes, I'm connected. That is not showing. I wanted you to see how everyone answered that question, because it speaks to vision. And who people hope to be, the organization to be. Marceline, and then we'll just have to move on because it's not working. There we go. Here are your responses.
50 million.
What's WRG?
I don't know.
What's
That was
WRG?
what they wrote.
Women,
These were first off.
oh, workforce.
That was mean cute house.
Was that Chevron?
That's cute.
That's actually a good one.
These are all good.
that one.
I like that one.
Yeah.
Hero.
And this is what they hope to hear someone say 5 years from now. 10 years.
I hadn't thought about the provides excellent service. That's a good one too.
Yeah.
Here's a good one. Yeah. It's such an interesting how some of the respondents want us to be one of the biggest and the most important CC in the state. How that's
That was respect, it should be respectful, but it's just a typo. I literally copied and pasted. Yeah. Almost. Almost there.
I like that one. That's simple.
They use CCC, I don't know if that was a typo or not. Was it different?
it's a CCA or CCE.
So
That was the California Coastal Commission.
Yeah. So
We want to take out the coastal.
a different controversial.
We want to replace that. It's gonna be our
okay,
next.
so that's the last one. All right, so that was
Expanding
just
the
to
scope.
help you get in the mindset of what other people, how they answer that question and help you articulate your vision statement. So what we're gonna do now is do kind of the same process with you taking a look now of the results from the vision statement. So that is tab number 11 in your workbook. Give you some time to read through that, and then we'll take your work. Oh, welcome.
Hey Tara.
Hi.
Welcome.
Oh, I'm in the front, y'all are gonna watch.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like church, you're late, you go to the front. What, this is why I go to church.
Oh, you're at church now.
This is what we're doing?
Okay, so we are on tab 12 of your workbook, and we are reading over the results from the vision statement.
11.
Sorry, I keep looking at the last thing after it, tab, and we're reading through those.
And highlighting the ones we like.
Yes, highlighting words that resonate with you, connect with you, things that
21, it's like grow this thing.
I love that.
Grow this thing.
There you go.
Is this from this morning?
This is a survey that we conducted over the last year. I think we updated it a few times trying to ensure that everybody had an opportunity to fill out the survey. We got about 85% participation rate. The Lakers of the season.
So this comes from your board, your CEC, and your staff.
So when you read some of this, you know who did it because I remember just the terms.
I need beer Saturday.
10 o'clock.
Because we're being recorded, we're probably. I'll wait till 5. Thank you very much.
We can have cookies and coffee and water.
Thank you, Chair.
Who is ready already? You ready?
Well, we're going into cannabis production at the county. You're authorizing cannabis production in the county.
And we did that about 4 years ago.
OMG. Super overachiever.
We lowered our taxes to get that.
You guys are at 8%.
We're down, no, we're at 2 now.
No, we're doing
What?
good.
We're at 5.
For cannabis production,
We
because
said
we
go
weren't
do
getting-
consultation.
for production, yeah, we got-
Oh, for sales, it's like
Sale.
So everything is different. You guys have different percentage of land.
Because we weren't getting the numbers, so we weren't reducing the tax.
They just like.
We did 5 across the board for everything.
Oh, so do you have a range in your
I'm assuming you're ready to go.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. Let's start entering in language that you think. First, let's just start off with numbers, the numbers of the statements that you think resonated with you. And so we can see if there's an alignment.
I'll tell you my top one. I have a bunch, but I'll tell you, I kind of have tiers.
Okay, so just say your numbers and then, yeah, go ahead.
No, but yeah, but I want to like tell you the ones that are my number ones.
Okay, sure. Go
So
ahead.
I think number 7 and number 20, and number 29. 7, 20, and 29. I have like 14 stars next to those.
Oh, wow. Okay.
7, 20, 29. And then there's others I like, but they're not as resonant. So I think that's kind of tier 2 ones
Okay.
are 1, 2, 4, 12, 17. Yeah.
19. I think 19 kind of sums it up. The 100% positive impact of the energy landscape. Good job. Solution to climate change, which I've been talking about. So I think 19 is a good one.
Here we go, climate change.
Yeah.
Okay.
Although what's your opinion, how do you want?
Steve, what do you think?
Yeah, there were elements of a few. I mean, 4, 7, 8, 16. That had elements or words that I thought appealed to sort of vision.
Yeah.
4, 7, 8, 16.
4, 7, 8, 16. I have yeah, I'm allergic to grass.
All right, we're ready to go. I know.
Let's just.
I know. All right, it's a process.
That's what I know.
Okay.
Joe?
And so,
Oh, I mean, I like 20 and 7 as well. And I like 26 of the vision. Sorry. I think some of the mission statements were actually better than the mission statements.
Yeah.
okay. I just wanna
That was the,
make it happen.
20. I mean, 20 is good. It just doesn't like it's kind of like I wasn't supposed to say but, so I won't say that. But 20 is good.
Okay, now 20. So 7 and 20 are what I'm hearing
And it's especially in Peoria, yeah.
so far.
29.
29, you have that too? Okay. Who haven't we heard from? Serge, what do you think?
Just ones I had kind of circled would be number 12. 100% clean, affordable, renewable energy. I like that. I mean, I thought it was. Then 14, serving the communities we serve. Kind of, I thought it was good. 16, 17, 19. And then I have just on 28, an innovative provider of clean energy. That's all. I thought that statement was good.
Alejandro, did you have anything?
17. I like being the Lakers of the CCA.
Some people in San Diego wouldn't like that, but
Yeah.
I'm really true with that.
And I think 11.
You've been here a while. Not the Lakers. It could be the Knicks.
And I would say, if we wanted to, 7 and 8.
The Knicks.
7 and 8.
I like the Knicks.
All right. Joe, you already added in. Or they already represent.
So those represent, but I think, yeah, I mean, none of them are perfect. It's just, I think that there are some buzzwords that are more kind of like.
I agree with you. I think none are perfect, but I think there's a lot of resonance with buzzwords that make sense.
I mean, I think we have to say innovation at some point, because I think it really goes to like that added value beyond what's already in the marketplace. I mean, if we're not gonna, and Tara's here now, so she can help us out with the mission statement, but if we go with the first one, which was Steve's inclination, then climate's not in there. And I think at some point we have to say something about climate and climate solutions. 100% renewable energy has to be somewhere. And I think the whole idea of not leaving anyone behind in this energy transition needs to be there. And then the whole, I think I like 19 too, just from the inspiring, like, even though we're acting locally, we're inspiring action around the globe. You know, this is a strategy that, if successful, when successful, others are going to look at and pay attention to and be inspired by it. And I think that that's important. Picking up on what Joe had said before, trusted. I do think that trusted is important, because this energy landscape in California and you know and in the country more so in the future is so complex and so complicated that you have to trust. You have to have some level of trust, because people just don't get it. And excellent service, I think, is we should strive to be somebody that provides excellent service as well.
Okay. The way that you just shared that, we're gonna be writing it here. So I wanted your language now. Tara, maybe you want to start with
Sure,
some
I'll
of the
do
language,
buzzwords. Yeah.
but the best stuff.
Yep,
okay? So
I'll do it. I'll run through it. Okay, I'd say 100% clean and renewable should be in there. Sustainability should be in there somewhere. Equity needs to be in there somewhere. Climate or climate change needs to be in there.
Excuse me, wait, one minute.
Okay, I can go slower. 100% clean and renewable should be in there somewhere. Sustainable or sustainability needs to be in there somewhere. Local should be in there somewhere. Equity should be in there somewhere. Innovation should be in there somewhere, or innovative. And then climate or climate change should be in there somewhere, one of the two. I think either competitive, affordable, or cost effective. You don't need all three, but one of those three is fine, but one of them needs to be in there.
This was a discussion earlier too.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have an opinion, but you need something, either cost effective, affordable, or competitive. Good jobs should be in there. Those would be the ones I think are like, have to have.
Are you
Competitive, you could do another //, cost, yeah. Affordable.
jobs? I'm trying to get. Does you want good jobs or
Good
just jobs?
No, good,
It has to
they
be
should be
good.
good jobs.
Okay.
just to be clear, local, equity, and innovative are all different. They're not.
Right, I'm just adding.
Yeah, they're not interchangeable.
Right, I'm just adding.
And then say affordable, it could be affordable, competitive, or cost effective. Those are the three, not cost, affordable, competitive, or cost effective. Second for the have-to-haves. And then I'd love to have this would be my second tier, not have to have, but would like be nice to have, would be something about like distributive rooftop or distributive energy or something along those lines. But that's a second tier.
Yeah, let's hold off on second tier, we're just going with your primary language that really resonated with you, that you think captures what the vision, right? Of your organization is, right? Premier?
Or trusted.
Leader.
Or, yeah.
Premier, trusted. I'm just putting these all in one line, so we don't have to put too many things up, okay? Premier, trusted, leader.
Excellent customer service.
Okay. In the vision statement.
Yes, because we talked about it being part of what we provide to the community.
This is not from the survey, but it's a couple of my own terms.
Okay.
Moving and empowering.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Moving and empowering.
Okay.
I'll give you context.
Moving and empowering.
From an inspirational perspective or empowering like individuals,
So
empowering.
my language involves moving and empowering communities to understand the rules, so that's right.
What about inspirational? Like inspiring, not only are we doing things, but we're inspiring others to act as well.
Are these all on the buzzword page? No, it's
I'm with you.
We're starting there.
Why, we just like have a page of buzzwords.
So I would add to the top bullet, reliable.
Ooh, good point.
Yeah, reliable.
Agree.
Clean, renewable and reliable, or?
I just add it on. I'm not trying to wordsmith at this
Right
point.
now, okay.
Yeah.
I think we covered just about everything.
Yeah.
Bill Baber,
Oh,
is he
is
back
that-
yet? Are you?
Yes, yes, Mr. Mosca?
Yes, the great representative from La Mesa. Have you seen our list of buzzwords? Would you add anything else?
I'm just gonna register either at a level of consensus 2, 3, or 4, and keep moving.
Wise man, wise man.
If I wasn't here, I'll make it 2. How about that?
All right.
Do we know if there are any other regions or states or CCAs that have achieved 100% renewable energy for their entire communities yet?
Great question.
Yes, Clean Power Alliance has more than half of their communities. They have about 30 communities. More than half are at 100% renewable.
More than half, okay.
That's our goal, right? 100%. Right,
Or is
vision.
it, yeah.
Okay, are we ready to start crafting?
And I know in the last conversation, we had talked about a date or dates, 2030, 2050, 2035. So are we gonna just eliminate the dates altogether? Numbers? Because I know we talked
Let's
about
look at
that.
number 7. Would you want to say something like providing 100% renewable energy by 2035 or something like that, or to bring in that goal?
I mean, I think it's certainly, I think being that we're trying to facilitate the climate goals of the individual member agencies, I think that at some point staff will have to come back to us with a pathway for us to get to 100% by 2030 or 2035, and what are the benchmarks getting to that point? And so I don't know that we have to put it in there, but it certainly is.
I like it. I mean, I'll just say, having just run through this at the county, having clarity, like that 2035 is a real goal, it changes the discourse, it changes the entire way that the entire organization is now focused in a way that it wasn't before we had a deadline in there. So I think we should put 2035 in.
Right.
It's been very effective because now staff is like back engineering and working backwards with sort of with a clear time frame.
And the previous conversation was some people have 2030, some people
Yeah,
have
we have
2035.
2030 and 2035.
So some of you said or sooner.
Or sooner, 2035 or sooner.
I will tell you, just having,
But there's some caps that are 2035, and there's some caps, I think my cap is 2030. And to the best is, I don't know.
you know, just look at we just did our regional decarbonization framework. I actually read this horribly difficult, impossible. It was like 800 pages. It's like, oh my God. Anyway, but it was good. So, like, I had energy models for the whole region. And 2035 was the sort of the feasible 100% renewable.
Can I just provide some feedback? On missions and explain things. I forget the name of the really nice man that is your decarbonization lead.
Meredith.
He gave a talk to our council, and it was really nice. I do this for a living, so I understood every word of it. From my colleagues, it's like, dude, what the guy was talking about?
Yeah, I had the same reaction. I love.
So I think that's something just to think about.
I totally agree.
So,
Don't,
you know,
yes,
and-
appreciate the feedback. It is very helpful
Because
and
exceptionally nice man, and I know he really believes, but I thought about that a lot, because we really try to work on that at our city, is like just making sure we're clear. So it's something you might want to think about, because, you know, we can get lost, and we all get lost in these buzzwords, but.
I completely agree. There's like a translation exercise, right? You know, if you can't articulate in a public way what it is you're trying to achieve and how you get there, then you can't move people.
I know it's a great example.
Thank you, Serge. I've seen that presentation, so I'm very glad to
Yeah.
get the feedback.
I know I came in late. I would be against putting a specific date on, because we're 2035. We have people want to go to 30. There's probably people want to go to 40. Since we're a body that has to sort of incorporate the goals of the 7 cities, I think we're safer if we don't put any specific date in this body's vision statement.
But I would just say, I mean, I'm just gonna push back a little, like, even if we said 2035 or sooner, that doesn't mean that we're the only source of carbon emissions in any given jurisdiction. So then we're actually just making it easier for jurisdictions who have a 2040 deadline, because we're doing the sort of front loading on the front end and leaving some of the more difficult stuff on the back. You know, like, I don't think that those are contradictory, right? Because there are so many sources of carbon emissions that it's not just energy production. So there doesn't have to be like identical alignment between our energy renewable, 100% renewable goal and the broader zero carbon, net carbon goals.
I think the question for me is what, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was saying, I gave the speech this morning that we're a group of 7 cities, and we have to respect each of the 7 cities. So I guess if you're going to put a date in, I'm going to register a level 5 objection. How about that? Yeah, I don't think it should have a date, because I think you should keep it flexible for all the cities.
All right, let's recognize that Steve's gonna have a comment, and then we'll go start to drafting.
Yeah.
No, I think for me, it's not a question of the value or not, or including a specific date somewhere, you know, but in the vision statement, generically describing ourselves at a future point in time, I'm not sure that I'm comfortable putting that, because giving the many different sources of carbon, many different agency approaches, I mean, we're an agency of first impression. We're launching, it's within a fairly reasonable, foreseeable near future timeframe. It's easy to put that in a vision statement, and if it hasn't achieved, then that creates a different dynamic and a different communication perspective for consumers to look at this agency as. And so I don't want to set ourselves up for that. I think there's place for that in other documents, but in terms of the vision.
So you're worried that if you worry you might not hit it, and so you don't wanna put it in the vision, because you might not be able to achieve it.
Well, I just
And
think
then
the
we look
vision is
like-
broader than any specific date, because that's programmatic, that's program, that's part of the mission, that's operational, but to say we see ourselves, I mean, I think you can say the same thing without, and avoid the date controversy. And I can suggest that as we get down
So let's move to drafting.
to the draft.
Are we supposed to leave and Lisa to just work magic and?
That
That's the
worked
part she
last
likes.
I guess so,
That's
right.
the
It
dance.
worked well for the mission statement, let's see what that works.
It's like those movies where they go behind
It's
the-
like pulling the curtain on a piece of artwork.
I know.
Let's see, what do we do?
You're serious.
Let me make sure.
I think we might have it.
Yeah.
She's already got this drafted, I would be.
There's a-
Like that.
I wish.
I think you can say the same.
Okay.
You can leave yourself.
Here, where we're going to vision statement. Okay, so I'm just reminding you here, first of all, your vision statement,
Well, you guys said
futuristic.
you're-
aspirational view.
Respect 135, it's 24.
You're starting with a verb, you're starting with an adjective, you're starting with saying, we are this, we are doing this in this way for the future of whatever, for these reasons. I'm just trying to give you a template, kind of where you might be filling in the blanks on the statement. So if you wanted to start with, Steve, I'm sorry. So you wanted to start with 100% clean and renewable energy. Or providing excellent, moving and empowering the community through excellent customer service and providing 100% clean, and you see what I'm saying? So it's a combination of what you have up here. So why don't we start with,
Let's start with Karen.
we are.
Karen's
Wait,
a
wait,
good, she's a good
Yeah,
crossword
also-
puzzle person. She has all of this down now.
Okay, so let me just turn this here. Okay, let me,
Okay, I think I've got something we can at least play with.
okay, I just want to show you the example here. This is, Joe said I have the. Okay.
There
Leading,
goes the aggregator.
there it is, aggregate. Again, this is just a generic to give you an example. Providing affordable, renewable energy options for the people of San Diego and investing in everybody. That was just a bad example of that, but
That's a good try.
Yeah.
Good try. Good effort.
all right, there we go. Moving on. What would you like to start with? And but Karen, you actually
I've
want
got
to start
something,
with
there's some
something.
chicken
Karen,
scratch here, I'll see if I can figure out, okay.
and then
This is
were
just
you
a-
using what the list?
I was trying to pull from that and
Okay,
pull
that's
from
what I
what
wanna make
the
sure we're
staff,
doing.
okay.
Correct.
Let's try this, to
Okay.
lead the state, empowering our region with 100% clean, affordable energy while empowering our communities and enabling a just and equitable transition.
Okay.
That's a lot.
No, it's good.
Can I say
I
that
think
one
the
more time,
beginning,
please?
the only thing I'd say is like clean, renewable and affordable. You missed renewable.
She had affordable.
No, I know she had affordable, she didn't have renewable.
Reliable.
To lead the state in,
So to lead the state or something about that leadership,
yeah.
some
or
leadership
Premier or
piece.
something like that. Okay.
And empowering our region,
Powering, not empowering, right?
powering, like
Powering our
energy, power, yeah, powering
Okay.
our region. Or it could be in delivering 100%.
Not delivery, but
Oh,
Providing.
Providing
Providing.
100%, yeah, it could be providing, doesn't mean powering. 100% clean, maybe renewable, affordable energy.
Clean, renewable, reliable.
Yeah, it's almost,
Affordable.
this almost feels like the mission restated a little bit though, so I'm a little, or to be,
So maybe we don't say clean here, or we don't say affordable here, or we say
Wow.
reliable, renewable.
something like that, while empowering our communities. And innate, and
Is climate
something,
in there? Climate change.
the state, empowering our region. Not yet. While enabling, or empowering our communities and in something related to equity, enabling a just, or enabling an equitable participation, or enabling a just transition, kind of speaking to
And that was
Speaking to
one of the
workforce
missions.
development, I'm speaking to workforce development when we're
I
trying.
think there's a
to
disconnect between to lead the state and then empowering
Yeah,
our
the
region.
state.
I had language, I had written to be the leader in our region and state. And then follow.
To be a trusted leader.
Okay. But I mean, the basic elements are that and moving and empowering communities to 100% renewable energy, period.
Okay, can you say that, to
Can
be
you
a
throw liquors
trusted,
in there too?
No labors.
to be a trusted leader, and what would you have?
I was to be the leader in our region and state, moving and empowering communities to 100% renewable energy.
Oh.
I think affordability has to be in there.
I mean, it's just-
Communities to, I'm sorry.
empowering communities to 100% renewable energy. I mean, if you ask, where do we see ourselves, right? Like, how would you describe us in 10 years or 20 years?
So is it empowering or powering?
I like empowering because we're giving communities a structure and a process and a means by which they can move from where they're at now to 100% renewable. We're the tool, or a tool. Depending on who you talk to, we really are tools.
Maybe, but
We are the
maybe,
tool. That can get us to.
Instead of moving, transitioning.
We
Instead
can
of,
build just different.
instead of moving, transitioning. That's where you got your transition, right?
Transition.
Instead of moving and empowering.
In the region and state, not our region, I would say in the region and state, but that's.
And moving and empowering
Well, remember
communities to
we wanted to-
100%
One
take
person.
ownership. I said neighborhoods, but that's fine. So in the region, our region and state. We're moving and empowering communities 100% renewable energy. Oh. But it doesn't say anything about jobs.
Or the
excellent
climate goal,
customer
yeah.
service and reaching our climate goals.
We could start it with to exceed our climate goals. Our vision is to, but then that begs the question, what are those climate goals? But if we wanted to bring climate change, climate goals into the vision, it could be like to exceed the ones we've set out.
I go item 19. To move our communities to 100% local renewable energy to have a positive impact on the energy landscape throughout the state and to create good paying jobs and be a solution to climate change. That kind of knocks it out and puts everything what we even add the jobs. Because at one point that
It's a way to get jobs in there. One of the jobs for it.
whoever did 19, I think you might have wordsmith as that one as part of your survey. Here.
So plug when you want 19 listed.
Sure, that was the only one that I put up there, so I like
Was
that. Yes.
It's yours, isn't it, huh?
Exactly.
It's yours, it's yours.
That's mine.
Me saying the same buzzwords over and over has paid off. That's okay.
You know how this works.
Like I said, your.
Yeah, no, that's, no, and it's all good. I mean, it's just.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm putting in 19 as an option.
So Steve, do you have a problem with the beginning of that?
Which one?
Because you've always been about empowering as opposed to us moving our communities. So you're always empowering people to move themselves. So do you have an issue with that first part?
I think it's energy landscape, goes to every governance.
Oh, you mean, you're asking me about dropping empowering?
No,
Yeah,
instead
like,
of-
because the first phrase is to move our communities, and you always talk about empowering, I guess, essentially where people are individually empowered to do it themselves.
Well, I'm fine with either, it's not like a hard 5 or anything, but I would just say that one of the educational points, common points, and organizational sort of distinctions about us is empowerment, it's choice. It is empowering people to make a choice that then leads to certain benefits for everyone and for themselves. And so that's why I try to use that kind of language around empowering it being something people can choose to do to move the ball. But in terms of the vision statement, I'm not popular which phraseology.
Yeah, like I think it's certainly right too, like, because I like there's a couple of phrases here I like. And I think like that second phrase of like positive impact on the energy landscape throughout the state it's like, it's kind of, it's, what does it mean? Like, but I do think that's what I mean by inspiration. That we're inspiring, even though we're acting locally, we're inspiring, statewide, nationwide. So I don't know how else you say it, but.
Well, how about to lead the state power in our region with 100% clean renewable?
Well, I just, the
Renewable
challenge
energy,
throws me off, right?
create good paying jobs, be a solution to climate change. How are you? Sorry, I know.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, if we're thinking about, okay, what do we see ourselves as, describe ourselves like 10, 20 years from now? Do we say moving? Or do we say to be? You know, how are you describing it? Right? We're describing ourselves. What do we look like?
Yeah, because I kind of see that language as
It's
more
already
of a mission.
happened, it's happened.
Our mission is to do this, as opposed to our vision, which is kind of, I kind of see it as a goal, what
Yeah.
we're trying to get to.
That's exactly.
So,
Right.
Or we're already there, or we're close to being there, and this is what it looks like.
Right.
Yes. So that to me maybe is more, I don't know, wordsmith this last one, but it's more of the first two.
Yeah.
The first,
yeah.
In terms of describing us at that.
exactly.
Right.
Why don't we just take a couple of phrases of the third one and add it on to the second one? Specifically the climate change and the jobs.
You felt pretty strongly about including climate change verbiage in the vision.
I think climate change is important.
Especially if you're not gonna have an emission statement. I mean, it's gotta be somewhere, because that really is the impetus.
Yeah.
So would you like to add it in either for the first one?
I think that third one's really good.
It wasn't even on my list, Joe.
Yeah.
Okay, it's already to be a solution to climate change. You like that?
You're being a solution. We're part of the solution. I like being a solution.
We'll just say 100% local, not possible by 2035. So I just think there's a realism there on number 3.
So that's good that we're not saying 2035. There you go. There's your point.
How about we just add the first,
Bill, there's your point.
how about we add from the second one, to be a trusted leader in the / our region and state? Why don't we add that to the first part of the first sentence in the third one?
So to be a trusted leader in the region and state, moving our communities to 100% local renewable energy, having positive impact on the energy landscape throughout the state. Energy landscape, can we cut out throughout the state?
Yeah, do we need?
Yeah.
It might be a little redundant, yeah.
Can we even say, have inspire positive impact on the energy
That's a
landscape?
good word.
Inspire, or creating, well, I want to say create, but we have create. And
Yeah, I like inspire positive impact.
maybe another word there, but inspiring positive.
Inspire.
Oh, moving.
Because if we're moving, then we can keep with the ing. Flow.
Inspiring, yeah, because it has to be parallel structure.
And then creating the jobs. Yeah, you have your jobs in there. Joe.
I don't
Could we
like
just
that.
do be
No.
move instead of move, inspire, create, and be? Why does it have to start with a gerund?
That's what I was saying first.
Again, it's up
I
to
didn't even
you.
know I remembered the word gerund.
That's pretty good. Jeopardy. Jeopardy.
I used it 2 minutes ago. Did you miss it?
I totally missed it.
Okay, the vision
I
statement
don't
is-
know where it came from, gerund. I mean, that was like.
You wouldn't say move. You would say moving.
I think if you added to be a trusted leader to the front of it, again, not to be, it might make a little more sense.
To,
That first.
so you would just not to be, you say
Could you
a
just-
trusted leader. You say, right? Yeah, a
Right,
trusted
a
leader.
trusted leader.
Trusted, what's trusted?
Tristan.
Thank you.
Oops.
Trusted
Are we
leader.
recording?
Yeah, no, this is the honor.
And then what was the next?
It's the second, first part of it.
It's
So
the first
second
part of the
phrase,
second one.
the first part.
In the or our?
I think in our region and state,
I don't get the word trusted. I don't know why. Didn't you say, Steve, that can backfire too? Or maybe it was someone said, that can go both ways, right? Or not?
moving,
I think Joe was talking
I
about.
was just, I thought trusted just because.
empowering,
that-
just put
that-
moving or empowering? Moving
That it's
slash
such a
empowering.
complex area that actually, that instead of premier, that you would say that what you actually want to be as a trusted leader instead of premier leader.
You can be trusted and be confident.
Oh, in state.
Right?
And like, and
As
say-
state.
As we see we had 4 years of that. Right?
Yeah, so we see it every day.
A trusted leader in our region and state, moving our communities to 100% local renewable energy, inspiring positive impact on the energy landscape. I think you got a laundry list going, creating good paying jobs and be a solution to climate change.
So wait a minute,
It's
can I
a
just,
little laundry list.
can I also just bring up what Karen just said? So we have a number of PPAs that we've already entered into, which are not necessarily local. So, and as, like, we were just combing over and Karen was reading too, all of Tara's, the county documents on potential for reaching 100% renewable energy locally. And so, like, do we want to say local? Do we want to just say, I think local isn't, we definitely want local energy, especially distributed generation. But like, do we want to say 100% local? I mean, we want local renewable energy, but do it.
Could we do, yeah, I don't know, I mean,
We do just need to reduce the wordiness here, so gonna be my recommendation.
I've got a word.
And what about 100% clean energy? So renewable.
I'd rather have clean and
Clean.
renewable, but they're not the same thing.
Clean is what resonates with the polls.
That's what I was gonna say, that's
Clean
what the
energy is
public
what the
gets.
public gets. So here's one version of that, like to lead the state, empowering our region with 100% clean, affordable energy, creating jobs and inspiring innovative solutions to climate change.
Yes.
I like it. Okay, so let's do that. Does it have some of this in it? It's just,
kinda
it's just wordsmith.
Yeah, it's pretty much, I would put it.
I don't know, I
Because
just
I'm
have,
not-
See
I'm
it
just gonna
again,
copy
see
and
it
paste.
first.
I don't know if leader already applies it, trusted.
Fastest way to do this.
We can take
Do you
this
want
route.
trusted or
Yeah,
you
we
want?
can strike it.
So I just throwing it out there. I would adhere,
No,
back to wishes, I just,
Oh,
I
okay,
missed,
so it doesn't have.
I thought I heard,
Just put a number 4.
yeah, trusted.
Well, that's.
I think,
just-
take it out.
I think, yeah, take it out, because I think it's too much SDG&E.
Take it out.
Yeah, just take it all out, okay.
Well, I
So
think you're right.
lead the
I think
state,
trusted.
I always get back to what we're
empowering our
judging
region,
Karen or the staff,
In
organization's
power.
performance
No,
on.
in
It's,
power.
well,
Yeah, I'm fine with
they're really
that.
nice,
Not
we trust.
empowering.
No, empowering our region.
But
Maybe
you
we're
ran
gonna
in the
split that
ground.
up. Lead the state empowering our region with 100%.
One, empower as in one word, not in power. That's what I'm asking. Empowering our region, okay?
No,
That's why I'm thinking that's.
it's actually in power, but 100% clean.
But if you guys decide you'd like that.
To lead the state empowering, empowering, thank you.
There we go, maybe, this needs to be a little more specific, our region with 100% clean, affordable energy, everybody understands clean and affordable energy. It's a creating jobs, comma, and inspiring innovative solutions to climate change. I like the last bit, let's see what else we got. Maybe our community. No, that's not that. We have climate change in there, we've got great good jobs in there. Trusted energy, state moving, empowering, we don't have something with community, so that's kind of missing in this one.
And we don't have good customer service. We said we wanted to add something about your customer service.
I like that last one now.
Unless,
The last one is,
Unless customer
it's
service
good
was
and
a
it's
mission.
not too wordy.
But it's where we wanna be. We
Yes.
wanna be able to have
It's
good
pretty
customer service.
actually.
To lead the state in empowering our region with 100% clean,
You-
affordable
you-
energy.
I'm after energy, right?
we could say creating good jobs if we wanted, but just wordsmithing.
Right, yeah.
You wanna say creating jobs for the local
Green
economy?
jobs or?
No, yeah.
Creating jobs for the community?
Creating jobs in communities.
What I'm concerned about.
Goes back to your statement that, are we gonna be creating jobs? And I'm more concerned
But
about
that was in the
the
vision.
just transition, supporting a just transition for jobs,
Okay,
because it's like,
We're looking at supporting a just transition and inspiring innovative solutions to climate
I
change.
don't
Instead-
know, what does that mean? supporting a just transition.
But, right, but as a green.
I strongly suggest we do not use those terms
Yeah,
unless we would
it's
like there
too
to be
vague.
chaos.
Okay,
It's too vague.
okay.
No, it's not too vague. People
I
know
just mean
exactly
people are
what
gonna
it means,
articulate,
and
some people might articulate it differently.
I mean, like, it would be a not.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna say no to
Okay.
that too.
Okay.
So what,
Just, I'm gonna
what do you
recommend.
say no to?
We're not supposed to say no to
No,
anything.
I'm just saying, I'm
No,
recommending,
I didn't hear what the no was for.
oh,
Just transition.
She just transitioned.
just because people don't understand what that
It's such a
means.
big no.
Okay.
Thank you.
And she was saying it for a lot of other different,
Totally
deeper
understand.
reasons than what I was.
There's a lot of people that are gonna be upset when you say create jobs.
Creating green jobs.
So,
Well, I'm asking because we do ask the constituents to expect us to create green jobs.
Green. We can use
Green jobs is
Green
great.
jobs.
Is good?
Green jobs is good.
Yeah.
Just transition is not good.
Okay.
There you go.
Our programs will
Creating green
should
jobs.
do that.
And I think
Yeah.
you do, yeah, I mean, like, we do create jobs. I mean, it's not like our primary thing, but you create jobs when you enter into different PPAs and different programs that we're launching.
I
You
just
are
wanna say
creating
one
jobs.
thing, and I think this is important. If we are gonna talk at all about jobs, it has to be about them being good jobs. It's not just jobs, they have to be good jobs. It means something. The word good implies that, you're paying people well, you're paying people, a living wage, you're making sure that they can like put food on their table and put a roof over their heads. We don't need to go on into the details, but it can't just be jobs.
I just made a comment. Joe, it was like a little comment. I don't even know what that means. anymore.
Yeah, what is
State of
good
our
job?
economy and how much San Diego is, like, does that mean $1 million a year now?
I don't know that it means very much specifically, but I
No, I
think we
know.
have to like acknowledge that we're not just, we're not trying to just have any jobs. They have to be
Right.
like good jobs. And there's obviously a lot of question about how you get there and what that means, and we don't need to get into that, but we're not just creating jobs. They have to be good jobs that people can like, pay for their families to live here and.
Building, how about building a? Sort of a building or blank workforce, or is that also getting to something like building, instead of creating green jobs? I'm just riffing on, 100% clean, affordable energy. Building a blank workforce and inspiring innovative
Right.
solutions
There
to
we
climate
go.
change.
what about transitioning to green jobs as opposed to creating?
Oh,
Transition.
Transitioning to green jobs.
So,
well.
because the statement there wipes out an entire industry. It wipes out the entire natural gas.
Or do you get rid of the green job, creating green jobs, and just inspiring innovative, sustainable solutions to climate change?
I'm gonna say it again, I think it would be very helpful as we go forward with our work to be able to say that part of our work is creating good jobs.
Yeah.
I think we are going to have a lot more allies in our work if folks understand that we are committed to good jobs from the outset.
But how does that sound, how does that sound like it's a job killer? Like I think that
Because you're getting rid of natural gas.
Correct.
Because we're now going from selling 100% renewable energy, 100% renewable electricity to powering a region with 100% clean renewable energy. So
I
we're
think
wiping out natural
And
gas.
I'm gonna say something else, because we have choices in how we do our procurement, and we could choose to procure 100% clean, affordable energy in manners that create shitty jobs, that pay people really poorly, where you build those huge, energy plants at like sweatshop wages. And I think we're not doing that. Full stop.
I missed it, but it sounds.
Yes, no, we're all in.
Oro de
Yeah.
We're talking about labor.
Oh,
We're
easy.
very passionate.
what about high quality?
That's not a bad one.
I like that.
Good, high quality green
Quality
jobs.
jobs.
We're
Yeah,
qualified
because-
jobs.
Well, are the jobs more
Qualified.
green? Like these jobs are green jobs, and it's like.
It's not about them being green. It's about them being good. It's about the fact that you're not
Well,
getting
that's what I'm
paid
asking you.
like
What's more
crap
important, say
wages.
green or
High quality.
What's
High
more
quality.
important?
The green is implied because we can't possibly create non-green jobs by doing 100% clean,
It can be
affordable
both, though.
energy.
It can be both, it can be and.
No, well,
They're not mutually
I agree,
exclusive.
I agree that it's going to be green jobs, right?
Has
Because we're
to
talking
be,
about clean,
by
but it
definition.
doesn't necessarily have to be high quality jobs.
Thank you. That's exactly
And
right.
so the point being, we need to emphasize that.
Yeah, so
Correct.
creating,
It has to, it has to be
High
high
quality
quality, good, something, not green.
Since these are all issues we're grappling with on the web, I've had lots of conversations recently with people who run our economy to say it doesn't even matter anymore because there's no place for our people to live. We create all these jobs for these middle class, working class people and they live in our state.
And that's a whole other conversation.
No,
But
But it's a legitimate issue, right? Like, who's buying houses right now under $1.2 million?
when more and more people can't even meaningfully participate in the economy, not.
So those are good discussions.
Leave-
That's why we're.
so do we
No,
want
I get the
to, so do we want to start having a goal of affordable housing too?
So I think
All in favor?
So I'm gonna make,
Serge wants to have like a redistribution.
No, I'm being
For
fair. I might be open to
Serge is having a wealth redistribution program.
No, I'm
embedded
waking
in
myself
our-
up, sorry, you know what?
okay, so I'm gonna make
I'm a
one
bomb
last,
thrower, I'll stop.
I'm gonna make
I'm
one
running
last,
it all for.
Well, hold on.
I'm gonna make one last pitch for green, okay? And the reason I'm gonna make one last pitch in terms of what we do, because what we haven't talked about is if you're doing the clean energy, you're talking about green jobs, right? So, but if we're talking about investing in our communities, we're helping that worker that's in the natural gas industry
Yes.
find a different place, which might be, water reuse, might be stormwater capture, that isn't part of our focus. We're not going to create those jobs, that we're going to help in transitioning those workers. And that's why I think transitioning to green, high quality jobs is a noble thing.
I agree with you completely that it's a noble thing, and I think we should all be doing that in all of our work in our various climate action plans. And it's certainly a huge part of what we're doing with our regional decarb plan of the county. Absolutely, is like, how do you create those other opportunities? We just allocated $40 million for stormwater in large part, like with that same kind of rationale. But in terms of like the decisions we're going to be making as a board here, as we try to be an energy provider, the kind of decisions that we are going to be making are going to be, where do we procure our energy and what kind of job standards are attached to that energy production? We're not going to be making decisions about like stormwater investments or other sorts of jobs. And so I would just say, like, there are so many things we all do in all of our hats and all of our capacities, but the one thing we will be doing here is buying energy, and we have to make sure that when we buy that energy, that the workers who create those energy plants and those energy fields and install their solar panels are getting paid well.
But aren't we also getting rid of natural gas? With that statement there, we're getting rid of natural gas.
So what happens to those
That's the
workers?
vision.
I agree with you that this is a huge problem and like it's a thing, but I am saying, like, I don't think we're gonna charge Karen with going out and like trying a bunch of stormwater investments so that people who are being transitioned out of natural gas have like to go new jobs in like a different field. I mean, that's.
So you're suggesting
That's
within,
part of
like,
the community
energy
benefit.
procurement, that within the projects that we're gonna enter into, that we would have some sort of pathway for people that are previously in natural gas industry to bid on these jobs or something, or
Part of our community benefits, where, we've been talking about community benefits, which we haven't defined yet, and that might be part of the community benefits. So.
It's coming with the community power plan, so I also want to make sure we recognize there's this massive 6 to 9 month study, assessing community needs, going through that process, and that we've got different types of communities that need assistance with jobs and transitioning and all of that.
So if
I
we
wanna
say
be
high,
careful about.
if we say
about
high
that.
quality jobs, I mean, that's really a catch-all for whether you're transitioning from natural gas or whether you don't have a job. It's just creating high quality jobs. So,
Right.
I agree,
right?
because that's what we want. We want all our jobs to be high quality.
It says it all.
Yeah.
Well, I was going back to what Sir, I was inspired by Sir, so I'm a 3, so let's move
Well,
on.
no,
okay.
I want to
He's a
make
three. We got the respect.
that isn't
He's a
a
three.
metric that we're going to be challenging ourselves on.
Karen, now you
Well,
have to
right, and I-
like build stormwater.
Yeah,
you
so I'm
have
okay.
to build
I
stormwater
have a
treatment
mission
system.
statement.
Oh,
Highlight
yeah.
this.
I was gonna think
So
it's
I-
so there,
I'd be inclined getting.
it's
rid
a
of it.
vision, it's a vision. I
As soon
agree
as
with
he
the
says
vision.
he's a three, we're moving on.
Yeah, I'm okay. I wanted to make one last pitch.
Okay,
They
so
might be-
it's looking like you are this is your statement. We're moving forward with,
I think it's pretty good.
are we in agreement?
Yes, and I love the fact that we have climate change now.
Yes.
Right.
That's how we can end this. That was, or, this is only talking about, sorry to do this, but creating high quality
Advancement.
jobs, is there, Yeah, do we wanna keep that just in the mission?
I would say
Leave
that
it
that's-
there and have this year, I'm
Can't
okay
do
with that, I
everything
just
in-
wanna recognize that that is
in
something.
both.
We've left out kind of the empowering communities that, and replaced it with creating high quality jobs.
I mean, that's very succinct. It includes all the key elements. It is very visionary. I mean, it's disciplined, which is always the challenge of these things, right? You gotta throw out the word salad.
You could say you could get rid of region and put communities, because region, that means that's broader than what our task is actually, the communities, right?
Empowering our communities with
And
100%.
empowering our communities.
Could be felt strong instead of
Well, I
region.
had
Well,
used
it's
that
more,
language.
technically, it's about empowering our
Empowering our
communities, the member agencies, not the
I like
entire
that. I
region
like
is not,
that, Joe.
yeah,
I like that.
So strike region in that community.
I like
and then you
that.
have communities.
Oh, I thought you were going.
Okay, Can I just-
I know.
can I wordsmith it for a second? I'm gonna throw that because I didn't get to what we talked about. Inspiring innovative solutions to climate change by leading the state and empowering our communities with 100% clean, affordable energy and creating high quality jobs.
So
Why are we only leading the state? Why can't we lead the world?
I said that
Right,
earlier.
okay, well, like, lead the world, okay,
Seriously, I wanna lead the
I
world.
agree.
Thank you.
Go big or go.
Yeah, let's go.
That's fine.
Karen,
That's
you
all.
would be so
You wanna have an
different.
inspiring climate solution.
that was my thought, like to lead the.
Let's
No,
go.
it would
Let's get thrown out.
I wanna lead the world.
All right.
Lisa,
Calm down,
you have
everybody.
two
All
minutes.
right. Do I need to get my bell out?
Yes.
Okay.
The world.
Later, we'll get some more.
Are you sure? Okay. Is
Be a
our
premier leader.
premier leader?
I'm sorry.
Trusted.
If you say premier, he's gonna say trusted.
Sir.
Are you going to be leading the world though?
No, I was just saying different versions of all.
I've got some feedback from the crew.
What about, sorry, going to the equity piece, there was a comment that prioritizing equity.
Yeah.
If we were to leading the state, empowering our communities, 100% clean, affordable energy, while prioritizing equity, creating high quality jobs and inspiring innovative solutions to climate change. Then we include equity,
I would say
prioritize.
while prioritizing equity and sustainability.
Okay, done.
I like that a lot.
Goal and not vision. Do we want jobs in the vision at all, is one question that's come up.
Yes.
I think so.
You guys had a
For a
lengthy
variety of
discussion over that. It
Yeah.
sounded like you really, that was a strong.
Not like a,
So-
not a focus area.
I love this. This is good.
This is
We're
good.
good.
Okay.
Why don't we get rid of the creating and just say, while prioritizing equity, sustainability, high quality jobs and inspiring.
Yes.
Yes,
Wait.
I
I
like
thought it was
that.
gonna be inspiring.
Well, no, I was,
No, that's just.
I'm not.
It was moving it
That's
to the
just.
front.
That means you have to get rid of the and.
Oh, yes, also after equity,
Inspire
right?
innovative solutions to climate change by, right? That's what you're
Yeah.
thinking, by leading the
Yeah.
state. I like that.
Or how about,
You have to have an and after sustainability. Your sentence structure doesn't work.
Yes, you're right.
Right now, 'cause that actually might work well because in the end.
well, I have another version, right? How about, Tara, this is, saying community power is a world leader in empowering communities, because it describes what we do. If you want to be a world leader, saying community power is a world leader in empowering
That's
communities, the
really
100%
nice.
clean,
Yeah.
affordable energy,
Okay.
right? Because that's the, like.
I love it. Yay.
You hate it.
Why not?
Are you gonna be a world leader?
Hell yeah, we are.
Can we say
We're gonna
strive-
be a binational.
Wait.
Can we strives, can we say strives to be,
Yeah, that's
can
what
we
I
say
just.
A national leader?
can we say
Why
strives
would
to
you,
be?
wait. Who's
Okay,
doing
so
it better, doing it better in
that's
Russia?
I'm just trying to
Yeah,
make sure
Are
we're
they better
being
than you? Are they
some
under
realism
equally-
here.
How much better can you be?
I know.
Once you're at 100%, you
I
can't be
think
any
that's
better.
what we're doing.
Yeah, you can do better than 100%.
This is what, wait, here's,
Yeah,
Karen,
that's.
you know what meeting on it? We're kicking everyone's ass and being the #1 community power organization in the entire world. Boom.
Serge wants to go
Better
to
than any,
Oslo.
we're doing it better than the Europeans, better than the.
Okay.
Serge just wants to go to
Can I
Oslo.
encourage you to
There
stay
you go.
Serge is
stay
staying
here?
on for
He's
another
setting-
year.
Why not?
In 10 years,
Like in
when
San
you look back
Diego.
at your
Be
vision
the best.
statement, and I'll come back and do this with you. And we
I
can put a
think
world
we should try
leader.
to lead
But
the
right
world.
now-
I'm not saying we are,
Not
but I
try,
think,
we are leading the world.
I don't think we are yet, but I think
Who
we should
said it?
try.
Okay, I
We
just
can-
wanna
we can
reiterate, the
modify
vision is what the organization should look like, feel like, be doing, and be like at a point in time in the future.
A global
So if
leader.
we are a global
A
leader,
global leader.
boom.
You wanna put
And
it?
I get it,
Okay.
but this is our statement, so
So
I
say
think
a
we're-
global.
I think we're
a
losing
global
Bill.
leader, strike leading the state in, strike leading the state.
Can I
in,
see
a
and
global
insert
leader.
a global leader, see how that looks.
Sir, you've got everyone's like ready, everyone's on their train. We've all joined
Just
the
hear me.
movement.
What about a
No, no, just
global,
put
what
a
about a
global
global
leader.
leader? A global leader.
And then see how that reads.
There we go. A global leader empowering our communities with 100% clean, affordable.
Why would you say powering communities?
it would be empowering.
No, powering.
If you're powering.
Powering with power, providing power.
I
While
like to power.
prioritizing equity, sustainability, and high-quality jobs, and inspiring innovative solutions to climate change.
Although throw it out, and people are gonna say, well, of course you're a global leader empowering your own communities, so you don't need competition.
Exactly.
How about a global
Yeah, that
leader
makes
sense.
that's
That doesn't make sense.
innovative solutions to climate
You're on a
change
global
by
leader.
empowering our
That's right.
communities with
I'm
100%
taking it out.
clean
I'm
affordable.
taking it back.
No, put it
I
back.
like- can you
But
just
you can't be a global leader empowering the
Can't we
community.
just do leading
Can
of
we
the
put it
world
back in?
instead of leading the state?
Power.
Can
I
we
think
just
that's what-
look at
that's
what
what he's saying.
Can we please look at what it looks like to say leading the world instead of leading the state?
She's saying it's connecting to powering our communities. How about if it's either a global leader or leading the world, whatever, in inspiring innovative solutions to climate change
Exactly, move that up.
by
Right.
powering our
Powering,
communities with
Right there,
and
right.
ending
Global
with,
leader.
and with high quality
That's
I
actually
just
really
saved
good.
that.
Yeah. I
Okay,
like
let's move
The
this.
last sentence,
Let's-
the last word.
Okay, I'm just gonna copy and paste it and then we're.
I think that's exactly what it is.
Yes, sir.
Very good.
Your
You did.
suggestion was
Yeah,
amazing.
sure, I did.
Only 20 minutes later.
I think, Bill Vapor's been trying to say something too, so. let's-
Bill,
Okay, say.
I can't read the screen. Somebody moved the camera back, so I don't know what it says. There we go.
Oh.
Thank you.
Inspiring global leader, inspiring.
Global
She's
leader
changing one
empowering
thing.
Innovative solutions to climate change by powering our
Global
communities.
leader.
See, that's
No,
actually,
right
that
there,
makes
right after
sense,
global leader,
right?
put check, paste, control X.
I know, I see what
Okay,
you're doing.
inspiring innovative solutions to climate change
She said,
by
"What the better system?"
powering
Right.
our communities with blah, blah, blah,
love it.
Where's the ball?
No, but where are they?
while prioritizing emphasis on high quality jobs.
I
A
said,
global leader.
why not? This is our vision, why not?
Empowering or
Is this
powering?
not like,
Again,
But
we're
all
down
it
to
is,
power.
go big or go home.
We got the best logo.
I know.
A lot of commas.
And NCS and Loy have the coolest coffee shops, Bird Rock Cafe, whatever the place is.
Oh, sir.
He's always trying to make this create a divide.
No, we just criticized
It's
the
always
Starbucks, I'm like, dude, right, because NCS, there's that coffee shop.
No, his Starbucks had the mission statement up and it said finest coffee, I'm like, it's the finest coffee, and he's like, he brings up the divide, like, cause we have such great, amazing coffee shops.
Like I said.
What's that place
It's
there, Moonlight, and they got
10
some
years, if you are the world leader, then say.
Well, Bird Rock.
not
Can I
yet.
just say, there's a tragedy
Bird Rock.
unfolding, however, Panikin is leaving La Jolla.
Oh my gosh. that
And it's like a
is-
tragedy.
They got chased, they got chased out by the
The
lion.
Panic
It's
and
so
name
live, but-
survives.
Okay.
Yeah, you
Bring it on
run with
back,
the hall,
people.
you're thoughtful
Bring it on
and
back.
caring,
Wait,
you're
why-
a boss dog.
We're supposed to be getting ready for our break, and I can see that you need it.
Need a break. This group needs
Wait, what
This is
happened?
what we've done for now, because we're kind of not yet agreeing about the
Sir, we're
global
all
leader.
following
That's
you.
pretty
Okay,
good.
so let's just go with this for now. If next year you are the global leader, then you can change your vision statement to that, okay? Or does it take 5 years or 10 years, okay?
That got me where I wanted to get with the job, so thank you.
Yes, okay, so I'm
I
just
love
gonna encourage you to sit with this last one, we not
It's actually
highlight.
pretty good.
Yeah, I wanna
Yeah, it
take
is
this
pretty
one
good.
out. We're gonna
There's an
highlight
extra
that.
comma you don't need. Lisa,
Yes,
fill the
yes,
comma
yes,
after clean.
Affordable.
thank you.
No,
No,
No, you
no,
need
we
that
need that, we need that.
And I just wanna, for process purposes, I
No,
mean.
that doesn't
a
make
vision
sense.
Is,
If there's a comma between clean and.
is to,
Or you'd have to put another, if you're trying to separate them as different concepts, then you'd have to put a comma after. It looks weird. Why can't it say
Yeah,
clean
it does.
affordable energy?
Maybe get rid of the comma after
You wanna
energy.
take the comma out, is that what you're saying, Bill? I'm not sure.
Yeah, between clean and affordable.
I don't want to see the tape of this.
Clean and affordable energy?
No, just kill the
We're all
comma
ready to
after
follow
clean.
you, world leader.
He says to use the word the comma, so you're saying no.
I have.
Okay, so
Okay,
really
boy,
quick.
that's just a
Hey, Chair, I have a quick comment.
Okay, I'm voting 6 if you don't kill the comma, Lisa.
All right, hold on.
Okay, everyone, we need
All right,
to bring
hold
it
on,
on
but-
back.
What, say,
Okay, I'm just saying, we're gonna keep the comma after clean, is that correct, Bill?
No,
are you,
delete it.
Delete it.
It's incorrect.
Why?
Yeah.
Well, we can, well, now we're.
It's clean
So
and
we're gonna vote
affordable.
6 if we go. There we go. There, now it makes sense.
Yeah, no.
Right, okay.
Clean, affordable energy.
You need a comma
Right.
after energy.
Or
Okay,
And she's saying you don't, so that's where it's
You
at.
had a comma after clean.
That's where it's at.
Chair.
I love when we.
And I never fought so hard for a comma in my life.
Alejandro has the floor.
The teacher's pet has the floor.
All right, it's 2:45.
Sorry, really quick.
Yes, go ahead.
I just wanna say, as we work on this, I appreciate both Karen and our facilitators' role in helping us wordsmith. But this is also too, the board's vision on what we want. And when our group has said, we want to be that global leader.
I didn't know
I
if
think
that
we
was
should-
unanimous. Is that unanimous?
Well, I'm sorry, I haven't finished my thought.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I think that we should really then have that conversation, which we did. And it was, why not give ourselves that benchmark? And, you know, if we have to go to a vote, by all means, but we literally were wordsmithing the whole thing without going to consensus, without, we were just putting in things and taking them out. So, I mean, if we want to do that, I'd like to see, would people want to be and put that in there? Again, I appreciate your guys' effort in helping to corral the cats, but I think it's also too, if we feel that way,
Yes,
then we should include that. So I don't know, Chair, if you want to call the vote or.
What do you guys think?
I mean.
I just want to say, Alejandra, I think I was definitely the ones advocating for global leader. I really like it. I'm also comfortable with this, so I don't feel like a need to go to the vote, but I appreciate your process flag. I think it's really helpful. So I'm fine with what this is, but
The highlighted one.
yeah, the highlight, I'm fine with it, even though I was one of the people advocating for global, but I also think you're right, and your process flag was super helpful.
Yeah, I think so too. Let's go real fast across, around the table, global or not.
Yeah, I'm not as comfortable with this. I don't know why we're going back to adjourn at the beginning of the sentence. I think we're describing ourselves as an entity in the vision statement. And so we should be saying whether we are a trusted leader in the state or regionally or globally, but we should return to that basic theme at the front sentence of things somehow, in my view.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate what Steve says. I'm okay with this draft,
The highlight.
the highlighted one, yeah.
What do you think?
Well, I think there's two ways to look at it. To aspire to global leadership, look, I work in this realm. It's not a big world. So when we say, oh, it's not, we are in the Premier League right now. We are in the major league. So if we want to aspire to global leadership, we should own that. That's a collective decision. I'm fine with this. I get what's statewide leader or national leader, but there's nothing wrong with that. A global leader or premier, right? So anyway. I told that to my, I mean, I was just thinking about a nonprofit, and we said, we're gonna own the mangrove restoration in the world, right? Like, that's it. I'll tell you what, our constituents and stakeholders will like it.
So I think based on our ground rules, it's, we were supposed to not, it was supposed to be if one person said they weren't comfortable with it. So I think that we should attempt to get something that we all kind of agree with.
That's good.
And it sounds like, I'm comfortable with this, but I also think if we can work in global for the reasons that Serge just said, I think it would be even stronger.
Or you could have two, both, and just, we could go back to it later, if you guys want, and just
Yeah.
mull it over.
Just like we have two, we should
Yeah,
have two.
there you go.
That's
I
fine.
mean, it's-
So you will
I'm
put
fine
a
with it.
global leader right in front
Inspiring
of
and
it.
we can just do that, we just put a global leader right in front of the first.
Global leader.
sentence.
Exactly.
I would argue that the history of San Diego is of institutions, agencies, and organizations selling themselves short.
Yes.
But
True.
I was
Besides that.
excited
All
about,
right.
I was
Like that
excited
one?
about the
Okay.
global.
You like
But I
that?
think it gets us away from the community-oriented organization And it's like, what do you,
We're not
you
here
know,
yet.
that,
We're not here yet.
I understand where you're going.
I was not gonna leave it.
But I think it's a little bit,
So let's
Our
come back,
leader.
let's come back to it,
Yeah.
because I do agree with Joe too, that
let's put it in brackets, you know.
Yeah, brackets.
You could always shop it around and see what people think.
Yeah.
Well, you will be, because you'll be coming to your board meeting.
and it's actually only, it's not, I mean, it's only one small phrase within it, so
So it
it's.
could be leader.
I'm okay either way. I'm okay either way. I was just trying to get a little less words
All right.
in the visions too.
Okay,
So what do we want to do now?
all right, we are only 5 minutes behind where I thought we would take our afternoon break. So we're getting a 10-minute though, is that gonna be okay? 10-minute afternoon break, we are starting our 3 o'clock discussion for key focus areas. I know, we still have one more
This is the most important
really
part coming up.
important
Yeah, we need to get
Focus
this-
areas.
key focus areas, priorities coming up. Thank you, everyone.
And then we're still gonna end on time, right?
Yes.
Let's go, 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
It
I
was
do have
just
to
super
say-
mellow before I showed up.
I'm sorry?
It was super
Oh,
mellow before.
super
So-
mellow, like super mellow, respectful, thoughtful.
Everything.
Well, you didn't get the ground rules though.
That's right.
I think,
Yeah.
With families and businesses.
T-shirts.
With families and business.
All right.
I like that we are gonna be global leaders.
I like that.
I like
I
it too.
agree.
I like
We
it.
are
I like
global
it. To get halfway there, it's been amazing.
Billy, you look very serious.
I just, okay, do I look happy now?
This is it. This is our.
Because Lisa, I haven't answered the maybe question yet. The jury's still out.
Can you have the line?
I'm sorry, what?
What?
I said, he said I looked serious, and I said, well, Lisa, I haven't answered the maybe question yet. The jury's still out.
Oh, the maybe.
See, I got her to laugh.
Wow. I'm gonna ask you at the end of the day, so get ready, Bill.
Well, it depends on whether you have to bring out, let's see how you handle this last session.
All right. Okay, everyone, bring it on back. This is it. This is, I know this is gonna be a very interesting discussion. I'd like to kind of set you up for what you're about to embark upon here in identifying your key focus areas, otherwise known as your priorities. I just want to give you kind of a framework to work from, a definition to work from. What are key focus areas and priorities? These are the overarching priorities that the organization must, that word must, just remember that, focus on within a given planning window to support the mission and advance toward the vision. These are the foundational elements of the strategic plan and areas from which the organization will create those specific goals, strategies, and objectives. So these are, I want you to also think of them as categories. These are thematic. They are broad. I'm going to give you some examples of some of the areas in which you might focus. So let's say you might want to focus on your financial priorities, your operational, business strategy, environmental. It could be workforce development, resources, program services, organizational culture, community, branding, marketing. And there's, I could go on with a variety of other categories. Here are some examples. Disciplined cost management, increasing trade and economic development, enhancing environmental protection, increasing financial reserves, energy portfolio development, enhancing customer service, increasing public education, ramping up residential customers, increasing brand recognition, organizational development, launching a workforce development program. So those are your overarching definition of what your key focus areas are and can be. I'd like to call your attention to section 12 of your workbook, where you will see results of the survey, what people thought would be your key focus areas. So we are going to do what we've done before and give you a chance to read through these. And then as you see something that resonates, connects, that you feel should be a key focus area, then go ahead and highlight it. As you see this focus. Are we ready to the right comments? We want to start with Bill this time.
Bill, do you want to begin?
Go ahead, Bill.
Yeah, can everybody hear me?
We can hear you.
The ones that stuck out to me, because I want to make one big point, and it's a good one to start with. I liked 11, I liked 15 and 23. Why? You know what our priority has to be? One of them, survival. And you may think, what are you talking about, Bill? Well, first of all, we had another CPA go bankrupt while we were in existence. 2, we're relatively new. 3, cities can't functionally go bankrupt. They've tried, it hasn't been effective. Counties can't really go bankrupt, but a JPA, an energy JPA can go bankrupt. So the number one thing to do is to survive. And the one that had the best wording about survival to me was 11, 15, and 23. 11 said, continue to be financially conservative to weather market and regulatory changes until we have more reserve. 15 said, market and operational risk management. That's another way of saying it. And 23 said, build financial stability and reserves. So all 3 of those spoke to my survival mechanism, because we can't do anything else if we don't survive. And we have to survive by having good finances and having a good leadership at the staff level.
Good point. So I went with 11 for that same reason. I just changed financially conservative to financially sustainable under 11. So I took that continuing to be financially sustainable to weather market conditions, regulatory changes. And then I also went with 2, launch and success of phase 3. We can never lose sight of that, though it's going to be small in the next kind of planning phase, because we only have the latter part of this year, which is San Diego and Chula Vista, but then county and national city next year. 7, the brand recognition, and also the program's need assessment. And just moving forward with the community plan to understand what all of our member agencies, their needs are. Also 12, local development business plan and developing sustainable green jobs pipelines from communities of concern. 16, the community outreach. 23 again was the building financial stability and reserves. Critically important on several levels in terms of if we want programs in the future, and we also have to be able to deal with the ups and downs of the revenue that comes in. And so those are the ones that I had. And also 33, the trust building. I know that we kind of had that trusted leader before. Trust building, I think, is important. Again, energy sector is so complex. At some point, you have to really trust that we're an organization that's got your back and really is mission driven.
Thank you, and who's next? Steve, is that like your next?
Yeah, I've got a number of similarities to the chairs. I mean, 3, particularly responsible forecasting, and again, the iteration of the value of team building. The energy portfolio development is always obvious. I echo Joe's highlighting 11. I did the same and change the wording there in the same way. 12, developing a local development business plan as soon as possible. Local project energy launches in relationship with SDG&E, legislation, regulatory landscape in 19. 23, I thought was fairly comprehensive.
Wait, pause, excuse me. You said 19?
Renewable energy projects,
and
launch, relationship with SDG&E, there, and 23. So those are the ones that I thought were key priority.
19 and 20. Okay.
Tara?
I'm happy to go. Sure. I think a couple thoughts. Like, first of all, I definitely agree with a lot of what all of you all have said. But I think I have a couple things to add as focus areas that are not included in any of these bullets. So before going, I just kind of want to pull out my thoughts, which is different than listing numbers. So I think what jumps for me, I think there's one bullet that's really about successfully enrolling hundreds of thousands of customers with low opt-out numbers, right? Like that is the phase 3. I think that is like clear. We have to enroll hundreds of thousands of customers with low opt-out numbers. So that's one clear goal for me and focus area. I think a second, and this has come up, but with everyone else as well, but the words that really hit it for me is building financial stability and reserves. I think that's obviously extremely important. As Bill said, we are a business and it has to survive, right? I mean, we don't want to go bankrupt. So I think those are really two important points. And then the two that are not here that I think are really important is they're like, one is alluded to in various ways, but not in a way that really like nailed it for me, which is just developing a robust, clean energy portfolio to meet our goal of 100% renewable by 2035. And that's a lot of work, like to develop that renewable energy portfolio in an aggressive way to actually meet our 2035 100% renewable goal. So I think that is something that has to be a number one priority. And then going back to what kind of didn't make it into the vision, but I think was certainly really important to all of us when we were talking, was this piece about local. And so I think this is probably the more appropriate place for that, even though it didn't quite make it into vision. So I think investing in local distributed renewable and solar program scale up.
Investing in renewable.
Local and distributed energy procurement production.
And distributed
Mm-hmm.
procurement. So.
And yeah, I'll stop and then I have something.
Distributed procurement and production.
Energy procurement and production.
Procurement and production.
And I would specifically rooftop solar, rooftop and infill solar.
And is that in reference to this or something?
Correct, that is in reference to that.
So rooftop solar.
Specifically rooftop and infill solar.
And infill solar.
Did
I spell that right? Infill.
Yep.
Okay.
So there should be 4 bullets that I mentioned, so I don't know what happened in the second.
The other one was already included in 23, so.
The financial stability.
Yeah, it's already there.
Great, and then I think the only thing, and I would put this as a question.
I can add, since other people also said that.
I think what I would love to see is that third bullet be a sort of a parallel goal of sort of like a goal to get to some kind of numerical goal around rooftop and infill solar by 2035. But I feel less like we need to get into the details of that, maybe for a later conversation.
That would be the goals that the staff will be working on, right? So building financial stability and research. And that was also what Bill was talking about, as well as Joe.
Yeah, no, I think that's interesting too. Like as we march toward 2035, what are the milestones that we want to require as we're moving up there? And is there something else other than, is there a ratio of like local projects to local rooftop solar to utility scale that we want to achieve? I think that's.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just like preview kind of where, so I've been, like I said, we've been doing a ton of work for the last year and a half on this regional decarb framework at the county, and had, we talk about global leader, like the folks that have been doing the UN Sustainable Development Goals analysis for a lot of countries worldwide did our regional decarb framework. And so it's been super helpful for me because I didn't really know it was possible, right? It was like, oh, pie in the sky, who knows what's real? And so the models they built are great. They're the same models the same team that did the US national model, then they did a statewide California model, and then they used the same numbers to do a county, not just for our county, it was a regional model, not just for the county. It's like for everyone, it's for all jurisdictions. So it's super helpful. And, there's a lot of questions, a lot of trade-offs, and they can like rerun these models a lot of different ways to kind of look at those pathways. But the number that popped for me was that their assessment is that it's feasible to get between 30 to 35% of our energy needs from rooftop and infill solar. Not 100% by any stretch of imagination, but that was what they said. That is based on their analysis of what they felt was like actually feasible. So I don't want to go down a rabbit hole, but it was helpful, like this kind of actually not kind of having some aspirations, but actually really being grounded in, a model.
Those links to Karen, or the links to some of the studies that the county's doing as well on the website.
Yeah, and if you guys want, we can have them run more models for us. Like it's this like huge team, and they'll run more models, whatever we want. So I mean, if we have more questions.
Yeah.
And I think that.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that type of information is helpful, because as the policymakers, then we can say, let's use whether it be SDCP monies or our CDBG monies, for rooftop improvement programs for homeowners, or incentivize it for our housing units that have apartments, whatever. So we can really hone in, and that's the connectivity and the mutual the benefit to them. So we talk about our phases, but what are our official phases? So the key focus areas, I know we talk about phase one, that's like being born of an organization. And we're technically in phase 3 or 2. So if there is an official document that has 1, 2, 3, 4, and beyond, how we've laid it out, I would love to, again, see.
The phases were just in our implementation plan that just had to do with launching of customers. It wasn't really.
It's not about the organization, it's about launching actual service.
So I would say that vernacular that we use then as an organization, the focus of how we kind of discuss what phase we're in, I think is essential. So whether we're in phase 3 again, I don't know what that is, what that looks like. So I agree with the milestones. We need to add that. The business plan, again, I think this is kind of part of what this is, because we're the focus area. Community outreach in the various languages, we're already doing that. Educating the public, the marketing, building financial stability and reserves. And I would say item 12, we must develop local, should focus on developing sustainable green job pipelines from the communities of concern and long-term leadership to be addressed. Again, beyond, I think, Karen as well, like how big is this organization looking to grow within the next few, well, we're looking at 5 years, but really, are we talking hundreds of people, or are we talking up to 100? I don't know.
Let's see, everything Bill, Joe, and Steve said, what Tara added, what Alejandra added, and I'll throw in from 23, the internal development process, culture, and HR. Now that we got a permanent CEO, we can begin to work on that.
Okay, 1 moment, please, I need to catch up with you. The internal development process, culture, HR?
Yeah.
Okay. Internal development. I mean, we can add those, make those too, so. Development, process, HR. And culture. And then the one that I wanted to put here was market and operational risk management. That was one of yours, Bill, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Joe.
And then representation at this is kind of based on 25, but representation at CPUC, Sacramento, and what's the coalition?
CEC.
California Energy Commission.
Yeah. No, is that the one for CCA?
Oh, Cal CCA.
The industry.
Cal CCA. Cal CCA.
So you want CP,
CPUC,
Sacramento,
and say that one again.
Cal CCA.
Cal CCA.
Representation at all business associations or regulatory levels.
Yeah. And I like to I think it was Bill or others that talked about the branding and marketing continuing, because there will be bumps along the way.
I mean, branding always has to, and outreach always has to be up there, no matter, I mean, we need to be doing excellent every year, but we need to continue to build it every, so we need to always be doing more.
Yeah. We're always doing the right thing, but there will be bumps, and the energy market has its moments and stuff. We have to inspire reliability, and the pricing that gets messed around with, so that we will take care of it and move forward. So. And if we could figure out a way to do batteries without rare earth,
minerals. You can figure that one out the next couple of weeks.
Then Joe won't be coming back because he'll be a multi-billionaire.
Silicon Valley do that.
I mentioned that in front of UCSD students. They got very excited. Glad you're talking about it. I'm just talking about it. That's all.
What did you say to them?
I just said, they were just excited that I even mentioned it. And I
But
said,
no, but like, what did you say?
we were talking about sustainability. We're talking about how you're gonna, I said, well, we're talking about electric vehicles. They said, really? I said, well, yeah, you're right. Electric vehicles may not be sustainable because the batteries, where they, what they require to build them and where we get them from, those developing countries. They just were thankful that somebody else was talking about it. So an elected official was actually.
That's why I'm gonna advocate for drill oil in everybody's home in San Diego, and then we can sustainably do our.
I mean, maybe if we all pedaled exercise bikes while we had our board meetings, we could contribute substantially to our energy production.
There we go.
Everyone, every board member.
Or
has
the biomass.
Those meetings
The
would be really
biomass.
good. I wanna lead a board
Methane
up there.
production.
So this is being recorded.
Kind of cool.
It's gonna be in the- it's gonna be in the-
Okay.
If anything.
This is what your leading candidate for state senate
No,
thinks we
you're
should
not allowed to give them in your pocket.
No.
Capture the heat off that projector.
Capture the heat off the projector.
Okay.
Definitely not allowed to have a sense of humor.
They run the transcript.
Surgeon, I talked about my 4th grade science experiment in our board meeting a couple months ago, which looked at how you could capture the methane from cows. But I was in 4th grade.
We believe it.
You know what they said, sorry, what they said was feed them seaweed. They said, don't give them any more, hay, but feed them seaweed because it cuts down the methane.
Oh.
Mhm.
And it's more
Not know that.
sustainable.
So how many
Okay.
focus areas do you need us to have? Or should we have?
I think we got.
We have plenty,
Oh, that's just like an
These are
example. Those aren't like
Yeah.
for us.
How do we capture the, we said representation of the regulatory and business associations, but what about all of the regulatory threats and things that are going on that we may not be aware of, but staff may be aware of, like as Steve said, SDG, the customer information system that is being deployed. How do we know how do we give staff that focus area of like ensuring that any of the regulatory stuff that's happening, that they're aware of and.
So that, Karen, what is your response to that?
Well, we could have a focus area around being proactive. And that's something we've been talking about internally, like proactive approach to our legislative efforts, proactive approach to the regulatory environment. We've been very reactive as a group of CCAs as well. And that's one thing that, we're all sort of talking about is how do we be more proactive?
So regulatory environment, and was there also one other, did you say legislative?
Be taking a proactive approach, and then what does that look like? What would that plan look like? What would that staffing look like? What would those consultants look like? So, yeah. And I had 6, I had financial, they're all up there, but financial and risk management together. Those are one and the same. When I think about the risks in the power portfolio, customer and community benefits as a priority area, right? Keeping our customer and our communities centered. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
Getting to 100%, about making sure we've got a plan for getting to that 100% clean energy. Organizational development, I think that was brought up.
But that's already up there.
Yeah, some of these are already up there. Some of these are
So
things
like,
that are-
What is a plan for?
yeah, there's a plan, it's the same thing I said,
It's the
developing
same
a
thing.
robust clean energy portfolio by 2035.
Okay,
Same,
no, wait.
same. I'm just reiterating.
Okay.
And then
The
brand
new thing was the
building.
compressible community benefits, nobody had that yet.
Thank you.
Okay, that may be the only one, the new one.
That was the only one no one had.
And I think do we have brand building, like the notion of trust and brand building, that combination of
We have
building a
brand
trusted
up there,
Do we
brand?
have brand marketing, did you want trust building kind of added to that? Or is
Building a
that
trusted
separate?
brand,
Building a trusted brand.
yeah.
That's.
Right, since that's in your
Intersection.
mission or your mission statement?
How many are we supposed to get to?
Okay, there's no set number, right? There's no magical number.
What's achievable?
However, what we want to narrow, what we want to do is narrow, right? We don't want you to have 20 focus areas. With your recommendation, and some of these are already combined, you can see that they contain elements, right? So maybe this is 5, ends up being 5 to 7, which would be.
It's more than that. There's 1, 2.
I have 6.
There's only like 3 that could be combined. The others are different.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, I'm recommending that you get to somewhere where you're 5 to 7, you're not over 10, because that's a lot. And are those really what you must do right now and within the next 5 years? So that's what you're gonna be discussing right now. We're gonna try to figure out how many, what of these, what has to absolutely happen in your planning window. Yes,
I put it into 6 categories.
you already got it in 6, okay.
So, and it's all the same stuff there, is just the rollout customers, I don't even know how to say rollout customer service, customer management. And whether it's important, but the organizational development, team building, organizational culture part.
Wait, are you talking about, okay, yes, the second one?
He's grouping
I'm
into
grouping, you want it grouping, so I'm
Because that's
putting,
what
I
I
already
think
put,
that's
I took your whole 30 and put it into 6.
Okay, organizational development,
Topic area, 6.
Yeah, so you said you wanted 6 there.
yes,
So
and that's culture.
then you have, third would be the energy portfolio development, whatever the energy piece is, I don't know what the experts call that, but energy management, whatever it's.
Development or management?
the renewable portfolio development.
Yeah, whatever your portfolio is. And then 4 is the financial stability piece, financial management piece. Again, there are different words to describe that. I'm sure you guys have more comments. And then 5 would be the community program delivery, which I don't really know what that is yet, but that seemed to be mentioned. And then 6 would be the marketing, branding, outreach piece. Anyway, I'm sure there's many more that people agree with, but those are 6 that kind of stood out to me.
I'm gonna take a different approach, honestly. I'm gonna suggest a different approach, which is that, like, I think what I would love to see us do is take this key focus areas that we brainstormed and that we all agree on, mostly try to like find any of them that clearly overlap, so we could get it down to a
Yes.
slightly fewer number, but not in this way, but just sort of what here is said twice. And then give Karen that list, which will be too long, and ask her to group them. Because she's gonna have to, because I think what I don't wanna do is her to have such broad, mushy categories that she doesn't really know what we mean. I'd rather us to be like, this is our list. It's too many things. Take it away, think, and you come back with those, and then you can have like them as sub bullets, but then you know what we really mean. And you can like workshop it yourself instead of us mushing it
Can we
into.
also the only thing I would add is like prioritization, so like the most important thing at the top. And so as they're basically looking at the bottom of the list and they're basically going to kind of fit it in, that these are the things that must rise to the top.
I'm concerned we won't agree though, that what must rise to
Do
the
we
top.
wanna try and have that discussion on about what you think, because we have time.
Yeah,
For 7 years? I think all of them.
Yeah,
I think you have to get to all
it's
of
a
them.
5-year plan.
I think 5 years, I think we have to get to all of them. I don't think there's anything you can cut off that list saying, don't worry about any one of those items. Which one would you, that would be, if you want to do that, which one would you take out?
I think Bill has his hands up.
Oh, Bill.
Okay, so we have 16, so we can combine.
I'm sorry, I'll get, Mr. LaCava, you were speaking, I'll go when you're done.
Go ahead, Bill.
Yeah, go ahead, I'm done.
Karen, can you see me?
Yes.
Okay, I think it's a good idea for you to manage these, and you said this, and I 100% agree, and I said a reference to it. I don't know if I see it up here. Let me go back to what I said at the beginning, survival. Why did that other CTA go under? Well, their reserves probably were weak, but they also sort of lost track, or they weren't tracking the regulatory environment and how they did their purchases. And that put them in the bind. So when you consider staffing, you consider risk management, investing staff resources in tracking the regulatory environment. Why? Because we can so easily get screwed at the PUC. We can so easily get screwed by a frenemy, the IOU. It may not look like an immediate ROI, but it's essential. So however you want to phrase, continue to invest in regulatory monitoring because that's a weak spot we have as a CCA.
Okay, we have two comments first. Let's go with Alejandra.
So I agree with both Serge and Tara's comments about, working through it with the CEO. I like though the topics that Serge has proposed and if.
Well, just whatever, you can.
All that. And so what I would say, because the first one was a priority when we brought Karen in. It was all about creating a good working culture internally. So people within the organization felt that they were vested, hence all the really positive comments that were in the survey, all the kudos from what was done, but continuing that culture, but also too, giving Karen the leeway, if she sees something that isn't working, to move and pivot. The energy portfolio, I think, again, these are buzzwords that I think really speak to, I think the portfolio and the financial stability, those to me are what take priority, I think, for me, to what Bill just shared. And then the next one is the community program and delivery. If we're joining, people want to see that ROI almost immediately. So we're not even there yet. We're still with, the engagement part, and that branding is exactly what we said. I really don't care what the topics are, but for me, the financial stability and the energy portfolio future, what we're doing and going to do, I think are essential. The culture and the community programming, because that's going to be part of the marketing and branding and the trust building. So I see those kind of smushed together, but finance, the portfolio development, the culture internally, and then the community, providing things out into the community, that includes the marketing and branding. So my thoughts on that, Chief.
Serge?
No, I mean, yeah, look, something I've been operating with, one of my donors told me that, again, the nonprofit world, it's like, so classic Bill Gates quote, don't overestimate what you can do in a year. It's important, it's like where we've come, and then now we have, really, again, is it phase 3 or phase 4? Karen just arrived. It's getting back to normal, whatever that means in terms of the organization, office space, that stuff, and then beginning to work on this, and then and you always underestimate what you can do in 5 to 10 years, right? Because that's on the list, right? And I think we have tendency in government, because we have these large cities, a lot of employees, even if we're a small city, like, oh, let's do all this stuff, because you get, in theory, people around. So that's all. But I would say the organizational development culture piece, because that goes to the pivot, it's a high-performing team. High-performing, high-impact team. I think that's kind of what we're getting on global leadership. It's having a thriving team. They already have one. It's amazing, really impressive team. A mission-driven, high-performing team that can carry this stuff out. Without that, nothing happens. So we got the right CEO, right staff, just putting that together. And that's, you think about all the things we're doing, there's a lot going on right now. So
it looks like we've already started grouping them based on Serge's recommendations. Do you want to further group them and then even prioritize, or?
That would be helpful for me. If we could group them and then pull the pieces in.
Can I please take a stab at identifying the ones that I think are the same, so that we're not duplicating? That's what I felt like would be, we could get a couple like crossed off the list because they could be combined.
And then prioritize based on.
Okay,
So
eliminate
I would say, yeah, exactly, eliminate redundancy. So like, I think like renewable energy, I'm gonna do colors, right? So green and green, because that's the same thing, right? So that's one, so those can be combined.
Right.
There's
Want another color?
no, I got them, I brought them. Okay, I have 3.
What's that? Oh,
So, thank you.
that?
No, I was already doing this in my head, but I just thought it'd be easier to stand up here. Building financial stability, this was also somewhere around risk. Where's the one that has risk?
Market and operational risk management.
those are intertwined. Then I think there was, oh, and this one, so those three are very,
Financial.
yeah, they're financial.
And also have group research.
Mhm. I think you could combine this one, they're not exactly the same, but they could be combined, they're like in the same kind of vein. This, the program needs, and this is a specific kind of program, you're gonna need a program to do that, to move that agenda. Let's see, this one combined with somewhere else, oh, I needed one more color.
Yellow. Or orange. Oh,
Here,
pink.
so this this representation and this practice, those are the same, right? We're saying we need to
And
be.
the customer community benefits is the same as the renewable energy projects, the distribution the project programs needs assessment, that's all the same, customer.
Wait, which one?
The last one.
The customer community benefits.
Is the same as which one?
Well, that's like the programs, the program study, the
CPP.
distribution energy, all of that is like.
I'm not sure, I don't know, I didn't take it that way, like, I think that when we were talking about community benefits, I think that could be also include thinking about benefits to communities that are being impacted by programs. So I don't know that it's necessarily the same.
You mean communities being impacted by projects?
Mhm.
A project, right?
Yeah, I mean, it could be, but so I just wanted to take a stab at that, because that would eliminate, not eliminate, but you combine 3 becomes 1, 2 becomes 1, so if we could somehow rewrite this, and then at least we have less bullets by combining that.
Do you agree with the way in which these categories are combined?
I do, I think they're, I mean, just as one person, I think that it's making an attempt to group them, just like Serge is doing. I think we should continue to group them and then prioritize them.
I think Serge has identified the correct characterization of what's in that bigger list. And
Yeah.
I think that's what fundamentally.
A,
I mean,
B, C, D, and E.
I think there's some missing though.
Okay.
There's 2, one, heard a lot about legislative and regulatory.
Yeah.
That's a whole separate section.
Right.
And it's a really important section and a high risk section also.
Well, that's a good point, and that's the advocacy kind of piece or
Yeah, okay.
policy. And then probably 7th would be customer
Yes, you had
service.
that as number 1. and
Oh,
it
that's
didn't-
number 1.
It didn't, so that would be, but it didn't get up there. So the last one would be customer is the center, right? We are a customer,
So
we
we-
provide
so
a
we-
customer service.
So we're all basically saying something different about that last point. So I thought it was
Yeah.
community benefits in terms of like the program needs assessment that we're doing. And then now you just said that it was customer service, and then Tara said it was community benefits based on like project PPAs that we entered into. So we.
I'm not saying it is, I'm
All right.
saying I think it was
Oh,
unclear,
all right.
the wording could have been.
It is
different
unclear because I
things,
think we
yeah.
all
Well,
said something.
I think it's maybe 2 things and whether we want to combine them is a question. So there's enrolling customers, making sure they have great customer service. That's one track.
Customer
And then
service, yeah.
the community
Yeah.
benefits and the CPP, our power plant, our community power plant that we're building with Arup for the next 6 to 9 months, that's about programs and as we
Right.
build resource. So they're 2 different
So there
things.
you, yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
I think that might be, I personally am like, I think B is a bucket
Yes.
that I think needs to be more clearly stated what we intend to achieve in that bucket. Because you could do any kind of energy portfolio development, and for me, what's missing in that list is sort of being clear that it's a clean energy portfolio, right, by 2035, and also, as I'm very focused on how do we do the local stuff, how do we do it distributed stuff, how do we do solar and infill, and I don't want us to leave Karen with the notion that she's just supposed to build an energy portfolio without some sense of what kind of energy portfolio.
And that's where your customer benefit, community benefits, it also comes into, like, as you're looking at different projects, from the lens of like, if it, is it distributed, is it local, is it Riverside, is it wind or whatever, is it local, what are the benefits for the community, so all of that could come under there too.
Yeah, I think what I'm trying to say is, I think Serge's buckets are totally right, but I just felt like I thought it was gonna do a disservice to Karen to just collapse into the buckets without also leaving her with like these detailed lists,
Oh,
because there's not,
yeah.
I got.
Yeah.
We're gonna put stuff in
Yeah,
the
we're gonna
bucket.
put the
Yes,
buckets.
that's
That's what we're gonna do next.
Yeah, but that's helpful to have the buckets, and then you guys,
Exactly.
take the top 3 or 4 buckets. Obviously, there's a lot around the
Yeah.
portfolio, so let's spend some time there. However many.
So what we're gonna do is, unless there's something.
Well, no, I would just argue for the
That's like.
letter writing folks, people who write letters to take the Union Tribune, you wanna have customer service first. Based on some of the emails we got from dissatisfied customers, like the only contact our constituents are gonna have with the agency is paying a bill or calling. And I think your staff, the team has really emphasized that, like that customer service, ultimately, this is going out to the public, it should be, that's for number one. The most important thing that we do is deal with our customers, right?
Can I say,
opinion,
so
that's
no,
my
I
opinion.
agree with you, Serge. I have a question though, like, would you include, you could think of it in a narrow way, which is just, making sure phone calls get answered and people feel like they're being heard and seen? Or is that more expansive for you, which also includes like affordable rates and being competitive, like in an actual way, not just, does your phone call get answered? So just, I agree with you totally. I'm just sort of like, as you think about that,
Well,
how would you put it?
You get the same thing at Lowe's or Home Depot. I go Lowe's because they're nice and normal, and Home Depot, it's like they insult you and then like you can't find anything, so. Right?
Yeah.
So I think the customer service piece, like that, we have to own that, because at the end of the day, if our folks call in and they have a bad experience, they're gonna opt out. And again, I only say that because I felt like the staff have done a great job of really emphasizing that piece of excellence. That's part of the organizational excellence, right?
Yes.
That's
So
my
the
opinion.
ranking doesn't make it
No.
a priority.
No, this is
it
not.
just putting it
Yeah,
out?
okay, well,
Those that are listening and watching, it's not.
So, well,
Look
I'd
at
like
another
us to
element
do
to
that.
that.
It's like meeting customer needs in addition to being like responsive and friendly.
That's different. I look at that differently.
Okay.
Affordable rates are different than the customer service. That's just the Karen organizing an amazing team who are committed to serving the needs of our customers.
Okay, got it. Karen, you had something to say before. I want to see if we can try to put these into these buckets, just as an exercise.
Yeah.
And was there anything else?
That was it. I was saying, start a new piece of paper, start with customer service and bucket it, and get everybody's
Oh,
thoughts
I was
on
just
it.
gonna put the A, B, C.
Oh, that's a good.
Because people might be
Yeah, that's
getting,
actually-
people might be riffing on, that was like an initial list. I can see the riffing going on. I would like to capture some of that, like as they're talking, and working through stuff, but it's.
Okay, can we just do the A, B, C, D, E? Try that experiment first?
Sure.
See if that fits. Okay, and then if we can go to that next piece if you like.
And then add what's missing.
Okay, right. So the first bullet, successfully enrolling with low opt-out numbers. Where would that fit?
Customer service.
Customer service, G. Okay, developing a robust clean energy portfolio by 2035.
B.
Thank you.
Oh, look at us.
Alignment.
Go.
Okay, investing a local and distributed energy
Investing in.
procurement and production.
B.
Okay,
Mhm.
B. Building financial
C.
stability and reserves.
C.
C. Local development business plan.
I'll say C, no? Or B?
Well, it's also energy portfolio development, because it's really, it's talking about what Tara was talking about, like, okay, North County wants distributed generation, or this wants more rooftop
Or
solar.
B
or
or
they want-
C?
So I think it's more B, but
B.
What are we going with? B?
B, just go B. Or B or C.
I honestly think.
B/C.
or I'm sorry, what do you guys think?
I think it's program, not.
Yeah, it might be.
It is program.
And
Really?
What did you mean by it, local development business plan, who came
So
up with
I
that?
put that up,
What
and
did you mean
I
by
think
it?
it's really
A couple of
focusing
them said
on,
that.
how
think
each
Joe said-
organization has a different goal, or our climate action plans, again, that mutual benefit. So if we're working with, and we need so many customers, I wanna know what my goal is, and I wanna know how I can help get to that goal. So that's where I see it, the financial sustainability or the financial stability, but I'm seeing it as money, not necessarily
You need
people.
more customers.
Yes.
Oh, then you're talking about development.
I think it was the same thing. I thought.
Yeah. You're talking about marketing, basically.
Wow. We went from
I-
B to C to E.
I thought it just meant,
I thought it meant
collapsing
program.
everything that we were doing here, and because she needs a business plan.
Oh.
So we all
I
interpret
thought
it.
it was,
Alright,
I thought it was a local program,
I thought it
needs
was
assessment,
program.
like essentially you're saying Chula Vista thinks that these are their needs in terms of like, you know, as a city.
That's the
That's
CPP.
community program.
Yes,
delivery.
that's D. That's the CPP.
Oh,
We're
I didn't
doing-
see D. D is, I'm nearsighted, community program.
Community program delivery.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, yeah.
So that should be D for local
D.
development business plan.
Okay, well, how about them apples?
Over there. Okay, next one, developing sustainable green jobs. Program delivery.
Can I ask what we mean by community program delivery?
So we are building the community power plan. It's a process that will take over the next 6 to 9 months. We're working with a consultant, and we're going out and assessing the needs of the communities and determining what each community would like as part of the programs that we're gonna build over time. So those programs could be demand response programs, storage incentives, could be energy efficiency, could be
Feed-in
workforce
tariff programs,
development,
expensive.
feed-in tariff, local resource development, it's a big assessment process that's going on. We just launched it like last week.
Got it. That's great.
Right. Market and operational risk management.
I'm not sure then that D does fit in that category, right? Because you just outlined a process where you're assessing, you know, essentially like community and customer program needs. But that doesn't, no customer is gonna say that their need is that they wanna have more sustainable jobs, right? Like that is not gonna come from customers.
It could come from the community outreach. They're going to the CBOs, they're working in partnership, we're doing town halls. There's a process that they're going through to get feedback from the community as to what their interests are. And I think it will vary from community to community.
Totally, but I guess what I'm saying is that if we're doing program design, you know, you're not gonna end up with sustainable jobs because of how you design your like feed-in tariff, right? Like the job piece is coming from like the energy procurement at the end of the day.
Yeah, the sustainable jobs are not gonna be part of the program.
Exactly.
Programs.
Well, depends on how you define program.
Yeah.
That's all. I mean, whatever.
Programs like Encinitas, you're gonna hear people say, we really love distributed generation. We don't want transmission line going out to the desert. We want more local generation. And so it's gonna be about programs really kind of allowing for that, more solar energy, rooftop solar, more battery storage, you know, more feed-in tariff programs. But yeah, I mean, nobody's gonna say, I want more workforce sustainable.
Well, but that could be a pipeline to jobs. And where I would say, okay, if it's rooftop solar, then how can I get my National City residents to get part of an apprenticeship program or some type of
Right.
pipeline to get to that type of job?
So maybe it's both, right? I mean, I think that's what I'm hearing, is
Good point.
it belongs in both B and D. It's sustainable jobs. Design could be in D.
And
Because I'm really thinking about it in terms of like ensuring that our procurement criteria include jobs criteria.
Right.
That's,
And it should.
and yeah, that's where I was
I
coming
mean,
from.
okay, I'm glad we have clarification. Market and operational risk management.
C.
Well, and ADF.
Yep, agree with you. CNF.
CNF.
Karen, does that make sense?
CNF.
Internal development process, HR culture. Okay. Representation at CPUC, Sacramento. Branding, marketing, building a trusted brand. There we go, E.
Isn't that also to the customer service part of it? That whatever we do is reflective of how we provide our service, so building that trusted brand is part of the service and customer service.
It's you're saying, you're arguing it's also the experience of the customer, it's not the messaging.
Yeah, I mean.
That builds that trust. That's a good point.
Should we add G?
We could. And your team will decide what that looks like.
Kimberly, you're gonna have fun deciphering. All right, continuing to be financially sustainable to weather market conditions. And that,
So it's easy.
that is, do we need it?
It's
It's restating, do we want to just cross that off?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do we don't need this?
No.
But it also, it's just, for further expanding what's already set up top, it just because up top it says build financial stability and reserves, so it's why are you doing that? It's to whether the conditions, the volatility and the revenues and all that.
You can cross out renewable energy projects too.
Yeah, it's up there too.
The program for, I guess what companies or cities would call sort of like, I guess, is it not community outreach or community relations, which would be, the policy and sort of government relations piece, I'm saying, like, so that a piece of SGE, is that like is that / community relations / government or relations, you know what I mean? Like, that's a policy piece as well.
SDG.
Yeah, like, who are you gonna hire? Are you gonna hire, who's gonna be your point person that deals with SDG and other sort of agencies, governments? Is that like your community relations person? Is that your government relations? You know what I'm saying?
So
Like,
right now, it's not like on that level. Right now, it's myself and the CEO and Vice Chair Padilla. And then each of the directors do, some of the directors, especially in procurement, do reach out with their counterparts at SDG for everything from billing issues to the customer information system that's being rolled out. And there, so we meet on a quarterly basis with all the different issues that we're experiencing. They put some issues on the table, we put issues on the table, and we walk through those issues.
in 7 years, hopefully it's a little bit more nimble now, staff that are working on it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that we, we could group that under some sort of, I don't know, if we have any kind of expand the legislative regulatory kind of group.
All I know is SGG has like 50 people that work on it. So I think, I don't, does it need to be a key focus area? We're gonna continue we're
to.
gonna
Continue to.
I think it would go under that, because it is an important relationship,
right.
and it is a critical one, and it does tie into the legislative and regulatory as well as.
If you expand on the legislative and regulatory, you can put it within there, but it's also just a,
But yeah, I'm just asking.
I'm not sure.
it's not a
I'm
really
just
key.
gonna put this in parentheses.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something that's important, but it's not really a key.
Right.
I mean, there's a lot of other
Focus
there's a
on
lot of other
You're gonna
stakeholders
do
that
it
we're gonna have to
anyway.
meet on.
You're gonna work on that.
Well, I just meant in general, like who's the department or person that's doing that thing that's SGD is very good at.
Other than senior staff at SDCP, meeting with senior staff at SDG, there's no other people that are assigned from SDCP to meet with SDG.
No, I meant like just but every other agency and, city and stuff, like, this community.
And the IG generally, or the regulatory piece, that falls into the league of the general counsel, and falls into our advocacy team.
Yeah,
All of
who's
that
going to Sacramento?
regulatory stuff.
So we have a director, Rita would be a director of government affairs, and so she would be interacting with them. And then our director of regulatory affairs, Laura Fernandez, would also be. Exactly.
Okay, let's move to the next one, program needs assessment.
That's D.
D.
That's D.
Who are the professional friends of everybody? Who's gonna be the professional besides Karen, the best friends that are gonna be just hanging out everywhere? Because that's unique, it's very good at it, all power companies are. They've got 25 professional best friends that are. at every
They stole
meeting.
some of my staff to go do that, I know.
Okay, the next one is obviously us. And finally, did you want to divide? This is two
Why don't we
separate.
take a moment and talk about what we mean by community benefits, because it seems to mean a lot of things are different to different people.
I think what you're talking about.
That's the first thing I think of which is when we so why did Chula Vista join the CCE, and what do they see as community benefits? And so Karen and Calpine and other consultant are basically working with the individual member agencies to understand what are of benefit to you and what kind of programs would be a good fit tailored to your community to help you. We have a lot of folks in apartments that want to take advantage of solar, rooftop solar or something like that. There are programs that we can put in place that are tailor fit to what Chula Vista is saying or what National City is saying. And so I think that's the first thing we think of when we think of community benefits. I think that you introduced, and I agree with, the idea that when we are entering into PPAs and we are causing a project to happen, especially locally, what are we doing to think about and to encourage greater community benefits for those areas?
I think both of them are important. I think maybe we can find two different words, but the second one I think about is like mitigating negative externalities, right? Like when you have large scale projects, you have to have some plan to ensure that you have community benefit agreements so that you're mitigating negative externalities. So we don't like reproduce the tragedy of like fossil fuel extraction for the last like 60 years in the developing world, you know? So but I think maybe we can think of two different words because I think they're both super important.
Well, I look at it as saying community power could be, and I'm sure you've thought about this, Karen, talked about this, because we had a really good meeting with our community advisors. You know, it was just like all about that, right? And they were really impressed and gave a lot of great feedback. But in theory, you're leveraging private philanthropy, corporate philanthropy, and then government funding, right? It could be a power center for really helping us in this transition to a sustainable clean energy future. I mean, you know, it's, in theory, right? I mean, that's what you're helping doing, is getting all this funding is coming to the region and leveraging all our agencies. So do all this cool stuff that we cannot afford to do.
So I'd be fun. I mean, I think if that was what people meant, maybe you could say mitigating negative project externalities, or it's a little wonky, but I'm trying to figure, these are both important ideas, and how do we use different terms?
And that goes into the B.
The B.
Yeah, you're talking about the B, the portfolio development. So maybe it's about portfolio development, maybe when we're talking about what you're referring to. It's more in the notion of just the energy portfolio itself and how it gets developed and where, and what are the externalities, protecting against those versus the community power
Protecting,
plan.
but also generating, like, right, you know, we're gonna have choices, right? Like, you're gonna be able to, you know, we're gonna have to make trade-offs and say, can you build like a big, you know, solar power farm in a place with like people who live nearby and whose quality of life is then like pretty destroyed? But it's, you know, and it's far away and the jobs aren't in our local jurisdiction, or do you choose, you know, we're gonna have to have like trade-offs, right? And so I think it's important to sort of foreground that we are thinking about ensuring that the like impacts on our local communities and our local environment are not negative, that they're positive when we develop projects.
Yeah, and I think that we started a matrix around that on the program policy development side much earlier in the organizational infancy. And that is there, we should point that out. The second, I think that there's the per se benefits that accrue to any particular participating community that are from procurement side. But then there's the separate program, right, which comes from the reinvestment side. So I think it could be helpful, particularly like the county and National City that came on later, to go back into that archive, you know, pull up some of that reference document for you, because we started a conversation around those sort of policy filters around that. We had some of those debates both on the initial procurement side, and then I think we have more to do when we look at program, you know, separately, but both are benefit, both are community benefit.
And even a strategy, like, I mean, we are the representing the legislative bodies that have the, not within this space, but our other legislative bodies that have the land use authority. And so, like, you know, is it within the PPA that we're capturing the benefits, or is it a combo of like our contracting and also like on the other end where we're actually we're accepting from a land use perspective, we're accepting that project. So if San Diego is in the position of saying yay or nay on a project, you know, we're getting the benefits on both sides.
We're making sense, Karen.
How would you, now that you've heard us, yeah, now that you've heard this, how would you talk about these?
She's got her translating.
It's like they hired me and they made me do 800 things.
Now we haven't gotten Bill Vapor to say anything. Bill, what are your comments?
Bill, what is community benefit?
Oh, I'm not sure if I say anything, it'll help the conversation. Let's just keep rolling.
All right.
Karen, how would you talk, if you tried to pull that apart into these two different buckets, right? One is like the benefits that we're engendering to all of our jurisdictions and people who live and serve and who we represent, right? And making sure that they have programs that they need and like that actually benefit them that they haven't been able to get previously because they didn't have elected representation, to make sure that their power provider is actually providing programs that are meaningful to them. So that's like sort of one bucket, right? Going out, doing the surveys, like, what do you guys need? You need, you know, that's one bucket, that's one kind of commitment. And the other is ensuring that when we procure energy, that we're taking into account the impacts on local communities from the energy production and procurement. It could be mitigating negative externalities or producing positive externalities, but those are like two different things. So how would you, what words would you use to describe these two different concepts?
So I think this goes back to something I talked about, front of the meter and behind the meter. And with our front of the meter, those are our projects that we're developing that are going to be feeding into the grid. That was, to me, when I think about that, I think about the procurement policy and the draft that this had been happening before I came on board, or maybe it was that board meeting right before, and that now in a draft phase. But maybe that's something we want to talk about later as a board, is just go back to that document and try to, now that we have more ideas, clarify some of those benefits, some of those externalities, et cetera, and get that to a more special, a place. That's front of the meter. Those are procurements. On the program side, the community power plan, you may see, you know, I think when I think of that, I think of behind the meter options like demand response, electrification, and changing end uses, load shifting and shaving, Nest thermostats that are optimized around TOU rates. There is a whole host of programs that will lower energy bills, that will electrify, that will shift load out of those expensive areas and help us with a host of things on the power side and the risk management side as well. A virtual power plant, so you can do that through an own, you know, there's lots of ways to do that. So that's when I think about the community benefits, but it's also, there are some things we could do just on the energy side, but it's listening to the community that's really important, and making sure that some of those ideas are aligning with what they perceive their priority needs to be in this space. And that, you know, and that could range from job training and education, could go to pure education, to education and training, to things around energy efficiency. And we're also simultaneously, through Colin, working on where are the funding sources there, and how might we access those funds for energy efficiency, electrification, demand response, all these different behind the meter program opportunities that are coming from federal funds, state funds, CEC, ratepayer, philanthropy, corporate, it goes on. So we're working through that as well. But I see that as all kind of behind the meter, which is after it hits a house or a business or a commercial or community, what happens then?
That'd be a really interesting partnership with the Seneca Foundation or something. We've got this climate, you know, program and be able to talk about interesting, right? Like we've done on housing or other issues. So
Yeah.
But anyway.
So that's more of what Steve's talking about with the reinvestment.
Yeah.
And then I think, Tara, we need to work on B and work on when we're coming up to projects, what projects make sense and how are we prioritizing all of these different elements? And then, you know, making sure that we're mitigating any negative community implication.
Yeah.
But I think that's expanding the B. I'm not sure what you call it, but it's under B.
It is definitely under B. I agree. It's like it's a criteria for choosing how we procure or think about like what kind of requirements we have in any kind of energy.
But it's also interesting because it's not just it's a criteria, but we wouldn't necessarily, like if it's a local, like criteria one, local generation, right? If it's local, right? But it has some concerns regarding community impacts. It doesn't just kill it, but it basically, what can we do to mitigate those impacts?
That's exactly right. Big backstory, like I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel. Like the Department of Energy actually has like community benefit agreement sort of templates. And I used to work on this stuff, but not in the US. I worked on it in other countries, like what World Bank policy around mitigating impacts of like mostly oil extraction projects. And this was exactly the question of like, yes, there's jobs, which is good. How do you want to make sure they're good jobs and good paying jobs? And secondly, how do you ensure that there's not like negative impacts on the local community from the production?
All right. I think Lisa's gonna be really upset.
Okay, so what do you want me to do with this? Does this fit into a category here? Do we need to
I think it was.
Yeah, I
B
think-
and
Change the
G.
language
No.
or?
So community benefits fits into B and D.
Program delivery. yeah.
And Karen will find different words to mean different things for the
There we go.
same
Yeah.
words.
There we go. And then you, so
And then
you're
what about the-
writing the goals.
And then the customer, the first portion, the customer is
That
customer
was customer
service. I
service
think.
and I put a G.
All right, so go ahead and say G.
Okay.
All right.
Go team.
Very cool and thoughtful exchange.
You did it.
Yes.
There's one thing I saw on this.
Those were-
Okay.
Oh, she's adding to her to-do list, I bet.
Credit rating.
Okay.
Agreed.
Karen's on here.
That's
That's not financial stability?
It's
Or-
different, it's a slightly different animal. It is, it's under there. It's not a new category. It's just
But that's-
it's a goal and it drives what we do and how we.
And that goes under financial stability.
So that
It
we
does.
see. Right?
And it
that's-
also it speaks to programs. Because when we
And
can
something
raise
we must
funds.
do and pay attention to in these next couple of years
Yes, that's a
to,
2 to 3 year.
to enable all of this.
And that's why even like, I think like, because I think in common terms, like when we talk on the city level, at least in Encinitas, when we talk about reserves, like there's a, you know, reserves at some prudent level, but like people don't want to hear that you have like, you know, very large ass reserves because like, why wouldn't you be using it? But I think that there's a difference within this kind of enterprise, that those reserves could facilitate other things. And so I think one of the things it would facilitate is a credit rating as well.
I just really want to talk about financial markets and credit rating right now.
Right now.
Or 20 on Saturday.
Are we managing crypto?
Oh my gosh.
Launch utility.
Yeah.
Stay tuned.
Okay.
That'd be cool.
Are we in agreement?
Yes. Moving on.
We don't need to give numbers or anything.
Nada.
So-
I just wanna say, I think this is a fantastic, I feel like I learned a lot and I love, I think everyone has really, really great ideas. This is
That's a good synergy.
We got so much done before you.
Lots of love here. We love you, Bill.
We got so much more done.
Bill's writing legal briefs as he's.
I'm gonna stop talking now. I'm not.
Okay.
Okay.
We have a couple last closing things to do. As we close our time together.
The
And
most important moment of the day was when I told Joe to acknowledge,
We're gonna do a trust fall.
the pain that you're feeling about Britney's trips. Joe was super concerned
What?
and he's still really, he talked to me about it. And he was very grateful and thankful
Yes,
that we talked about it
Yes.
and worked through it.
I'm very sad about this.
I appreciated you keeping us
Thank you.
announcing everything.
It was on the
You are-
agenda.
it
It's in the
was.
words that we can use.
Okay.
That's how those commission meetings are.
I didn't.
That's-
I'm sorry, I'm so sorry for thinking about.
I just survived the side, thank you.
Okay.
That's what they were
So,
supposed
We're gonna
the next
talk
meeting
about-
is keep Surge out of meetings.
All right, let's start.
To-do list, let's go.
What is our to-do list as a result of this? these
Karen,
discussions that
Karen,
we-
Oh, yeah.
And what is the assignment? So, we have, I think, 2 mission statements. We didn't necessarily agree on one. I think, or maybe we ended up with one.
Do you wanna bring it back up and resolve it? Or no?
That'd be a good idea.
Do it and resolve it right now?
Can I ask a question?
I'm just, oh, sorry.
Maybe not.
I have a question for Karen.
Yes.
Would it be helpful for you to have a sense from board members, which of these buckets and key focus areas people are most interested in working on or have the most strong views about? So as you sort of go around getting this together, you can know who to go check in with. Right? Because like, I think you wanna have an iterative process, you don't come back and then people are not happy. But you don't wanna have to talk to everyone about everything, because then it's gonna take forever. So I'm just, maybe people will wanna be involved in everything, but I'm just thought it might be a helpful tool to you if you get some kind of sense of who has strong views on what buckets.
That would be really helpful.
Can we see certain buckets back?
We.
Why don't we go to the,
Let's give it enough.
Lisa has the mission statement.
Yeah.
Let's,
Okay. This, you ended up with 2, and the difference really was people were really trying to think about where we want to put climate goals. And that's kind of the issue. We were going a little bit back and forth. But we ended with these two. San Diego Community Power is a community-owned organization that provides affordable clean energy and invests in the community to create an equitable and sustainable future of the San Diego region.
And this is.
Aw.
these are-
And so basically the only thing is.
Great work before I
Hey,
Okay,
Lisa,
change
can you make it bigger or move the camera? I can't read it. You're too far away. The camera's too far away, or make it the screen bigger.
The only-
I can zoom in.
can you zoom in?
I zoom, how's that? Is that getting better?
Hold on, let me test him.
Move it up a little bit. That's better. There, okay.
Oh, there you go.
Now I can read it. Thank you. Okay, thank you, everyone.
All right, the only difference is we added in here to meet our climate goals. Okay, so that was, do you want to?
Can I make a suggestion? Can maybe we give these to Karen and Karen can talk to our marketing and branding people and maybe do some focus grouping around these? I mean, remembering that this is what folks are gonna see and are gonna like just help them decide whether this is something they want to be a part of. And I'd love our marketing and branding people to focus group this and see where the customers land. And like, let this be customer driven, because I think they're both good, but I'd love it to be like customer driven and stuff, because we don't know for ourselves.
What do you guys think? Because I think it's really like our mission and.
It's our responsibility to provide that leadership and articulate what the organization's mission and vision is. It's not for folks groups of like, all due respect to terrorism, it is not. That's not the proper role in my view. This is our responsibility, and that's why we represent the many thousands and tens of thousands of people who elected us here.
Let me just be
So we
clear.
do come from the community too.
No, totally. No, I guess what I'm
As
saying is,
opposed to what some folks
I
think.
think that these are both amazing. I wasn't here for this part. I think they're both great. I think we've done you guys did, I won't take any credit, did a huge amount of work here. But sometimes you don't really know how a word lands with someone or how people interpret something. You know, you're not asking, like, we clearly have to decide the mission, but it would be, I think, helpful to know how people interpret information.
So the other thing to know is that we're not voting on anything tonight. And so what will happen is that this, it will just be a consensus. And then what will happen is that this will come back to us in June 11th at our next strategic planning. And then it will come back again at a board meeting where we would basically then have another opportunity for community input and then vote on it. And so there'll be a few more opportunities to kind of flesh it out or allow it to kind of simmer and see what we think. I mean, the only difference between these two statements is climate goals.
To meet our climate.
Right, and I was the big pusher of climate goals in there, and I'm willing to give because now that we basically saw the value statement. And so, I mean, if anybody, I still think climate belongs in there, but I'm willing to go with number one, just because of the values.
And Bill has a.
Bill?
Apparently you litigated this while I was gone, but if it makes a difference, I agree with Joe. Climate goals makes it better, but I don't think it's worth fighting over. I think the first one's fine too. I'd rather have climate goals in there because we sell to our community that they're joining us to help us achieve our climate goals.
Yeah. Take a straw vote.
So we like to go, are we in agreement? You would like to just move forward with plan?
Please, I'd love just to see where folks are, actually what they want, not what they're willing to do. Like, what do you want?
Okay, I gotta ask. There was people in the earlier discussion when I missed who said, we don't want the word climate goals in our statement. Is that what I missed?
Well, no, there wasn't, the discussion was around the fact that there's a distinction between the vision statement and the mission statement. And the mission statement needs to be much more crisp and concise and operational, for lack of a better word. And we wanted to avoid wonky terms, insider terms, you know, people who are very familiar with this industry, and make it as simple and plain and understandable to the average person as possible. And the question was,
then if that,
when we say climate
I
goals,
I agree with one.
people might
I
not
understand
know
your point.
All right,
Yeah,
so we
that's, I get
it
that.
sounds like we have consensus. Is anybody at a 5?
Out of 5.
Anybody at a 5 or 6?
Which one?
Freaking idea.
for number, for the idea of going with one.
We're going with the yellow highlight.
So we'll just go, so one is it.
All
And
right.
then we could, like, if,
I'm at a 3. I think we should have kept climate goals.
But he's at a 3.
But it's at a 3.
Okay, let's go to your vision statement.
all right,
I know that is our favored, but could we provide both of them? Like as option 1 and option 2 to the team? To say, so we could actually hear from our staff? I know it's our goal, our mission
I
statement.
could run it by staff, I could run it by Rita, I could run it by civilian also.
Well, what about the CAC?
Oh, come on, folks.
CAC, absolutely.
Yeah.
Bill, I know, look, at some point, it's difficult, in my opinion, to process-wise, try to avoid any decision point for fear of critique or something else. And the reality of any organization, sorry to preach, is that there's a structure around who makes what decisions, and there's a reason for that. It's not because we're on an ego trip, it's because we would be here for the next 10 years debating a paragraph instead of delivering service.
We don't have the
And I
luxury of
just,
time.
like, I'm not into that. Like, let's do our job. Our job is to make some decisions. Our CAC has a role to make decisions. Our staff has a role to make recommendations and decisions. And we should not blend them all together in one big bucket.
all right, you've inspired us. Number 1,
Okay.
let's go on to the values.
All
Okay, this is your vision statement. And the only, you were going back and forth, right, on whether or not to say a global leader, okay? And so that's why it's in parentheses, that's all. Do you want me to take the, do you want to take the parentheses out?
We were all here for this, right?
Mhm.
You were here for this, right?
Yeah.
You wanna take them out?
You on the board.
You want-
Let's keep global in.
Keep it.
Anybody opposed to keeping global in?
Yeah, but I was just, I know you guys like the word inspiring, but is inspiring kind of like weak versus develop, like actually an action verb, like carrying out,
There you go.
developing, that's all. I'm
Use
just,
those resources.
actually being inspiring isn't weak, I'm sorry, I didn't know. But anyway, that's all, I just wanted to throw that out there.
I think it's a nice word because it means many things.
I like
Okay.
it, yeah.
Right.
I think it's maybe I'm a little biased, my business thing is
I like it.
Lisa inspired.
Lisa.
So I'm gonna be difficult. I think it's pretentious to say global leader.
Yeah.
We're
You know what?
community oriented, we're community focused, and if I'm wondering, global leader just like.
So are the Padres, and they aspire to be world champions.
But they are, but there's a mechanism for them to be a real champion, so, but I'm okay with it, I can go with it.
Look,
I got my high
all
quality jobs
nice.
in there, so.
No, this is an important ID, because it was always like IB is okay, and IB, it's something that's fair, it's like, no, man, we want to be high level, like, that's, and, you know, I was in the pool yesterday in Coronado, there was a bunch of kids swimming, including Michael Andrews, the gold medalist, he just swims with his dad. His dad trains and he swims, and he wants to swim in IB at our new pool, it's like, he's like, dude, I want to swim in your pool, like, he's the world's best swimmer. Right, he's with the kids in the swim team, and he's decided he wants to be the world's best swimmer. It's not, and that's important because we've got the world's best organizations here. See, you know, Community Action, or Climate Action Campaign, or whatever. They're amazing. There's not a better organization in the country that's working on local stuff. Our constituents are going to like that because they all aspire to be that way, right? But you know, I think it's important for once in San Diego for us to aspire to that level because it's the history of San Diego is like underachieving and making excuses.
It's finest city.
It
used to be, we gave it up.
It should be the world's finest. city.
World's finest.
finest.
We didn't think big enough.
They have no problem, Copenhagen or whatever, they're all talking about being the finest city. We gave that up a long time ago.
All right, anybody opposed to this?
My speech.
Joe's at 3, so he's not opposed.
I'm good.
Anybody
I'll go
opposed?
back to a 1.
On the 1. All right, let's do it.
This is your mission statement.
Yes, that
This
is.
is our vision.
Okay, and this is where you also got your climate change.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, that's your vision statement. Awesome.
Awesome.
And now we are going back to, we have your key focus areas, which we've already covered, so I think we need to revisit those. But we were getting to your to-do list.
I still would love to let Karen know which areas and the key focus areas that each of us are most interested in, so she has some sense of
Sure.
kind of
So-
board interest. And she kind of tries to move on these pieces.
So we can.
Can we work on the big buckets? The A, B, C, D?
Yeah, maybe just
So we're
yeah,
gonna
so everybody
add-
has to be
We're
busy.
gonna add,
Well, one thing I want to say about organizational culture, because I mentioned this earlier, we were in Silicon Valley, and where's Elon Musk, and it was the same number of people, and they wouldn't even have to say it, or at Stanford, they just assume it, right?
Right.
And like, that's it, it's just attitude,
Mm.
that's all.
so did you want to assign names?
I mean, I don't wanna, it was more for Karen, it's not like a signing, I don't even know if I'd put it up there, it's really, I thought maybe she would write in her notes, just so she
Oh.
had some sense. Like, you're gonna be doing a lot of work over the next like many years, and certainly in the next 6 months. You probably wanna know who's gonna have a passionate opinion about what, so you don't end up back at the board meeting with something that someone wanted to weigh in on and you didn't.
Why don't we
talk
do
to
this?
You may already have a sense.
Why don't
already.
we do this real fast? Why don't we just go around the table and say anything, any A, B, C, D, or any one of the ones that you think that you wanna link up with Karen on?
Hold on,
Ale, D.
hold on. Let me get these down. Second. That's marketing right there. And customer service. Okay, D.
D.
Okay.
I think it would be fun if Karen guessed, but when we.
I think yes.
C.
I was gonna guess B.
B, I'll also D.
And D, okay.
A and F.
Okay.
I would also, I thought Steve, you were gonna say E.
Oh, I could do totally too.
B, D, and F.
Please be mindful, of shouldn't be more than a quorum, probably on each one.
Oh. Okay.
Since I interact with you all the time, I'll just kind of all of the above, I mean, I talk to you about everything.
That's true.
Whatever is not a quorum.
Just
Bill?
of interest.
You're still not financial.
Can you see Bill?
Oh,
You're on
muted,
mute.
Bill.
Bill, you're
Bill?
on mute.
Oh, she's talking to somebody else.
Oh, yeah, he's-
He's gone.
Can you read lips?
Karen, I would have some thoughts
I'm
on
suing
F as
San Diego
well,
right
probably
now.
not,
You're
probably
muted,
more
Bill.
in terms of
No,
as
we can
F
hear you. We can
intersects
hear
with
you.
the B and D, but
You can't see
F
us.
will have a lot of
Can you hear us?
intersections
I don't
with B
think
and
you
D,
can
so
hear
I'd
us.
say F as well.
He's on a phone call.
Okay, tell me when I can talk, and I'll talk.
You can talk.
Karen, I can't read the board because the camera's not on it, but you know when we talked.
There's
the other
nothing
day,
on the board.
What was important.
Oh,
Forget it. I can't see what's an A, B, or C. But Karen, it's what we talked about the other day, and also anything that's essential to what I consider survival element, which is risk management, reserve, and regulatory, defending ourselves in the regulatory environment.
Okay.
so C and F. Will
Karen,
assign
just
up to you.
all I can see is this darn bubble in the middle. It's just, Karen, did you hear what I said?
I did.
Yeah, she heard you.
I did.
Oh, that's.
Okay, thanks.
The bubble.
It's a bubble, it's a reflection.
I don't even know what the heck that thing is. What is it?
Reflection
It's a
bubble.
reflection.
What's surgery?
Oh, A.
Surgery.
So these aren't ad hoc committees or subcommittees, it's just when Karen is talking to and briefing the board members that she's gonna pay particular attention to, instead of going through all of them, she'll pay particular attention to the evolution of some of these items.
Yeah, I think, yeah, there's a way to do it, just being careful about communications.
Yeah, I did, I wanted, my whole these discussions with Karen doesn't know us, and she's gonna be working on a lot of moving parts. I just wanted to make sure she had some sense of where people have like passionate opinions, so she's not blindsided.
I think it gets to just being respectful of the amount of work that has to be done and like, so you feel comfortable saying, you know what, guys, this is what we can get done for the next 6 months, because it's a lot of stuff, you know?
Yeah.
She did also to say, don't underestimate what you can do in the
Right.
first year.
Over.
So, oh, I thought you said over us.
Okay, are we ready for our to-do list? I think we kind of covered some of that in this discussion with Karen. So what do you see in, the assignment that I am particularly focused on ensuring happens is for staff, right? Staff is going to now take the torch and take your key focus areas and create goals around your key focus areas. So that would be Karen is the lead, and with the support of staff, and that is the goals creation. All right.
And I'm sorry, with the goal creation, it also means with metrics, right? So if we're saying, is it numbers that are?
They're broad state, yeah, as defined also in here, and I think this definition is a pretty good definition of the goals. General statements of the direction in which the organization wants to move. They are the what statements. They flow from the vision, are validated by the. This is high level goal creation. This is not in the weeds, smart goal, right? This by this date and this thing.
Okay, it's not a SMART goal.
Right, it's overarching because you're gonna get into that, those objectives much later and deeper in strategic planning, creations, and design. Okay. Anything else here?
Will you have another meeting with Karen to just drill down on some of this stuff and ensure that everybody's on the same page?
What's gonna happen at this point is we're gonna be going into the notes, the creation for this day. And then that will hopefully serve
Awesome.
as a summary
All
of what the discussion is. And let me just point out one little parking lot item. I'm sure that's something that needs to be addressed, or there's a specific way that you wanted to address that. Serge brought that up. The board meetings, efficiency, the purpose of the board meetings, is that something you would like to assign?
I mean, it's something that
Visit?
it's something that I've been working with the prior CEO and now with Karen on managing the agenda to make sure that we're getting the proper amount of information that supports our decision making and that we're moving forward as quickly as possible. But always open to ideas. Together, the JPA says that the CEO, in concert with the chair, sets the agenda. So, both of us, we're open to, advice and thoughts that you have in terms of making sure that you're getting the appropriate amount of information to make good decisions in a reasonable amount of time.
Well, I guess my thing is, and I think we've all talked about this before, and I thought it was better at the last meeting, is that we have staff reports. So, the micro details from the staff reports. I would hope, and it's because I know for the public, if they're looking at that screen and I'm looking at it, it's lots of micro bullets on a white screen. We're moving away from that in our city. It's like to have that kind of background. So it's easier to read, but I'm noticing that now that I'm not at home on the computer, I was trying to look at that screen and I'm like, it's basically tiny little bullets with lots and lots of details, which I think gets away from how many organizations are presenting information, bigger picture, less words, sort of like telling a story. So what's the story you want to get out of each issue? But, if there's lots of details, that could be in a staff report, how do you make it more visually appealing to the public and what's, just getting to the point and being clear about the big picture what each presentation is about.
We're speaking about the presentations,
Yeah.
and then the details can be buried in the staff reports and
Right,
attached.
exactly.
Right, and we have moved a lot of the what would used to be like a check-in every board meeting with each person. We've now moved it to essentially like, if you have an item before us, then you're reporting, otherwise you're not. Although we did have at the last meeting, we did have a kind of like quarterly report on some things, and so we will move back to.
I'd love to move away from white screens with tiny letters to, you guys have brilliant, again, logo with colorful, all of a sudden will be a white screen. It's really hard to read, that's all.
Tara, Steve.
Just some thoughts, kind of to throw out, nothing, not a concrete recommendation, but something, it's obviously I'm very new and I'm just sort of learning, but, some things I've noticed is I think it would be, helpful to when we have an item for us to make a decision, that there's like more pro and con, sort of trade-off type analysis as opposed to just like a recommendation. So I think I found that really missing. I've just like, it's been very like, just like this is staff's conclusion without a lot of like background analysis that like unpacks trade-offs or like alternative approaches. So that I think would be helpful. And that's specifically true when we're being asked to make a decision about something as opposed to just like the staff update. So that's one thought. Two, I think it would be helpful if we could have like some clarity around what our formal policy is to agendize an item. So like if I want to put something on agenda, or like I want to bring like a policy forward for us to consider and decide. I had asked Karen about this, and I mean, we have some kind of basic Brown Act rules, which we could operate by, but I think it would be useful if it's like, we have to submit it 10 days in advance or 5 days in advance or whatever that is, to allow it to be posted in sufficient time for public to have notice that we're considering the item. And are there any characteristics of what we bring, kind of a template of like what we need to have in any policy item we want to submit to the board. So I think that channel of how we as board members submit a policy item, timeline and template should be like formalized so that we're clear on that.
There is some of that process in the bylaws, but I think to your point, it hasn't really been used yet by the board. So maybe there's a little bit of like a bit of how we could implement it. But there is some of that detail about board members can request items and timelines and how you coordinate it with the CEO or the chair.
So it might not even be that it needs to be developed. Maybe we just need to present or like give board members a little handout and a brief so we know how to do that.
There must be like, I know with Encinitas, because we have the same, we actually model some of this after Encinitas, which has the city council initiated item. And so if you're asking for an item to be on the agenda, and we're not in session right now, you have to do it 10 days before the agenda is posted. And because you don't have a majority support to get it on the agenda, you can't basically ask the staff to do anything, but you could initiate a board member initiated item. And what the staff will do is essentially have a template, which is what goes around to all the other staff members when they're creating their staff reports, and we'll just send out a template to the board member so that she can put something together. Then when you basically have that item before the board, if the board says, oh yeah, this is absolutely what I want to hear and this is what we should do, then you have a majority support, and then you can direct the board, the staff to basically do more.
Yeah.
But the other thing to avoid that is that you could if we're talking about it, like last time you were talking about during Laura's Fernandez's presentation, you questioned about like legislative whether to support or oppose. At that point, you could have pivoted and said, I want to hear this more. And if everybody nodded yes, and we have a majority, then we could basically just put it on the agenda. Or at the end of the agenda where it says board member comments, you could say, I want this agenda item on a future agenda. And if there's a majority support for that, then it would go on, and you don't have to do any of the board member initiated item. Board member initiated item 10 days before the posting would only apply as if we're not in session and you have no ability to get a majority or understand.
This is super helpful. I just think it would be good to have this written in some way that our public, like also our stakeholders understand this, not just, there's a, right, that is, it's now I understand, so thank you. That's super helpful.
Well, that's an integral part of future planning, so I think it's the board bylaws, whatever, we should be evaluating that, and I think that's absolutely fundamentally.
So it's right, it's in the bylaws, and it's fairly, but we could, if you guys want to change it or articulate it.
This is not a motion to change. I think it's more like, as we sort of move from a kind of an, kind of startup mode, having these sort of formal mechanisms that are, and that everyone understands that they work is just important. And it's not that something's not good, it's just more like being clear about how it works.
I think also too, the county and national city being the newer ones. I remember my orientation being online with Bill and who else was it? And it was just an hour, hey, welcome to the team, it was like very high level. I have not gone through the bylaws, maybe it is just a lunch where, you know, there's an opportunity for the newer ones and our alternates, maybe our CAC members to come join where we're not building quorum, but we're able to have a conversation about, these are the bylaws, this,
Right.
at this high level.
Yeah.
And that's why
And
we're
on
putting it
board.
in the
One other thing too is that
Yes.
we've operated pretty flexible, so I mean, if at any board meeting you have anything you wanna bring up, I mean, and sometimes I even go around and ask, do you have anything to discuss? And so like, I mean, at any board meeting, even if it's kind of like, I know the attorney's here, but even if it's out of order, like, I mean, it's like, if you say that I wanna hear something, it's unlikely that it's gonna be.
You can't just randomly say, I wanna talk about something.
No.
No,
You
not
can-
talking
you
about it,
can-
but you say I wanna
You
hear
can't have a
something.
discussion on the substance of the item, but you
But
can say, I'd like to end an item on the
Right.
future agenda.
Oh, yeah,
You
well,
get-
I'm not
and
saying,
you
I'm
get
not
to
saying
know
randomly
how
talk
it's-
about it, but at any point, I'm purely flexible, so if you said, I wanna hear about this, unless you wanna basically hear about the Ukrainian conflict, I mean, but for the most part, anything you wanna hear about.
I'm gonna tie that in, it affects oil prices, it affects our look.
All right.
Oh, I just bring it in, but that should be, I know we did that on, after some planning and, or I said, now we have the agenda item at the end, what are issues, are there future agenda items people wanna bring up, so it is formal,
Right.
not just random.
Oh, it is, it actually
Yeah,
says it,
sorry.
but it says it on the agenda,
In
it
the
says,
bylaws.
it says board member comments, yeah.
All
And
right,
then finally, I'm a little obsessed with trying to do my part to eliminate long, lengthy bureaucratic rambling PowerPoints.
Slide
Committees I
deck.
chair, we've eliminated that, but in our city as well, but I think staff training on presentations and on this concept of really focusing on what people need to know is really important.
All right,
Like super important.
let's finish
All
this
right.
up.
We need to finish this, let's
Sorry.
wrap it up with a big one.
All right, let's do it.
I'd like for you to turn to your objectives,
what page is that?
at tab number 2. And ask you, did we do what we said we were going to do? Did we achieve our objectives?
To create San Diego Community Power's organizational mission and vision statements, preliminary and working. Yes!
Yes.
Woo-hoo!
Keep
It's
going,
gonna read two.
Alejandra.
To identify priorities, key focus areas that support the mission and drive the vision, and any potential big picture priority issues and challenges for 23 through 27. Yes.
Yes.
I would say yes. Just the challenges, I don't know that we necessarily targeted, but I think we're good. To celebrate San Diego Community Power's accomplishments, reflect the board's role and responsibilities, and identify essential content for board handbook to support onboarding and stewardship. Yay, we did that. And some. To continue to establish a foundation for effective teamwork as board members. Oh, yes.
Yes.
And to conduct the session in an open, collaborative, collegial manner that ensures full participation of the board and fosters dialogue that one, honors the views and values of the perspectives of participant and facilitates energy, enthusiasm, and momentum towards fulfilling the objectives of the strategic planning session. I agree. Yay us. I think we did that one.
So we all agree that we did achieve
Yes.
our objectives for the day.
Number one.
I would love to go around, I'd love to hear.
Okay, we're
On
gonna
the
do, we're gonna
fly.
do comments.
Can we just just one through 5, did we achieve our objectives? Search.
Yes, one.
One.
I'm agreeing with
One.
that one.
Joe?
One.
Yeah, and it was clean energy too. That's what I was really
Yes.
excited about.
Joe?
No, I think it was just really amazing. This many people trying to focus and actually come together and solve things. Yeah, I was a little bit, made a few comments, but yeah, I was very excited. This was really exceeded my expectations of what we're gonna be able. So I go from hopeful, which I was at 9 o'clock this morning, to very satisfied.
Awesome.
Aw, I
I
love
was gonna
it.
ask you for your specific comments in just a minute, we're just asking the question about
Oh, yeah.
objectives. Are we in
Yeah.
agreement that
Yes.
we did achieve all of
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
Okay, there we go. Now we get to go into the fun part about assessing the day. And so what I wanna ask you is what worked, what really worked about today, maybe what you wanna see continuing to do next time you have this annual process. So what really worked for you today? What was good about today for you?
Being in person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, Bill, we missed you.
Yeah.
But being here, I think, helped.
But a chance to actually connect with everybody.
I think the 1 through 6 thing worked too, just kind of like really helping us to kind of form consensus and work through some of the things that we may have disagreement on. I thought that worked well.
Yeah, I mean, I think defining boundaries, I think you're talking about the boundaries of how the rules, I think it's really helpful.
The facilitation guidelines?
Yeah,
Because I think sometimes even with other strategic planning that I've been a part of, we talk about like comfortable consensus. So if Steve said something like, okay, we're all kind of in agreement, but Steve's like over here, we're like, okay, whatever, but here it really was like, if you were a 5, that really kind of stopped us and it forced us to kind of
I
rethink
think
about
we're
it.
10, Steve, so it's okay.
Somebody must think I'm a 10. so-
Hello.
Thanks,
All
sir.
right, anything else that you?
Having a facilitator, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Say again?
having a facilitator.
Okay.
Bill Baber, do you have anything to say?
It's like, can I take these off?
That's right. Well, I think actually, the facilitator that actually cuts the chase of what we need to talk about, because there have been too many touchy-feely kind of icebreakers and stuff. And
touchy-feely? That's next one.
The trust fall in next.
and to actually see Karen in action, so it was awesome.
So Joe doesn't like being touchy-feely.
No, I don't mind being touchy-feely, just not in the strategic planning.
Like you're saying, your comment then is the focus of.
You really focus this, yeah, on what we really needed to be doing.
I think one thing that can't be overlooked is that this is a self-selecting group, and I think it made it a lot easier to move towards a shared vision and values and key priorities, because that was already here. We just had to like pull it out. We didn't walk in with like these significant divergences. We walked in already, not exactly on the same page, but in alignment. And I think that's just an important thing to acknowledge that, and it's just really nice to be part of a group that shares values and be able to kind of collaborate together to drive forward that vision. And this was just a process of being able to illuminate those threads that are already there.
Thankfully, Baber's not there.
No, I'm here. I'm still here.
Joking.
The lesson I learned, Joe, on this is I'm not sure I'm going to vote for the 8th member, because 7 seems to be an optimal number to do this. If we get to 8 or 10 or 12, we'll never be able to go like this. So this is a good working number.
So put that down as the board is what worked today.
Yeah.
It was the right
Bill
side.
makes a
It was the right
fantastic
side.
point.
We'll go from the leading edge of the future to a 3-ring circus. Sorry. did I say that?
Yeah.
We do have an expansion policy on record that then if that's how everybody feels, we should revisit that policy at some point, because that is not what our policy is.
It's a really good point.
And that means that our staff would be forced to think about and to look at people that show interest. So if we're not interested, we ought to tell staff that.
But that's different than the Power 100, right? This is, our board is the municipalities within the group, not the Power 100 organizations, because they don't have a voice on the board, correct?
Right. We're talking about expansion of like the.
Of our board.
Yeah.
But that's why I'm asking, the Power 100 groups, as companies, they do not have a voice on at this board level. It's just us.
Right.
Okay, did we cover what really worked? Search, you want to add?
Well, commitment to the process. It's clear, nobody, seriously, it's actually really, and what you said, Tara, was right, and Bill said the sides, but there's shared values, but also commitment to doing this type of process. Everybody shares that commitment.
And we had a lot of fun doing it.
Yeah, right, and that's important, very few people have fun doing government.
Having staff here, I think I would agree, Aaron.
Yeah.
Being that support, but then also too, recognizing that it was board and, kind of chiming in when necessary.
And Kimberly.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Kimberly in the back. Nicholas, yes.
Can't leave anywhere.
Kept a very light touch.
Jose, Bobby, Janelle, awesome. I think all of them. And my highlighters. Yes, I have done a lot of.
You should see.
We just want to also flip to the other side and ask you, what would be even better if about today? This is just looking for, how can we improve? Is there anything that we could do to make this even better next time?
Better location.
On the boat,
Better location,
in
and
the
a bigger
boat.
room, I would say.
Or room, bigger room.
I would like a bigger room.
The thing is, like, I wasn't gonna say that too, because I feel so grateful that we have this space,
Right.
but I do think like that this space is awesome and feel so lucky that we have it.
Yeah.
But I think like also like the space could actually be more conducive to
Yes.
planning and creative thinking.
And also, we did this because we had the limitations of ensuring that we had the screen
Right.
and this and recording and all that, so that's something.
I like the binder.
You like the binder?
But next time, I think next time when we have our second strategic planning session, that we can just basically, everybody's in person and post the agenda of where we're at and comply with the old Brown Act rules of like posting
Right.
where you're at and people are free to come. And then you don't have to have it online.
The public,
Yeah.
that restricts.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, if we can, obviously that way. We would have done it if we.
But if you have to.
No, right.
Any other competitors?
Okay, for all the amazing work you took to put into this, to do it all online and not have a binder. But thank you for this.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
But
Can you reuse your own?
Okay, so yeah, the
Reuse it.
reason also we needed for you to be able to interact with the documents, and so that hence we decided. You can-
I like my coloring
I
book.
think the location is gonna be even more key next time because of the size of the group, it's gonna be fairly
Right.
large. And as we're thinking about the different exercises and things that we're gonna do, like how can that space fit whatever we're gonna do? So it's not just about like what's available, but like, does it fit the needs of whatever we're gonna do?
Yeah, we've already started talking about that and the potential location that would be. Awesome. Okay, so this last part is to start wrapping up the big old bow with any lessons learned or any closing reflections about this day. So, who would like to start?
I've had a really awesome time with you guys. Like I said, when I started off, they're driving down the coast from Encinitas. It's so beautiful and there's so many things that we could spend our time doing and we spent it here together. And I think it was really well worth it. And so I'm very thankful that you guys chose to come. We've been thinking about this for a while. It is so critically important for an organization of ours to kind of really think about what do we, what do we want to be, where are we going, and actually put a plan together to get there. Because if we're not planning, it's just not going to happen. And so I'm really happy with what we've done so far, and happy to kind of give it to staff to help us achieve some of the stuff that we're thinking about, and then come together in June to really kind of flesh it out more and work as a team with our community advisory committee and with our staff and together to kind of bring it to the next level.
Any other closing comments or
That's right.
reflections for today?
Mr. Baber?
Thank you. Appreciate your work.
Yeah, thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
This is our theme song, the Breakfast Club. We're the Breakfast Club.
I was gonna say, I know that coming onto the board earlier this year, I knew and I had heard we have to have this strategic planning session. It's one of, the chair's goals. And to see that it's finally happened made me feel like I was helping you fulfill one of your goals, but also too as part of the whole organization. So that, because I really see us as part of a team, so.
Awesome.
Help him achieve his goals.
Well, I know for me, it's been really nice to be in person. Zoom is really challenging, but Joe, you've done a really nice job and actually a really good job, great job of being the chair and helping guide this process. But also, it's a really welcoming group of board members. I took over from Mark West, who's even more out there than I am. But also Tara and Alejandro, it's like you've been here longer than I have. I was a little jealous. I'm like, man, they're more involved than I am. But again, I think you're right. It's 7 people, but it's a really nice group of people, and that's something that's really remarkable. Like, it's really interesting and nice. So yeah, it's very enjoyable.
Karen, did you want to say, wrap it up?
I'm just very thankful that we had this time, that everyone came committed to the process, that I learned a lot about, where our minds are, what the priorities are. I think they're very much in alignment with what I've been thinking about as I've been doing my listening tour. So I'm really excited. I'm really excited for the future of this organization, what it holds for us, and the amazing things we can do, not just here in San Diego, but what that represents for and inspires the rest of the world.
For the globe.
The globe.
Inspires the world.
The blue marble. And Karen's, it's been like she's been here for 5 years, so.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Amazing.
Your wisdom.
Not from the books.
All right. Yay, us.
I'll do my last close. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being active participants, being engaged, actively listening, and being champions of this process today. I was gonna ask you to give me your word, but we don't have to do that. I want to close with this quote, and that is, real change does not come from decree, pressure, permission, or persuasion. It comes from people who are passionately and personally or direction they help shape. So I want to appreciate you for the decisions and the direction that you gave the organization today. It's been my pleasure being your facilitator, and I'm looking forward to our June 11th, our second session. We're gonna have a little bit more touchy-feely though, Joe. So- because it is culture. We're talking about your organizational culture, our values, and also talking about those goals. So we are working together, planning for that, and I just wanted to thank your chair for being part of this planning process over this entire year, people. And also Kimberly for all the support that she's provided, and support she gave me too, and then all of your other arrangements. And also Nick for all of the assistance and support I needed in ensuring that we are meeting all the requirements. So, any other last comments or questions? before we wrap up?
I have something.
Oh, Bill, go
Can you hear me?
ahead.
Lisa, this is for you. I'm not sure you can see the video, but I've set up the audio. You ready?
Go ahead.
Listen.
Free Jerry. I am out here for you. You don't know what it's like to be me out here for you. It is an up at dawn, pride swallowing siege that I will never fully tell you about, okay?
Yes. Here it comes.
Help me, Rod. Help me. Help you. Help you.
There you go. Now, when you think of Lisa, I want you to think of Jerry Maguire. Help me help you.
Thank you, Bill.
Well done, Bill. Well done.
Bill, where do you rank it now? You were a tentative maybe.
What's your
Well,
word?
I got to bring in Jerry Maguire, so now I'm a 1.
Yeah. Well, what is your word? What did your word
What?
change to? What did your word maybe change to?
No, I gave you a 1. It's a 1. It's a 1.
Okay.
Awesome. His word changed to awesome. Amazing.
Yeah.
The gift of time, 10 minutes early. How about that?
Just a quick reminder about your validations. They're
Jose, you
in
can
front of
stop
you.
recording.
All right.
Yay.